Good morning. I'm Gray Wilson. I'm president of the North Carolina State Bar for about 3 more weeks. I welcome you to the Opioid Summit. I will tell you at the outset that our presentation is not limited to those present in this room. Courtesy of the Administrative Office of the Courts, we are live streaming to 20 district and local bars in this state. It may be the largest lawyer seminar ever presented in North Carolina. And I can't think of a more appropriate topic to reach a mass audience than this one. You may have seen on the monitors that we're very grateful for the sponsorship provided by Lawyers Mutual Liability Insurance Company and the American Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers. We have some special guests here. I probably missed 1 or 2, but I did see our Supreme Court Justice Paul Newby, Chief Judge Linda McGee of the Court of Appeals, and Hunter Murphy, also from the Court of Appeals. We welcome you. We'll try to recognize any other dignitaries as they appear. It was about a decade ago that people were grabbing a book off the shelves called Down by the River. It was about a $30 billion illicit drug trade that was pouring into this country from multiple points along the southern border. Now, this product was coming into the United States because upper and lower class citizens were being lured into buying it. Now in 2019, Amazon is marketing another book entitled Dope Sick, about a largely internal epidemic of opioid and other narcotic misuse that is claiming thousands of lives in this nation every year, thousands of lives in this state every year. I'm not positive about all the statistics that I've seen, and surely some of them are dated and perhaps presumptive, but it has been estimated that 80% of the population suffering currently from substance misuse in this country got started on prescription opioids. This is a disease that stretches across income levels, zip codes, age, race, gender. It does not have a demographic. One might think that once the light was focused on this national dilemma, attempts to address the problem would stem the tide, at least somewhat. But the statistics don't necessarily bear this out. In 2016, the death toll from opioid misuse in this state alone approached 2,000. Then in 2017, the body count actually increased by 30%, and sadly, North Carolina moved way up the pack among other states. During 2018, on which the jury is still out, there appears to have been a merciful decline, not only in opioid prescriptions, but in deaths, emergency room visits, and a huge drop in doctor shopping for pills, which is likely tied to an almost 25% decrease in the number of opioid pills dispensed. But as prescription sources of medication shrink, the illegal methods of procurement flourish. The problem is multifactorial, as are so many of the challenges that plague us in the 21st century. The medical profession, big pharma, illicit access, changing social memes, all have a role in this evolving disaster. The purpose of this program is not to dissect the opioid crisis in detail, but to acquaint us with it sufficiently so that attorneys can have a basic understanding of the problem and the resources that are available to cope with clients who suffer from opioid misuse. You will see this unfolding tragedy firsthand from some of the victims and receive advice from lawyers who have had to develop strategies for dealing with impaired clients in certain practice settings. You will also hear from medical experts who understand the physiology of this disease. I will tell you that, as of now, opioid misuse is thankfully not that prevalent in the practicing bar of this state, certainly not compared with other types of substance misuse among attorneys. Now, we have an all-star cast of speakers and panelists for you here today with this 6-hour CLE program, and you will be both fascinated and perhaps alarmed by some of what you hear today. We are pleased to have with us to make opening remarks the Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court, not so new Chief Justice anymore, Sherry Beasley, started on the District Court in Cumberland County for 10 years and then was elected as an Associate Judge on the North Carolina Court of Appeals. Her election made her the first African-American woman elected in any statewide race without first being appointed to office. She served 4 years on the Court of Appeals, then was appointed by the governor to fill the vacancy on the North Carolina Supreme Court created by the retirement of Justice Patricia Timmons Goodson in 2012. At the time of her appointment, Chief Justice Beasley was the 6th woman and only the 2nd African-American woman to serve on the court. With her appointment earlier this year by Governor Cooper, Beasley became the first African-American woman in this Supreme Court's 200-year history to serve as Chief Justice, and only the 4th African-American woman to lead the state's highest court in the entire United States. She went to Rutgers, got her law degree from the University of Tennessee, and then went out of state to get her LLM in judicial studies from Duke University School of Law. She has received other honorary degrees. She has received over a half dozen professional awards that I won't read to you now, except to tell you she has really spent her career in dedicated support of the legal profession. She served on a host of bar organizations in membership positions as an officer. She was formerly a vice president of the North Carolina Bar Association. She is married to Curtis Owens, and they're the proud parents of 2 twin sons, Thomas and Matthew. I give you our North Carolina Chief Justice, Sherry Beasley.
Good morning. I want to thank the North Carolina State Bar Association for this really important summit. I want to thank you, Gray, for that really very kind and way too generous introduction. But we all know how important it is for us to be here today to really talk about and to really grapple with the issues around the opioid crisis and what it is our role ought to be in helping to solve it. Gray talked to you some about the statistics around survival rates for the opioid crisis. Every day in this nation, 130 people die of opioid misuse. And he told you while the numbers are not out for 2018, we do know that more than 2,000 people died in North Carolina of opioid misuse. This epidemic is devastating families and communities all over the state. It is indeed a public health crisis which impacts and is rippling across the state of North Carolina. Particularly, we're seeing so much in our courtrooms. Our criminal courts, our dockets are growing, and families are struggling to stay together. As members of the legal community, we are uniquely positioned to deliver solutions to this epidemic. Understanding how this crisis affects our judicial system and the roles that we play as lawyers and judges and members of our profession and greater community really is critical to ending this epidemic. As the Supreme Court of North Carolina has traveled across the state to commemorate its 200th anniversary, I've had an opportunity to speak with district attorneys and sheriffs and local law enforcement about the opioid crisis. All of them tell me that their resources are stretched in trying to respond to the crisis. And especially in rural communities, there are rarely viable treatment opportunities. In North Carolina, we were a leader in recovery courts a long time ago. 20 years ago, we realized that people were suffering from addiction and that they would benefit most not from incarceration, but from a regimen of monitored treatment that holds them accountable on the one hand, but also offers them treatment to allow them to be successful in their lives. Research has shown that recovery courts result in less criminal activity, fewer rearrests, and less drug use. Today, while there are more than 3,100 drug recovery courts in this nation, there are only 23 drug recovery courts in North Carolina. So I've made it a priority to ask the legislature that we expand those recovery courts. I've directed the administrative officer of the courts to talk about new resources that can be available to judges and to counties across the state to work to figure out how to make sure that we have statewide implementation of drug recovery courts. It is very important and vital to our being. You will hear more from Chief Judge Corpening about the work that we are doing within our courts, the struggles we have, and the goals, and we're super excited about where we're headed. It's important as we think about the opioid crisis, especially as lawyers and judges, that we not be thinking about it as something that is happening to people outside of us, that it's happening to those people over there, that it's happening to them. It's important that we embrace this struggle as our greater community, as a struggle for all of us. This impacts not just the legal profession, but all of us as we're members of the greater community as a whole. I think there's always an opportunity for us to be mindful as lawyers and judges that we all must be mindful of our own mental health and self-care. That any one of us can fall prey to struggling with our stresses. We have a very demanding profession. People have great expectations of all of us. There are deadlines that are fixed. And everybody expects each of us as lawyers and judges to be leaders and experts on a whole host of matters, and coaches and volunteers and working on communities. So I ask each of you and each of us as lawyers and judges to always be mindful of our own stresses, but also to be mindful of our colleagues' stresses and depression and addiction, and always make us mindful of the resources that might be available. I'm always very thankful for the North Carolina State Bar for its Lawyers Assistance Program, the Bar Association's Bar Cares Program, but many of you may not be mindful of the Chief Justice's Commission on Professionalism. The Executive Director, Mel Wright, is very wonderful. Though he does not have the substance abuse training, he is very experienced with counseling lawyers and getting them back on track. So please don't hesitate to use those resources. Today, you'll hear about the important roles that each of us can play in resolving this crisis. And we will also discover how we can collaborate, all of us, to make our programs and our systems stronger. We have long thought of our courts as a place where disputes are settled, but now we really have to think about courts as a place where our communities collectively can solve its problems. These issues are complex and widespread, but by using this collaborative approach, bringing together judges and prosecutors and defense attorneys and the Attorney General and other legal personnel in partnership with public health and social workers and so many other areas of expertise, I am confident that we will find solutions. Though there will be difficult information shared, and I'm so thankful that there will be families that will honor us with pieces of their journey today about this crisis, I hope that we also see this as a day of hope, that we can come together to determine that no life lost shall be in vain, and that we all hold the keys to creating better solutions to this crisis. So I do thank the North Carolina State Bar for its effort in leading this opioid summit today, in broadening our knowledge base, for all of us to renew our commitment to this very important issue. I'm really excited about what this day holds, and I thank you all for your commitment to being here and going forward with creating new solutions. Thank you.
We will now go to the main part of our program, and we're starting off with no less than Josh Stein, Attorney General for this great state, who has paid special attention to the developing catastrophe since he took office a couple of years ago. He is not the only political leader to identify the threat posed by opioid use disorders, but he has admirably undertaken to address them head on. Josh was sworn in as North Carolina's 50th Attorney General in 2017. He has made combating the opioid epidemic a top priority, and his office drafted the STOP Act to reduce the number of people who become addicted to opioids through smarter prescribing practices, the HOPE Act, which gives law enforcement additional tools to stop the flow of prescription pain pills into the drug trade, and the Synthetic Opioid Control Act, to crack down on the trafficking of illicit fentanyl. All three laws were passed by the General Assembly and signed into law by Governor Cooper. Mr. Stein is leading the effort to identify, track, and test untested sexual assault kits. Testing these kits will help law enforcement identify and prosecute criminals, prevent future crimes, and bring closure to victims. He previously served as a state senator, senior deputy attorney general in the North Carolina Department of Justice, and these roles, he led a number of efforts to put more violent criminals behind bars. Stein grew up in Chapel Hill. He's a graduate of Dartmouth College. He earned law and public policy degrees from Harvard University, He and his wife, Anna, whom you will hear from later, have 3 children. They've all attended North Carolina public schools, just like he and his wife did. So I welcome Josh Stein, our Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you, Gray, for those nice words. Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to be with you, and particularly to be among so many different friends. And I want to thank the State Bar, and I want to thank each of you for taking the time to focus on this critical issue, what I believe is the gravest public health and public safety issue we face here in North Carolina. I'm, of course, talking about the opioid epidemic. As the Chief Justice said, this is wreaking havoc. It's ruining lives. It's tearing apart families. It's straining community resources. It's the deadliest drug epidemic we've ever experienced in the United States. In the last 3 years, each of the last 3 years, the United States has had a declining life expectancy. Just think about that. We're the only industrialized country in the world where a person born today is expected to live fewer years than someone born 4 years ago. The last time that happened in the United States was 1918 after World War I and the influenza epidemic. That's because of this drug epidemic. It's the #1 cause of accidental death here in North Carolina. We lose approximately 5 North Carolinians every day to an opioid overdose somewhere in our state. Many, many more than that are hospitalized, and many more than that are taken to the ED each day because of an overdose. This drug, this chemical, the morphine molecule, it doesn't care who you are. Doesn't care where you went to school, doesn't care what profession you are, doesn't care how old you are, what your gender, your race, your religion. It doesn't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. It does not care. It gets into your brain, it changes the way your chemistry flows, and Blake Fagan is going to talk to you all later today. He's an expert in this and will explain to you the brain chemistry behind this. But it is merciless. It is a merciless, for people who experience it, suffer it, it becomes an all-consuming compulsion. And it's leaving a trail of dead and sick people in its wake all across North Carolina. This human cost that I've just tried to describe, there is no way to put a dollar on a person who loses 10 years of their life to addiction. Obviously, there's no way to put a dollar on the heartbreak of a parent who loses their child. But you can put an economic cost on. In fact, the President's Council of Economic Advisors in 2015 attached the figure of $500 billion in cost to the United States in that 1 year alone. I am certain that it is higher in 2019. These are costs borne by the healthcare system, by the criminal justice system, as the Chief Justice just articulated, by social services, and most impactfully by the private sector through the labor market, the diminished labor productivity. When you have millions of people addicted, it's not a surprise that they are not as productive workforce. So this is a bleak picture I've painted. There's no other painting to do than a bleak one when you look at this picture on a full canvas. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be this way. We can solve this crisis. It will not be easy. It will not be quick. But if we all work together, I am certain that we can turn the tide and save lives. And that's why you all are here, and that's why I am so appreciative to have the opportunity to address you. A comprehensive approach to attacking this problem includes a variety of elements. The ones I focus on are prevention, treatment and recovery, enforcement, and litigation. And I want to talk to you briefly about each of those things. Before we can really get at preventing addiction, we have to understand, how did we get here? And a couple of dynamics occurred in the 1990s that really just led to this whole explosion. One was the drug manufacturers began aggressively marketing these pills to the medical community as 2 things. 1, effective at treating pain, and 2, not addictive. And it turns out neither of those things are true. Second, there was a social movement to consider pain differently. It became the fifth vital sign. Hospitals and doctors became evaluated based on how effectively they eliminated pain. Not treated pain, but eliminated pain. And a lot of that whole social movement was funded, not surprisingly, by the drug companies because it served their interest, which was to sell more pills. And over a 20-year period, as more pills became sold, one-to-one relationship with the increase in pill sales, the increase in overdose deaths. We have paid a steep price. At our peak here in North Carolina, there was an opioid prescription written in a year for every man, woman, and child on average. Nearly 10 million prescriptions written for pain pills in a single year. Hundreds of millions of pills in circulation. As a nation, no country in the world touches us in terms of opioid prescriptions. We prescribe 10 times more pills per capita than occurs in Japan, 4 to 5 times more pills per capita than occurs in Europe. And we do not have 5 to 10 times more pain in the United States than these countries. There was something fundamentally different that happened in America, and of course, we are all paying the price. For some people, all it takes is one prescription to become addicted. I met a gentleman in Jacksonville who had a motorcycle injury, tore up his knee. And he went to the doctor. He said after 5 days, he was gone, and he knew he was gone. And he lived 12 years on the street in Wilmington, Judge Corpening. He said it was a life of hell, absolute hell. He's now in recovery, and he's volunteering at a treatment facility in Onslow County. Exactly the kind of inspiration we are happy to hear. The CDC reports that for opioid-naive patients, meaning you go to a doctor not having taken these pills, you go in for something, right? Your tooth hurts, your arm's broken. 20% of opioid-naive patients who take opioids for 10 days will be taking them a year later. 1 out of 5 will be taking these pills a year later. That is how powerfully addictive they are. Now, the majority of people don't become addicted from that first prescription. So what do people do with leftover medication? What do you do? Put them in your medicine cabinet. Who puts their leftover medication in their medicine cabinet? We all do. It's why we have a medicine cabinet. Well, we didn't think that by putting that in the medicine cabinet, we are putting a magnet to people with addiction and to young people looking to mess around. Nearly 2/3 of young people who misuse opioids get them from family and friends. 1/3 get them from a doctor, from a prescription, often a dentist for wisdom teeth, often for high school athletes who get injured on the field. But the majority get them from just going into their parents, their aunts, their mothers, grandparents, their medicine cabinets. We need to reduce the number of unneeded pills in circulation in our society through overprescribing. And that requires smarter prescribing, which is why we pushed so aggressively the STOP Act in 2017. And this was a very important step. It passed the legislature unanimously, and the governor signed it into law. It does 3 major things. First, it sets a 5-day limit for an initial prescription of acute pain. How many of you all went in for a minor medical procedure and came out with 40 or 50 pills at some point in the last few years? I mean, we all do. And you use 1 or 2, and then you put the rest in the medicine cabinet. So we need to stop these extra pills, and that's what the limit does. It does not address people with chronic pain, and I'm sure Dr. Fagan will address that issue as well, because people with chronic pain, if you undertreat pain, it can lead to overdose, just as if you overtreat pain. Because if people are in pain and they're not getting treated by the medical profession, they will treat themselves, and that leads to overdose as well. Second, the STOP Act requires prescribers to check the database, Controlled Substance Reporting System, CSRS, and that cuts down on doctor shopping. So when a patient presents complaining about back pain and you see that they've been to 4 other doctors in the last 2 months, you know that maybe it's not back pain that drives them to be here. And it actually improves the conversation that doctors and patients have, so you can actually get at what's underlying health condition, which is their addiction. It requires e-prescribing to eliminate prescription pad theft and forgeries. The law, I'm pleased to say, appears to already be working. We have seen in the last 2 years a 25% reduction in the number of pills prescribed here in North Carolina. We are still way over the top in terms of where we have been historically and where we are internationally currently, but it is, before you can get to the right landing place, you got to have a trend, and we're trending in the right direction. So that is an encouragement. In addition to changing the way doctors and prescribers get these pills out, on the prevention side, we have to change the way that you and I and our children think about these pills, and that requires public education. We particularly have to be concerned about young people and help them change the way they look at prescription drugs generally. 20% of 11th graders, 1 out of 5, report having taken a prescription drug prescribed to someone else in the last year. I just find that jaw-dropping. People are taking other people's medicines. But what the young people say is they think that these drugs are safer because a doctor prescribed them and it was approved by the government. So how dangerous can it really be? And of course, you and I know it can be incredibly dangerous. We have to find creative ways to educate and engage our young people on this issue. And we can change young people's behavior. We have done this in the past. Teen cigarette smoking rates have plummeted. I'm alarmed by the increase in e-cig rate usage. But teen smoking is down, teen drinking is down, teen pregnancy is down, teen seatbelt use is up. These things didn't just happen. They happened because we had a concerted public health approach to change behavior, and we can do that here as well. It just requires time, resources, and effective messaging. My office, in partnership with the Department of Health and Human Services, launched a website, a campaign called morepowerfulnc.org, More Powerful NC. It's been on TV, billboards. The website is incredibly powerful, chock full of information. Get the facts, get help if you need it, and get involved. Concrete ideas that each one of you can do today to help combat this epidemic. And Steve Mange, who is my policy director, will follow me, and he'll show you the ad and talk about the website and show you what a powerful tool this can be for changing people's behavior. One of the things that we urge on More Powerful NC is easy and simple, and this is something I'm going to ask you, which is just when you go home, open up your medicine cabinet and look to see if you have any leftover pain pills there, because you would not leave a loaded gun in your medicine cabinet. You just would not. Do not leave these pills there. I met the sheriff of McDowell County told me a tragic story of a grandmother in hospice care. The perfect use of opioids is somebody who is in hospice care because it can alleviate their pain as they're dying. So they had a ton of pain medication in the house. She died, and in the chaos of funerals, family visitation, they put all the leftover pills in a box, put it in the top drawer of the closet. Well, the 12-year-old son got the pills, went on the school bus, sold them. Another 12-year-old took the pills, overdosed, and died. So now you have 2 families whose lives have been irreparably damaged because these pills were in the house. Get them out of your house. There are permanent drop boxes all over Wake County where you can take these leftover pills. Just go to my website, ncdoj.gov/RxTakeback, and you can find out where in your community these boxes exist. And if you want it really easy, there will be many, many more temporary sites on October 26th. October 26th is National Drug Take-Back Day. Again, go to the website. It'll have all the information about where the temporary sites where law enforcement will stand with boxes and collect these pills in communities across North Carolina. So prevention is all about turning off the spigot. We want to make sure that not another new person becomes addicted to these pills. That's the ideal. If we succeed, we still have tens of thousands of our relatives, neighbors, friends who are addicted today, who struggle with opioid misuse disorder. Unfortunately, only 1 out of 6 of them received any kind of effective treatment last year. 1 out of 6. Would we accept a healthcare system in which 84% of people with heart disease don't get medical care? It would be absolutely intolerable for the richest country in the world, richest country in the history of the world. And yet, 84% of people with substance use disorder, opioid misuse disorder, they don't get treatment. So we are failing. We're failing as a state, we're failing as a nation, we're failing as communities to effectively treat this. The Chief Justice noted that there aren't enough treatment facilities in rural communities. You want to know something? A treatment facility will not go to a rural community if they cannot be paid for the services they provide. The way you pay for health care is through insurance. And there are actually some people in Washington proposing to slash Medicaid by $1 trillion. Medicaid provides 40% of every treatment dollar in the United States. That would be the most devastating step backward imaginable. And if the North Carolina General Assembly were serious about this issue, truly serious, the single most effective thing we could do as a state of North Carolina would be to say yes to the federal government's offer to return our taxpayer dollars to us in the form of Medicaid expansion. 500,000 people would have health insurance, and those people with struggling with addiction, mental health issues, they could actually get the health care that they finally need and they deserve. Reducing stigma is an important part as well, because some people actually have health insurance and they still don't get treatment because they're so shamed by their medical condition. And so one reason why I thank the State Bar for having this is because this is part of reducing stigma, so that people who are watching this, there are people watching this who have opioid use disorder. It is a statistical certainty. And it's not a moral failing. It is a health condition, a chronic health condition, and they need to feel confident that they can go get health care and not suffer from that stigma, and that's part of what we as a society have to do as well. In addition to prevention and treatment, a key strategy is enforcement. There are bad people who make millions and millions of dollars peddling poison in our communities, and those people need to be held accountable, seriously accountable for the damage that they are wreaking to seek profit, to seek money. It's unconscionable. And so my office created a task force of law enforcement, federal, state, and local, sheriffs, police chiefs, DAs, the SBI, Medicaid fraud, DEA, state crime lab, and victim services attorneys. We spent 2 years identifying where are the gaps in law, where are the gaps in policy, where are the gaps in training, to try to fill those gaps. And the product of our work was the Synthetic Opioid Control Act and the HOPE Act. These laws will update our drug statutes to close loopholes so that new synthetic drugs that come into our state, the traffickers who bring them, can be charged and held accountable and imprisoned. And it also makes sure that law enforcement have the tools they need to identify and go after drug trafficking rings that take lawful pharmaceuticals and put them onto the street in the drug trade. And that's what both of those laws will accomplish. We have to appreciate, however, that there's a difference between someone who pushes drugs on other people and someone whose crime is their addiction itself. That's a chronic illness, and jail time is usually not the best way to deal with illness. It costs 4 times more to incarcerate somebody for a year than it does to treat that person for a year, and it's certainly less effective at dealing with the underlying cause of the criminal behavior. Helping someone with treatment so they get well is better clearly for that person, better for that family, but it's better for you and me as well from a purely selfish perspective. Because if we can reduce the cause of their criminal behavior, if we can eliminate it, then they will stop creating crimes. I met a guy at UNC Greensboro, 24, brilliant, all tatted up. He was in college, and he said, yeah, for about 4 or 5 years, I was doing terrible things. I was committing all kinds of crimes. And he said, the day I got clean, I have not had an impulse to commit another crime. But while I was addicted, I would do anything to get the money it took to buy the drugs on the street. As I travel the state, I talk to big city chiefs of police, I talk to rural conservative sheriffs. I hear over and over again, we will not arrest ourselves out of this crisis. Because people, they're addicted when they're arrested, they're addicted while they're in jail, and they're addicted when they get out of jail. And what do? Exactly whatever it was that led them to jail in the first place. So there are great pre-arrest innovative programs going on across North Carolina. There's Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion LEAD in Fayetteville, in Statesville, in Waynesville, in Wilmington. There's the HOPE Initiative in Nashville, the CORE program in Orange County, and there are more. And my office is trying to share these models that are organically growing and spread them to other communities across the state. We held a pre-arrest diversion summit in which law enforcement from across the state came to learn from each other. One law enforcement officer told me, he said, you know what, meat eaters, they like to hear from other meat eaters. They don't like to hear from grass eaters. So we had law enforcement talking to law enforcement. And I want to endorse the Chief Justice's support for recovery courts, because basically at every stage of the process, pre-arrest, post-arrest, incarceration, post-incarceration, wherever the person is in that path, that's the point where we need to intervene to try to move as many people out of the criminal justice system and into the healthcare system where they can get treated and well. And so I want to thank Judge Corpening and the Chief Justice for their work on that. Another issue working with law enforcement involves naloxone. Naloxone is this miracle drug that counteracts an opioid overdose immediately, and it has no risk of addiction. For the first time in 2017 and in 2018, we actually had more overdose reversals due to naloxone in North Carolina than we had overdose deaths. So even as we mourn the 2,000 lives that were lost last year to an opioid overdose, we should celebrate the thousands of other people who have another chance. Because the one certainty is someone can never get healthy and recover if they're dead. And so we have to help people stay alive. Met a young guy, Chase Holloman from High Point. He was addicted to heroin, overdosed 3 times, and each time was brought back to life with naloxone. He's now in long-term recovery, UNC Greensboro, social work degree at UNC Chapel Hill. He is the naloxone distribution coordinator for Guilford County, because he wants to make sure other people have the same chance he did, which is to live that autonomous and happy and fulfilling life that he's feeling. As the Attorney General, I am deeply concerned about the role of the pharmaceutical industry that they have played over the last 20 years to create this crisis. The drug manufacturers marketed their pills to prescribers, misrepresenting their efficacy and underselling the addictiveness. The drug distributors who take the pills from the manufacturer to the pharmacy failed to fulfill their statutory duties to identify red flags when pills were being too heavily distributed into a particular community, and they failed to take appropriate action. So the issue I am spending the most time on right now is helping to lead the national multi-state coalition of attorneys general, bipartisan, all states in the country, trying to resolve these cases with the drug companies. Tennessee and North Carolina have been the 2 states coordinating a series of negotiations with a number of companies. And I'll be honest, the work is very complex. In a typical multi-state, think tobacco or think the national mortgage settlement, you have 50 attorneys general and you have a number of industry actors. That is challenging enough. This case, you not only have that dynamic, but you have 2,000 local governments, cities and counties that have sued, each of whom have their own private lawyer. And that adds a great deal of complication. So we not only have to come to terms, states and drug companies, but then we have to agree on an allocation formula among states and then figure out what do we do and how do we include the local governments. As an example of the complexity, Purdue Pharma, I think they, more than any company, has done more to create this crisis. They engaged in aggressive marketing of OxyContin for many years. I sued them about 1.5 years ago. And I've been in many discussions with representatives from the company and the family. It's the largest privately held drug company in the country. So there's one, when you think the Purdue company, it's really the Sackler family. That's the family that owns this company. They put, in one of the meetings we held about a couple months ago in Cleveland, they put a deal on the table. A majority of states rejected that deal and came up with a counterproposal. But they refused that counterproposal. A minority of states have accepted the Cleveland proposal, and so Purdue is now in bankruptcy trying to cram their proposal down on the entire country, and I intend to fight that. Just yesterday, I opposed a motion by Purdue seeking $38 million that they can pay their executives through the bankruptcy court, which I find outrageous. I refuse because the Sackler family refuses to put up a substantial enough amount of money. This family has known, they settled in 2007, $600 million for the marketing of OxyContin. They knew from that day that their future day of reckoning would come, and they have systematically extracted billions of dollars, more than $1 billion every year for the last decade plus, into their personal trusts and estates. So they've left a shell of a drug company. Purdue's only worth like $1 billion or $2 billion now, and they're content to throw this carcass into bankruptcy, and now they are trying to gain the protections, the shield of bankruptcy for their personal wealth. When you are multi-billionaires, you are the opposite of bankrupt. And so I am in court, and I will continue to push to make sure that they pay to clean up the mess they created, that they are held accountable for the damage they have done. 2 weeks ago, I filed an action here in state court individually against 8 members of the Sackler family. And so, meanwhile, on all these other companies, I'm engaged with other states, and we continue to have discussions. We're hopeful that we can reach a result. I'm not certain that we will. And if they don't step forward to responsibly help us solve the problem, I will not hesitate to take them to court as well. So we have had a comprehensive approach to attacking the opioid epidemic, as it must be. But we are beginning to see some positive signals, just the glimmer of light, that glimmer. In addition to that 25% reduction in opioid pill prescriptions that I mentioned, there was a 10% reduction in emergency department visits last year, and perhaps most promisingly, a 5% reduction in opioid overdose deaths. For years, we have had double-digit, after year of double-digit increases in overdose deaths. For the first time, we're seeing the bending of that curve. And so that gives us some hope, but it also tells us that we have so much work to do. There are far too many North Carolinians sick and dying. It will require partnerships among healthcare, among law enforcement, among policymakers, the business community, faith community, substance treatment recovery community, young people, and the legal community. Every community has a role to play in this, and I'm so grateful that you all are here to learn more about what yours is. We will make a difference. We will save lives. I want to tell you one final story, and then I'll step away. Through this work, I met a young woman named Ashley from Wilson. She lives in Nash County now, and when in high school, she was a cheerleader. She was the little one that they would twirl. And one time they didn't catch her right, and she crushed her ankle. And she went to the doctor and got some 90 pills. 90 pills. She said, I weighed 98 pounds. I did not stand a chance. And so she lived years of addicted to the pain pills. Then she was on heroin. And as is common in this tale of recovery, she relapsed a couple of times. But today, she's in long-term recovery. She's a mother of 2. She teaches art to young people, and she is a volunteer in the recovery community helping other people trying to go through the same transition she has achieved. And so she underscores for us, reminds us about the hope and the promise, and that while this is a bleak situation, there is a way forward. And I want to thank each of you for what you're going to do to make North Carolina safer and stronger. It's my honor to partner with you all in this work. And before I leave this microphone, final word, and I want to say a word about the next 2 speakers. The state of North Carolina and I personally owe a great deal to both Steve Mange, my policy director, and Anna Stein, who's a lawyer in the Division of Public Health, DHHS. I believe that no 2 people have achieved more to advance our state policy in recent years than those 2 people. And they certainly know more about policy changes that we should be doing than any other 2 people in the state of North Carolina. And I say that not because Steve's my colleague and Anna is my wife. It just makes me exceptionally proud to be able to say those things to you all. And now it's my honor to bring forward Steve Mange to talk about our More Powerful NC campaign. Steve, thank you all.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thanks to all of you who are here in Raleigh and also all of you who are watching this from around the state. I just wanted to take a few minutes to follow up on the remarks from the Attorney General to let folks know about some of the tools that are out there for those of you who are active in your profession or in your communities or in your churches or synagogues or neighborhoods. One of the things that we found when we started traveling around the state and visiting communities and holding town hall meetings was, first of all, there was a lot of diversity of knowledge and understanding about the opioid epidemic, even about what are opioids, even the fact that both pain pills and heroin, and fentanyl are all opioids. And also, a lot of lack of understanding. And so one of the things that we decided to do as we were looking at a public relations campaign around this issue was to try to level the playing field a little bit about just basic public understanding of opioids and the opioid epidemic. And the second thing that we learned, and we really heard this loud and clear as we traveled around the state from Wilmington, all the way to Silva, was people wanted to do something and didn't know what to do. People who had experienced this personally or in their neighborhood or among their friends or colleagues kept saying, we want to do something, but we don't know what to do. How can we get involved? And so the second component of our public education campaign, More Powerful NC, was a very robust website that tried to give people things to do. And so what I'd like to do first, for those who may not have seen the ad on television or heard it on the radio or seen our billboards, is just, Peter, I'll let you tee it up, is just show you all the ad. And what you're going to see is the kind of the long version of the ad called the Anthem spot. So let's take a look at that.
North Carolina. Our state is such a beautiful place. But look closer. Closer. You might be surprised by what you see. There are millions of unused and leftover opioid pills in this state alone. And when you look closely, you start to see the problems, the misuse, the addiction, and the fact that opioid overdoses have doubled in the past 10 years. Almost 30 deaths every week. That's more than 5 every day. Oxy, Vicodin, Percocet, morphine. There are enough powerful opioid pills in North Carolina to stretch from the mountains to the beaches. And for many of us, the danger is right here at home, hiding in our own medicine cabinets. These unused and leftover pain pills are everywhere. They're overwhelming our state and devastating lives. But there is something more powerful than these pills, stronger than opioids. It's us, all of us. Together, we can take the first step in solving the problem. We can take back our unused and leftover pills. We can talk to our families about the risks associated with opioids. We can ask our doctors about alternatives for pain management. And together, we can overpower this deadly epidemic and take back our communities. To find a drop-off site near you or for resources and treatment in your area, visit morepowerfulnc.org.
Thank you very much for looking at that. The other thing I wanted to show you, along with the messaging campaign, is the resources available to you and others on the website. So this is the homepage of the website, and so you'll see, as the Attorney General mentioned, it's organized around 3 basic themes, which is get help, get involved, and get the facts. So under Get Help, this is for folks who may have an opioid use disorder or know somebody who does, or frankly, the resources here are applicable to anyone with substance use disorder, whether it's opioids or other substances or a combination. And so we tried to get the best available information from DHHS and other sources that would help people who are looking for treatment, who want information about different kinds of treatment, how to find a reputable treatment provider, how to find recovery resources, how to support people who are in treatment and recovery using respectful language, all of the sort of wraparound services that people typically benefit from when they're in recovery. Also information about helping people who are helping people try to get better, because often that is a tremendous strain for family members and friends and colleagues. And then a lot of information about harm reduction strategies, naloxone, which saves so many lives, syringe exchanges, and the Good Samaritan law. And then I'm going to talk for a couple minutes about this Get Involved section, because as I said, I think a lot of people are itching to do something, no matter what their relationship to opioids, whether they have a substance use issue or have a family member with a substance use issue or have issues with pain or they're going in for surgery, or maybe it's just a community member who doesn't have any direct issues with opioids but is the sort of person who wants to get involved in their community or in their church. And so really in this Get Involved section, there's a ton of information about different ways to get involved. And first and foremost, you see the very first thing is Take Back Your Drugs. And that's a good place to go to find a Take Back box as we get closer to October 26th, National Drug Take Back Day. We'll be linking to the DEA and other places that feature all of those take-back events on Saturday, October 26th. And if nothing else, I hope that will prompt folks to take a look in their medicine cabinets and get rid of drugs that they don't need. Something you can do today, even as you're sitting here on your phone, we have a sort of a Take Action Now that offers 3 things for individuals. So there's actually a pledge that folks can take, and many hundreds of folks have actually filled out this form and sent it in, where basically you just provide your name, and literally providing your first name is sufficient. And then you'll see we've kind of given a checklist of 15 of the most common things that people do to get involved. And so you can literally check the box that says, I'm going to look in my medicine cabinet and take my drugs back, and hit send, and you have taken the pledge to do something and shown your support for this effort. A couple other things that a lot of communities have done. A number of communities around the state, both counties and municipal governments, have passed resolutions of support. And so there's information here about how your county can say, we're concerned about the epidemic. Here are the things that we pledge to do as a local government. And then individual organizations, I think well over 100 now, associations, companies, not-for-profits, others have actually also signed up as partners in the campaign. And so you can do that through this form as well. And so there are many, many ways to get involved if you're concerned, and we hope that the resources on the website will help you do that. And certainly if there are things here that need to be fixed, like a broken link or resources that you think are important to you but are not currently on the website, please let us know and we will get that added. So thank you very much for your attention.
So as you've heard from her husband, not only is our next speaker the wife of our Attorney General, she's also his partner in addressing the addiction, the opioid addiction problems that we have. So Anna Stein works with the North Carolina Division of Public Health as a legal advisor to the Chronic Disease and Injuries section. For the past 4 years, she has served as the division's lead policy advisor on issues related to the opioid epidemic. She obtained her law degree and master's degree in health behavior from UNC Chapel Hill. And I personally want to thank you for all the help that you have given us in making today possible. We could not have done this without you, Anna. So thank you.
Thank you to the State Bar for holding this day, and especially to Gray Wilson for having the leadership to put this day together, and ask a Cracker Jack team led by Marcy Armstrong to put this together, and the staff as well. So thank you for that. Usually when I'm speaking these days, I'm speaking to doctors and pharmacists and nurses, and some of you may be that, but I will say it's fun to be in front of a room full of lawyers, my people. And so I'm going to be talking about a lot of stuff, but I promise it won't be boring today. So first I'm going to go through some data on the opioid epidemic, and it is interesting data. And then I'm going to talk about the state response to the opioid epidemic. So first of all, some of the legislative work that's been done in this area, and then I'm going to talk about the state opioid action plan and delve a little bit more into some of the sub-areas of that, so including eliminating stigma, increasing access to naloxone, promoting syringe exchange programs, and that's a pet project of mine that I'm really excited to tell you why syringe exchange programs are so wonderful. And then I'm going to talk about working with justice-involved populations. So data for the opioid epidemic. And so a weird thing about data with the state is that we're always running 2 years behind. So the state medical examiner's office, it just takes a long time to process all the deaths, do all the autopsies, do all the drug testing, and to exactly certify why someone died. And so we are just now finalizing the deaths from 2018, and they haven't officially certified 2018 yet. So that's why all of these graphs always run, hit the thing. All of these graphs typically are always running 2 years behind. And the opioid epidemic nationwide really hit a peak in 2017, and in the state. And so things look, officially are still very bleak. But as Josh talked about, we did finally see a dip in the number of deaths in 2018. These numbers are not yet officially final, but it does, we are pretty confident that we did see a dip in the deaths finally, hoping that that trend will continue. So to me, this is a really interesting graph, and this is talking about the types of drugs that have been involved in overdose deaths from, let's see, running from 1999 to 2017. So you can see from this that beginning in the 90s, that green line is prescription drugs, prescription opioids. And that's when we began to see that trend line. That was when the drug companies started pushing the medications, and pain as the fifth vital sign came on the scene. And so we saw a very steep increase in the number of deaths from those prescription drugs. And then you'll see heroin and fentanyl is that dark blue line. And you can see that in about 2013, there was an enormous increase in the number of deaths from heroin and fentanyl. And the reason that we saw that huge increase is really because of the presence of fentanyl. And when I say fentanyl, I don't mean the type of like fentanyl patch that someone would get when they're in hospice. This is not prescribed fentanyl. This is illicitly manufactured fentanyl, oftentimes manufactured in China and shipped into this country. And now we're seeing some being manufactured in Mexico as well. And because it's such complicated chemical makeups of these drugs that we can say, okay, it's illegal to import this drug into the country. Well, as soon as we make this illegal, they'll change the formula a little bit and start importing some other, analog into the country. And so it's very hard to keep up with it. And I know that this country has started to really pressure China to crack down on their end of the importing of this fentanyl into our country. And I think there are some steps being taken in China right now. But anyway, we're always just trying to play catch up, and that is really the reason for this enormous death toll that we've seen is the fentanyl. And I think I'm knocking this. It's very sensitive. I'm just going to put it down. Okay. So, and another point that I wanted to make with this slide is that, one of the conventional wisdoms I think that's out there that's really not true is that because of our trying to reduce the number of prescription opioids that are out there that kind of decrease the number of opioid prescriptions, that has pushed people to the heroin market, and that is why we've had such an enormous amount of overdose. Well, you can see from this slide that green line did not go down. It's starting to dip down now. But that green line was just as high. As that dark blue line was going up with the heroin and fentanyl, the green line stayed the same. So it wasn't that, you didn't see this inverse line of people going away from prescription drugs and towards the heroin and fentanyl. Unfortunately, it was the perfect storm that you had all these people addicted from the prescription drugs, and then people really started pushing the heroin at the same time, and then they started adding fentanyl to the heroin, and fentanyl is extremely potent and very much makes people susceptible to overdose. So I didn't even touch it this time. Is it automatically forwarding? Okay. So anyway, just to explain a little bit, it's been a terrible perfect storm of a matter of much increased supply of heroin and now fentanyl. And so because of fentanyl being the big enemy in this fight, some of the legislative responses we've had more recently are related to fentanyl, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So maybe, I don't know. So talking about some of the demographics of who is dying from opioid overdose, it is true that it does not discriminate, it impacts all members of our society. There are some trends in who dies more from this epidemic than others. These are North Carolina statistics, so we have men dying at higher rates than women, and whites and American Indians dying at higher rates than other races. And then in terms of age demographics, it's folks in their 20s and 30s that are most susceptible to the overdose. I mean, fortunately, our younger, like 18 to 24, while they are susceptible, haven't been dying at higher rates as folks in their late 20s, 30s. Those are really our most susceptible folks. So also, there's pretty great variation statewide in terms of deaths from the opioid epidemic, which, to me, what that tells you is that there are things going on in those counties that are making the death rates different, and we really need to figure out what is happening differently in these different counties to explain the death rates. One of the explanations for the differences in this map is the amount of opioids that were prescribed historically, because there's a similar chart that I didn't put in this slide deck that shows the amount of opioid pills prescribed per county, and it does correlate. It statistically correlates the amount of deaths. So there have been, addiction that's been developed over the past couple decades in certain counties due to very high opioid prescribing, and it's created this legacy of addiction. And there are other things that we could get into. Certainly, our rural, you can keep it on that. Our rural areas are disproportionately impacted by opioid overdose, and part of that is a lack of treatment resources in rural areas, as has been touched on previously today. So in terms of who is most impacted between rural and urban, as I said, rural has higher impact of opioid overdose death, but urban was catching up. So urban had the highest increase in 2017, and part of this is the fentanyl prevalence in the urban areas is why they had that big increase. So one reason all of this matters that hasn't been touched on yet today is the impact on communicable diseases in this state, and so HIV and hepatitis C, and these are very expensive diseases to treat, And that is one reason why some of the legislation, including the syringe exchange legislation that I'll talk about later, was passed in a bipartisan fashion. It's because of the enormous increase in hepatitis C cases that we've seen because of the increase in injection drug use that we've seen. And so what we've seen because of that big, steep curve in the hepatitis C rates is a very enormous increase in our Medicaid drug expenditures from Hep C. So we went from spending $3.8 million in 2011 to 5 years later spending $85 million to treat hepatitis C in this state. So those are the kind of numbers that get people's attention, and that's how you get syringe exchange legislation. So, and why, you might ask, why did those numbers go up so quickly? It was two things. One, we did have more people who were contracting hepatitis C, but another reason is that a treatment was discovered and made available that before it was not treatable, and now it is treatable. And the treatment is very expensive. And so that's why we've had these enormous increase in costs. So I just wanted to make you guys aware that there's a website that's run by the Division of Public Health that holds all this data that I've just talked about and also can break down all this data by county. So if you're on a county task force and you want to look at what's going on in your county, you can easily find that on the state website. So now I'm going to talk about some of the major legislative strategies that we've seen in the last about 6 years now. So the first is the Good Samaritan Law. And what that does is if somebody is with someone that overdoses and they call 911 or law enforcement, it protects them from certain charges. Now, there are some caveats in that law. They have to be calling in good faith. It can't be that someone they know they're about to be arrested on a warrant and they think, ooh, I'm going to pretend like you're overdosing and I'm going to call 911 so they can't arrest me. It has to be in good faith that they believe the person is overdosing, and then they call. They have to think that they were the first one to call for help. I think it gets a little technical in my opinion, but it was not easy to get this law passed, so I think some folks really wanted to tighten it up. And then they have to give their own name to 911 or law enforcement, so they have to tell who they are. And then the person that overdosed receives the same protection. Now, it is fairly limited in what they're going to get protection for. So they can be protected for paraphernalia charges, for misdemeanor drug possession charges, and then for felony possession of less than 1 gram of heroin or less than 1 gram of cocaine. And it's only those two drugs. So methamphetamine wasn't included in that list. And I wasn't around when they were passing that law, so I don't know how they made the decisions that they did. And then another law is the naloxone access law. So as people have been talking about naloxone already today, and just wanted to explain a little bit more about what naloxone is. So naloxone is a drug that knocks opioids off of the opioid receptors in a person's brain. And so once the naloxone knocks it off, so when the opioids are sitting on the receptor, it depresses people's breathing, and that's why they die, because they're not breathing. But the naloxone just automatically knocks the opioids off the receptor, and it's as if the opioids are not in that person's system, and they are all of a sudden breathing. So it really is a miracle drug. And if I took naloxone right now, not having any opioids in my system, there's nothing to knock off. I could take the naloxone and just still be up talking to you. So it doesn't have any impact on a person if they don't have the opioids in their system. But if they do have the opioids, it has a dramatic impact on them. So it is a prescription drug. The FDA is taking steps to try to make it an over-the-counter drug. At this point, it's not clear that any manufacturers are stepping up to the task and want to make it an over-the-counter drug, because I think they're making a lot of money off of it right now as a prescription drug. But that's how safe the drug is that it really could be an over-the-counter drug from a policy perspective, but right now it's still a prescription drug. But in North Carolina, we do have immunity for people who prescribe or administer this drug if theoretically something were to go wrong in the patient that were receiving naloxone. There is immunity from civil and criminal liability for the person that wrote the prescription or the person that administered it. And before that law was passed, our law enforcement were not willing to carry it and administer it. So once this law was passed with giving the protection for liability, some law enforcement in the state did start to carry the naloxone and use it, and now most are, but not all are. So that would be a goal, to have every law enforcement agency in the state carrying naloxone and using it to reverse overdose when they find people in the field. So another thing that is part of this naloxone access law is a statewide standing order. And so our state health director has written a statewide standing order that allows every pharmacist in the state to dispense naloxone to anyone that comes into the pharmacy, basically, that asks for it. So, but that does require people to go into the pharmacy to ask for it. And a lot of folks that use drugs are not comfortable going into the pharmacy and asking for it. Plus, you do still have to pay for it. Medicaid covers naloxone with a $3 copay. Some private insurance companies do, but some folks would just have to pay out of pocket, and it could be about $75 or more. Maybe $150 for 2 doses. So it's not a terribly viable way for most drug users to get naloxone, which is the reason why we have the third thing on this list, which is community distribution of naloxone, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So another important piece of legislation that we've seen is the STOP Act, and Josh talked about that earlier. And this has been pretty significant. It has put a 5-day limit on that initial prescription for opioid medications, 7 days if it's post-surgery. And, but people can get follow-up prescriptions as needed. So it's not as if someone's still in pain 5 days later, they can certainly get more pain medication. But it is really important. Josh talked about a CDC study that followed people depending on the number of days of opioid medication that they take. There's a direct correlation between how many days of pills you take and your likelihood of still being taking opioids a year later. So going from 1 day to 2 days to 3 days to every additional day makes a difference. And I think people haven't appreciated that. They've not appreciated that it matters whether you take 5 days or 1 day. So that's why it's really important for people to stop taking the opioids as soon as they're feeling better after that acute injury or surgery, and then get rid of them. So another important part of the STOP Act is that it puts in a requirement that doctors check the controlled substance reporting system. That is a database that's maintained over here at the Division of Mental Health that lists all of the controlled substances that were all prescribed, not prescribed, but dispensed. So if you are prescribed the medication and you don't actually fill it, it's not going in the database. But everything that's actually dispensed, the pharmacies send that data over to the controlled substance reporting system, and it sits in the database, and prescribers can go in and look and see what their patients have gotten dispensed to them. And that does cut down on the doctor shopping. But hopefully just results in better prescribing as well, because there are some dangerous combinations that people, combinations of opioids and benzodiazepines. Benzodiazepines are very commonly prescribed. We actually have a problem with benzodiazepine overdose and addiction in this country that we haven't even talked about today. And so that's a big issue. And then finally, electronic prescribing of opioids, that's going to be really important. That is going into effect nationwide through Medicare. I do believe that Medicare kind of followed what North Carolina was doing in this area, and Walmart also followed what North Carolina is doing, and Walmart will put in the same requirement beginning January 1st, 2020. And so This is not popular amongst doctors. Because it costs money to get your system set up to do electronic prescribing. So it's not popular. There's definitely been pushback. But now, because it's being taken up on a federal level, I think it's going to stick. The next thing is the HOPE Act that was done. You can kind of see a pattern. It's been every year there's been a new piece of legislation. STOP Act was 17, HOPE Act was 18. So in the HOPE Act, one thing they did is they created a new class of felonies for healthcare workers who were stealing their patients' medications. There was a loophole in the criminal code for a certain class of healthcare worker that they weren't being covered if they were stealing their patients' medications, or very importantly, diluting or substituting a patient's medications can be very dangerous for patients. So they might be taking away their painkiller and putting in saline. Could be infecting them with communicable diseases at the same time, so really a problem. Another thing that the HOPE Act did is it allows limited access to that controlled substance reporting system to local law enforcement. This was very controversial. People were afraid that, you know, the local cops were going to go on a fishing expedition and look up their neighbors and all the drugs they were, or maybe their ex-wife, they're in a custody battle, they're going to see what drugs they're taking. They were afraid that they were just going to, you know, try to cast a wide net and see who they could catch for selling, you know, maybe diverting prescription drugs. But that's not the way that this statute was written. So it's written such that the local law enforcement has to already be in an active investigation. They can't use this as a tool to kind of decide who to go after. They already have to be going after somebody, have a bona fide investigation going on for, about a specific violation of the law. And then they have to apply to the SBI to be able to get that access. The SBI has to approve it. It creates an audit trail. So it's actually a lot of steps that local law enforcement has to go through to make sure this is being used in the proper way. And when all of these arguments were going on about why they shouldn't have that access, I thought it was interesting because meanwhile, all of these healthcare providers have just broad access to CSRS. All, you know, if you're, I'm looking at Blake Fagan, who's a doctor in the back. If your neighbor's a doctor, they can look up, you know, not legitimately, but they could look up, you know, what pills, you know, you're on, their ex-wife's on. So there's just, there's a lot of access that healthcare providers have that we didn't want to give to local law enforcement. So just an interesting policy debate there. And then, let's see, the next thing that was passed, and that was this year in July, the Opioid Epidemic Response Act. And this legislation was pushed by DHHS. And the first thing it did is it removed the requirement for the annual registration of Suboxone prescribers with the North Carolina Drug Control Unit, and the Drug Control Unit is the group that runs the CSRS over at the Division of Mental Health, like I said. So right now, if you prescribe Suboxone, and Dr. Blake Fagan is going to talk at length about what Suboxone is, what buprenorphine is. Suboxone is the brand name of a type of buprenorphine, which is an opioid use disorder treatment. So right now, providers have to register with the federal government if they want to prescribe buprenorphine. We were the only state in the country that also had a state registration requirement, and we were hearing from doctors that it was a barrier in their wanting to be able to prescribe this treatment. They didn't really want to have to go through all the trouble of also registering with the state, and they also kind of wondered, are you watching me? Why are you wanting me to register with the state? It kind of stigmatized the whole prescribing of buprenorphine. And so we wanted to destigmatize the prescribing of buprenorphine to the extent that we could. And so we removed that requirement that they register with the state. The second big thing that happened, and this goes back to the fentanyl epidemic that I talked about earlier, is it changed the drug paraphernalia law. Right now, testing equipment is included in the drug paraphernalia statute. And testing equipment are things that are used to test the strength or type of drug. And fentanyl test strips are an example of testing equipment. And so fentanyl test strips are just kind of look like a little litmus test that someone could, what they would do is they would get a little bit of the powder. If they'd purchased a bag of heroin and they wanted to make sure there wasn't fentanyl tainted in that heroin, they would put some heroin in a little cup with some water and then dip the piece of paper in there, and it would turn colors if there is fentanyl in there, and then they would know that it was tainted. And there's a couple things they could do. They could throw it out, or more likely, they could just decide to use a little less of it, or you know, make sure someone was around to watch them, because this is what people are dying of, is the fentanyl. And so we just wanted to have people be alert to whether the drugs that they were purchasing did contain fentanyl. And so the law this summer takes testing equipment that is used by someone to test their own drugs that they're going to use out of the paraphernalia statute. It doesn't take it out for, let's say, a drug dealer or a person that is intending to then sell the drugs. But if the person is possessing that testing equipment, most notably fentanyl test strips, in order to test their own drugs that they're about to take, that is decriminalized now. And it also allows groups to possess the testing equipment and distribute it out as well. So some of our harm reduction groups will be distributing fentanyl test strips to people. And then the last thing that it did is it removed the ban on the use of state funds to purchase injection supplies for syringe exchange. So when the law was passed, the syringe exchange law was first passed in 2016, it included a ban on the use of state funds to purchase injection supplies. And then in the STOP Act, a year later, we had it changed so that it was just a ban on, well, so first it was a ban on public funds, state and local. Then we got it changed so it was just a ban on state funds, and locals could use their own money if they wanted to, local governments, to purchase injection supplies. And then finally in 2019, that was taken out as well. So next, I'm going to talk about the Opioid Action Plan. And so we first came up with an Opioid Action Plan in 2017 at the Division of Health and Human Services. And and it was supposed to last for 4 or 5 years. But this epidemic changes so quickly, and our work evolves so rapidly, it really is a month-to-month endeavor. Things change really quickly. And what we learn from other states, you know, some best practices, some good ideas changes all the time, and states are learning from us too as well. So 2 years later, we came up with Opioid Action Plan version 2.0. And so it has 3 main components. So preventing substance use disorder, so looking at reducing the supply that we've talked a lot about today. Then also preventing future opioid addiction by looking at children and families. So that was a new part of this, to kind of go earlier in the life cycle. Many of you have probably heard of ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences. So really looking at trying to reduce ACEs so that people don't become teenagers who have vulnerabilities that would make them more likely to use drugs. Then looking at reducing harm, so advancing harm reduction. So those are things like distributing naloxone and syringe exchange. So harm reduction is acknowledging that these harms exist, and that drug use isn't going to go away on its own. So what can we do to reduce the harms from that drug use, since we're not likely to eliminate it entirely? Then the next thing is looking at the non-medical drivers of health, so something called the social determinants of health you might have heard of. These are things like housing, transportation, employment. So we know that really the social determinants of health make up about 80% of the reason why any one person is healthy or not, and health care is really only about 20%. So, you know, Wake Med, great, that's wonderful. We have great health care, but what's most important is the conditions that exist in the neighborhoods around Wake Med. That's what's going to make someone be sick or not. And so looking at the social determinants of health, and then also eliminating stigma is a big goal. And then looking at connecting people to care, so addressing the needs of justice-involved populations is a very big part of what we're interested in doing in DHHS. I'll talk a little bit about that more later. And then also expanding access to treatment and recovery supports. So how do we get this work done with the Opioid Action Plan? There's a group called the OPDAC. It's the North Carolina Opioid and Prescription Drug Abuse Advisory Committee. That's a lot of words. But the OPDAC meets 4 times a year. We meet over at the McKimmon Center at NC State. It's a free meeting. We have people come in from all over the state, from the mountains to the coast, every 3 months. We have great topics, great speakers, wonderful collaboration. And if you Google the North Carolina Opioid and Prescription and Drug Abuse Advisory Committee, you'll find it, and there it will list the agendas. You can join the listserv and come to the meeting. So if you want to do more work in this area, or if you know the folks in your county or community that are doing this work, please urge them to get connected to the OPDAC, because we're really trying to coordinate the work that's done in the state. We also have a menu of local actions to prevent opioid overdose. And so what we did is we took our state opioid action plan and we thought, okay, what could be done at a local level? Because we knew that a lot of counties were putting together local task forces on this issue, and we wanted everybody to be singing from the same book, hymnal. We wanted everybody working on evidence-based strategies to prevent overdose. And so this is a guide of what people could work on that's evidence-based. And that, if you just Google menu of local actions to prevent opioid overdose in North Carolina, that will come up as well. So I wanted to talk about eliminating stigma, which is a big part of the work that we're trying to do. And in your materials today, you got you will get this document called Stop the Stigma. And if you do one thing, and I mean, you've heard Take Back Your Drugs, definitely do that. But please review this document called Stop the Stigma, and please share this with other people in your office. I'm real serious. I just want to pause and emphasize the importance of eliminating stigma in our combating this epidemic. We will not be able to combat the drug epidemic, this epidemic, or any other one, the next one that's coming down the pike, until and unless we eliminate stigma. We have to treat drug misuse as we would any other health condition. A lot of people, most people that are addicted to drugs started when they were teenagers. That's true for tobacco. That's true for any of the drugs that we're talking about today. People, we're not talking about good and bad people here. We're not talking about good and evil. We're talking about teenagers making stupid decisions. We all have them. We've all been them. So, really, we need to eliminate the stigma that surrounds drug addiction and treat it as we would other health conditions. And once we are doing that as a society, we will make great strides, because we'll start putting the resources towards treatment that need to be in treatment, because we won't be separating out drug addiction as somehow something that people deserve to have. Because that's what we're doing right now. We're saying you deserve that. So we're not going to give you the help you need because you deserve it. All these other people, we're going to treat them. And so we have to eliminate the stigma. And, I was thinking about this in my own family. I have a family member with cancer. I have another family member with drug addiction. We have a Caring Bridge site for my family member with cancer. It's very public. All of her friends know she has it. There's full support. We're getting casseroles. There's no stigma involved in her having cancer. My family member that has this suffering with drug addiction is very ashamed. In my family, there was like, well, we're not going to tell, your grandfather that he's suffering from drug addiction. And I said, why not? Let's tell him. Because if our family member had cancer, we would tell him. Why don't we tell him that our family member is suffering from drug addiction? And fortunately, they did tell my grandfather. And so we're trying to be more open about it. And so, I say this not to lay blame on families, because it's hard. Like, it's hard to carry this, trying to be open about drug addiction in this society where it's still very much stigmatized. But let's all collectively do what we can to take away the stigma. And that's how we will get where we need to go. Okay, so that's my soapbox. And then, so to get into one way that we can try to eliminate stigma, it's looking at the words that we use. And so there's been some studies that show that it really does make a difference what words you use when you're talking about addiction. And there was a study that just compared the difference between using substance abuser and a person with a substance use disorder. So they said they kept all the conditions the same, and they had people read something that describes someone as a substance abuser or someone with a person with a substance use disorder, and there were dramatic differences in how people were perceived just based on that one difference. And so people had much more punitive attitudes toward a person that was labeled as a substance abuser. So I just want to say that words really do make a difference. And for us, for folks that are working in the legal system and criminal justice system, it is really incumbent upon you to examine the words that you're using, because I promise you it will have an impact on the atmosphere of your court, the way people who use drugs are treated from clerks on up to judges. It will have an impact. So what are some of the things that I'm talking about? So one of the things is, to the extent possible, and I know this is really hard, and I'm not here to hit you with a wet noodle if you say drug abuse. Like, that happens. And our federal agencies and state agencies that deal with addiction are called substance abuse associations. I mean, the word is still very much in the vernacular. But even those agencies who have abuse in their names will not use them in the writings and the documents that they're putting out. They are no longer using that word. So, instead of saying drug abuse and substance abuse, when you hear the word abuse, you're thinking of child abuse. You're thinking of someone hitting someone else. This is a violent person. Someone that's an abuser is a violent person. So let's try not to use the words drug abuse and substance abuse to the extent we can. Let's talk about substance misuse and drug misuse, or a person with a substance use disorder. So the next category, so the word addict. I hear that word all the time. The Associated Press has put out a memo of style to all of the newspapers in the country, and they've said, don't use the word addict, take it out. I still see it every single day. I get news reports from all over the state and the country on the opioid epidemic, and I see the word addict all the time. So that's a word we're still really struggling with. To the extent you can just erase that word from your vocabulary, please do. So addict really reduces a person only to their drug use. It's very stigmatizing. It really is best to use what you've heard, what's called person-first language, and you might have heard this in the disability movement. So, a person with autism or a person with a mobility limitation. The person isn't just a noun that encompasses their whole being isn't encompassed in this one behavior that they engage in, this one attribute that they have. So they're a person first, and then there's some other description of them. So a person with a substance use disorder, a person who uses drugs, and we use people who use drugs is the public health term that we use. Like a person that uses drugs problematically or chaotically. So that's getting very descriptive about the person instead of just saying they're an addict. Now, I will say that another caveat that we put on this document is that it's whatever term a person uses to describe themselves, if they are a person that is struggling with addiction, if they want to call themselves an addict, if they want to call themselves a junkie, fine. So we're not here to admonish people for how they want to describe themselves, but we're saying that if you're not a member of that group and you're working with people in that group, let's say in your court system, you don't call them an addict. You don't call them a junkie. They can call themselves whatever they want, but you're not in that group. You're sitting on the outside, so you are going to, choose terms with respect. And then finally, this dichotomy of clean and dirty. And I've asked Josh not to use the word clean, and I heard him use it this morning because it's hard. It's hard. And I mean, clean is a good thing, right? Like, we all want to be clean. But I will say, we're trying to get away from this clean, dirty dichotomy because it kind of gives the idea that if you use drugs, you're a dirty person, and if you're not using drugs, you're a clean person. And so we're trying to get away from that and talk about, like, not a clean, dirty drug test, like, oh, they turned up dirty, that drug test was dirty. No, you say it was positive for heroin. So you just try to get really descriptive. So get away from the slang and try to get more descriptive about what you're actually talking about. So, that's me on my soapbox. But it really is important, and to the extent that you can share this with other people in your office or in your courtrooms, and they can move away from using stigmatizing language, it really will make a difference. So thanks for letting me be on my soapbox about that. Talking about naloxone. So naloxone, I explained earlier what it was. Fortunately, North Carolina has one of the most active naloxone distribution programs in the country. It's really been a model for other states. And there's an organization called the North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition that has been amazing, amazing. The biggest lifesaver in the state is the North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition. And they have distributed tons of kits, and they have also worked to get law enforcement around the state to administer naloxone. So we've had a lot of success. And just to talk briefly about the naloxone strategies, the first would be the naloxone that's prescribed and dispensed in medical settings. So again, if a doctor knows that their patient is on a risky combination of like opioids and benzodiazepines, they could co-prescribe naloxone and say, tell your family members how to use this, tell them to keep an eye out for you. If they notice that you're hard to wake up, your breathing has slowed down, they should administer naloxone, because we've had a lot of grandmothers and people dying from just risky combinations of drugs prescribed by their doctors, or if they're on a high dose of opioids, something like over 50 milligrams MME, morphine milligram equivalent, that can be a high dose. So we also have that statewide standing order in our North Carolina pharmacies. But that's really not how we're going to touch these high death rates. The high death rates are happening in the community by people who use illicit drugs and whose drug source is tainted with fentanyl. So we really have to get out into the community where drug users are and distribute the naloxone into the community. And so a recent UNC study found that there are reduced deaths happening in counties that are distributing naloxone, and unfortunately, there are still a number of counties in North Carolina where naloxone is not being distributed at all. And those counties have high death rates. And why is it not being distributed? There is stigma against naloxone. There is an idea that if someone's dying from an overdose, that they deserve that death, they made that decision, and that they should die. Or not that they should die, but we're not, as a society, it's not on us to prevent that death. So we're dealing with that sort of stigma in naloxone distribution, and if we really want to touch these numbers in North Carolina, we have to have naloxone distributed in every county. And I was recently talking with a county that has a high burden of overdose, and they're not distributing naloxone, and I was talking with that opioid coordinator, and he said, well, I don't know, our county. I said, why don't you have a naloxone distribution program? I don't know. We've got some people, some county commissioners. They're just kind of against naloxone. And so I was encouraging him to kind of press again and kind of go back, because I do think things change rapidly in this epidemic, and things that 2-3 years ago were very stigmatized are no longer. And so it could be that a year ago there were politicians in your county that were against XYZ, and if you went back now, you could make traction with them. So it's an ever-evolving epidemic. So this is just to show that almost every pharmacy in the state is carrying naloxone on the statewide standing order, or says they are. There's a website called naloxonesaves.org that you can find every pharmacy that's dispensing naloxone on the standing order. It tells what naloxone is, how to set up community distribution, treatment options. So this is really an important go-to website for naloxone. And then we also have a North Carolina naloxone distribution toolkit. So if there is an organization that does want to distribute naloxone in the community, it goes through everything they have to do to be able to distribute naloxone. So now I want to talk about my favorite, which is syringe exchange programs. And why I like to talk about syringe exchange programs is that I love to talk about controversial things. And I love, as a lawyer, to make arguments, and I love to try to be persuasive. And I went and talked to a group of DAs a couple years ago, and there was a DA from a rural county, and I heard this story later, who told his health director after I spoke, he said, I saw this woman on the agenda, and I saw she was going to be talking about syringe exchange from public health, and I just shook my head like, oh my God, what is she going to say? And I talked to him for 20 minutes, and then he said, by gosh, she convinced me, you know, I'm now for syringe exchange, or at least not opposed to it. So that made my day, my year. That's what I like to do with syringe exchange. So, there we go. So syringe exchange, remember how I said things change quickly in this space? They change month to month. Donald Trump is now in favor of syringe exchange because his HHS secretary, Alex Azar, in March, came out in favor of syringe exchange as an HIV prevention strategy. So this crosses all political boundaries. We are beyond, you know, any kind of political divide. So now it's just a matter of education. And the North Carolina Division of Public Health has a Safer Syringe Initiative. The syringe exchange work in the state is coordinated through our office. And so what is the law around syringe exchange? So this was legalized in 2016 because of that enormous increase in hepatitis C and the Medicaid costs that you saw. So that's what we needed to get it over the finish line to get this legislation passed. And what it says that the language is really broad. It's a great, from a public health perspective, it's a fantastic statute, and I'm really proud of it. It says that any governmental or non-governmental organization that promotes scientifically proven ways of mitigating health risks associated with drug use can start a syringe exchange program. So we have health departments with syringe exchanges, we have churches, the Harm Reduction Coalition. We have a fire department in Havelock, North Carolina that runs a syringe exchange. So it could be any kind of organization. And so what do they have to do? They have to provide injection supplies at no cost and in quantities sufficient to ensure that needles aren't shared. They have to dispose the injection supplies that are given to them. They have to give out educational materials on disease and overdose prevention. They have to either give out naloxone or refer people to where they can get naloxone. And then they have to give consultations or referrals to mental health and substance use disorder treatment services, whatever the person that they're serving would like. They also have to register with and annually report to the Division of Public Health. And they have to share a written security plan with their local law enforcement every year. So that's what's in the statute. And very importantly, and for those of you working in the courts or in law enforcement, there is an immunity that people who are working in syringe exchanges or who are participating in syringe exchanges that they get, and it means that they cannot be charged with possession of the needles, syringes, or other injection supplies that they get from that syringe exchange, or residual amounts of controlled substances that are in those supplies. So if a person is claiming that immunity, they do have to provide written verification that they are a member of a syringe exchange. And so what does that look like? Here are some sample participant IDs. You'll notice that they don't have the person's name on them. So this is a convention of syringe exchanges all around the country, is that they are run anonymously due to the enormous amount of stigma, but also they are engaging in illegal activity, and it could really intimidate someone to give their name. They might be afraid law enforcement would get a list of all the people that are participating in the syringe exchange and go after them for that illegal drug use that they're engaging in. So, but the syringe exchange does maintain some identifying information, and so if, for example, DA wanted to find out if the person was actually participating in the syringe exchange, they could call the syringe exchange and say, okay, can you tell me a little bit about the demographics of the person that's associated with this card, and they could match up and decide. And at the end of the day, I'm just saying, let's believe the people that they are working with syringe exchanges. They're getting free syringes. There's every incentive to get your syringes from a syringe exchange. So, you know, I'm thinking if they're saying they're working with a syringe exchange, they probably are. So the counties that are currently served by syringe exchange programs are covered by this map, and this is current as of April, so it's probably a little bit different now. So we do have 31 active syringe exchanges covering 45 counties. So we're at almost half of our counties covered by syringe exchange at this point. My goal would be to have all 100 counties blue on this map, and that's where we're trying to head. And so I wanted to also get on my soapbox a little bit again to address the question of, do syringe exchanges promote drug use? Because that is the argument that people will put up. They'll say, we are promoting drug use, promoting this illegal behavior if we run a syringe exchange. And so that to me, I had an epiphany watching the Super Bowl 2 years ago when I was watching all the beer commercials that come on during the Super Bowl. And I said, this is what drug promotion looks like. And so, and I also have a tobacco control background, so I was like, I know what drug promotion looks like. I've seen that a million times. If you have a lot of money and you want people to use your drugs, what do? You use beautiful women who are scantily clad. So what are the messages when you are trying to promote drugs or any product you can think of? What are you telling the person that you're trying to get to use that product? You're telling them that your life will be better if you use that product. You're telling them you'll be sexier, you'll be smarter, you'll be cooler, you'll be prettier, thinner, you name it. You know, this is what we want. We want you to use this product because your life will be better. Look at this cigarette ad. Look how much fun these people are having. None of them are smoking a cigarette, by the way, but you know, I guess they're going to go smoke the cigarette after they have their tug of war because they are having so much fun. And so that's Newport. And then look at the Marlboro Man. How cool is he? Like, who doesn't want to be the Marlboro Man? What man in this room does not want to be as cool as that man in that cowboy hat? So, you know, and then here's a modern day version of the Marlboro Man. Promoting e-cigarettes. How cool does this guy look with his shades? I mean, so this is drug promotion. This is a syringe exchange kit. This is what someone who goes to a syringe exchange gets. They get a paper bag with some clean needles, and that piece of paper that's included in there talks about all the health risks that they are experiencing because they use injection drugs. It talks about all, you know, the susceptibilities. It talks about all the germs that could be on your arm, how you need to use an alcohol swab to wipe your arm before you inject, how you need to use a clean needle, how you need to put that needle into a container and take it back to the syringe exchange, how you need to use condoms, how you need to get tested for hepatitis C, which you very well might have, how you need to get tested for HIV. If you have those diseases, where can you go to get treatment? There's nothing sexy about syringe exchanges. There's no message that comes along with a syringe exchange that says that your life will be better if you use drugs. The messages are that your life is in danger when you're using drugs, but we love you, we want to help you, you are a worthy human being. So it does take away the stigma of how you treat a person who's using drugs. It does take away that stigma. I'll admit, we're taking away the stigma, but we're not saying that drug use is going to improve their lives. It's quite the opposite. So it's humanizing people that use drugs. It's recognizing that it's a healthcare issue. It is taking that healthcare prevention to the person. So that's what syringe exchanges do. And that is my soapbox, and that's my speech for syringe exchanges. So I hope that those of you who came in thinking syringe exchange maybe have a different view of it walking out today, and that when you go back to your communities, you can kind of get on your soapbox as well and try to talk to people about why it is so important that we have syringe exchange in our communities. So finally, there is the focus on justice-involved individuals, and I'll go quickly because I know we're at the end here. Very important work that's happening. Thank you so much to Judge Corpening for his amazing leadership, and to Justice Beasley for the work that she's doing. So it's wonderful work happening. Leaders in the country in this work. So we are going to be increasing the pre-arrest diversion of low-level offenders. We want to maintain and enhance our drug and recovery courts. We want to provide overdose prevention education in our jails and prisons, and we want to give them naloxone when we release them. We want to screen inmates for substance use disorder. This is expensive, but we want to start to try to do this, and provide substance use disorder treatment while they're incarcerated, and then connect them to care upon release. This is a big change in our model, and it's expensive, but it's less expensive than recidivism. So this is what we're working on. And we also want to reduce barriers to education and employment for people with criminal records. This is really big. Fair chance hiring legislation they've been trying to pass in the legislature, haven't been able to pass it yet. That would be really important to try to increase employment opportunities for people who use drugs. So I just wanted to make you, this is my last slide, make you aware that our next OPDAC meeting, December 13th, 2019, is going to focus on medication-assisted treatment in jails and prisons. Dr. Fagan is going to talk to you all about medication-assisted treatment next, so you'll learn all about what it is, and then, very importantly, how can we provide that in our jails and prisons. So that's all I got. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'll be here all day.
Our next speaker, he says he's just Blake, but our next speaker is Blake Fagan. He's the Chief Education Officer and Family Physician at the Mountain Area Health Education Center in Asheville, and a faculty member in the Department of Family Medicine at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He is also a clinical consultant for the opioid crisis at the CDC Foundation in North Carolina. He directs the office based opioid treatment services at the MAHEC, which is the Mountain Area Health Education Center in Asheville. And he is going to speak with us on a number of different issues today, including, I believe, the medical-assisted treatment. And I've asked him if he would please remember he is speaking to a lot of lawyers, if he would just kind of maybe dumb it down a little bit for us, Doctor. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you all for having me here. Make sure that this works. And hopefully the ghost in the machine has been fixed from when Anna was up here. But I am a family physician. I've been working for 21 years. I do inpatient work and outpatient work. I see pregnant women deliver babies. About 30% of my practice is kids. And I wandered into this space a little over 7 years ago when one of my patients at the time, she had an 8 and a 10-year-old that I had delivered, but she rolled into the emergency department dead from an overdose. And it, pardon me, it changed my life. And so I've tried to spend the last 7 years really learning a lot about opiate use disorder, opioids, and how we should be prescribing them. And so I give a 3-hour talk to physicians out there, and I'll give you the 30-second version, which is for acute pain, we should be prescribing opioids differently, or appropriately, which is a lot less or maybe even none at all. This is where we're going to go today. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the pathophysiology of the brain and what happens when it comes in contact with various different substances, but particularly opiate use disorder. We're going to talk about medication-assisted treatment, and you've heard quite a bit today about stigma and bias, but I'll give you my perspective on that. So, I am not getting any money from the pharmaceutical industry to talk to you today, so. So I want to jump you off your phones for just a second, and then you can get right back onto them after this slide. But is to try to talk to you about how you get into this thing. So if you look at this, and I'm throwing our dentist colleagues under the bus, but I want to let you know we're a huge part of this. Nurse practitioners, PAs, doctors. But if you look at this, the majority of opioids that are given out to teens in the United States, but in North Carolina as well, are given out by dentists and maxillofacial surgeons. And if you are a 15 or 16-year-old and you get a prescription of opioids after you get your wisdom teeth pulled, my daughter, when she was 16, got 60 Percocet after her wisdom teeth were pulled, right? If you get one prescription of opioids, there is a 6% chance that you will have an opiate use disorder within the month. And it doesn't matter if you're black, brown, or white, if you have $1 billion or you have no money. We don't know who it's going to click on upstairs, but when it clicks on, it's extremely hard to click back off. Or if you give Tylenol and ibuprofen together at the same time, which is what their literature says to do after you pull a tooth. It says give one Tylenol and one ibuprofen together at the same time for two reasons. One is it's actually the best pain control. That's what their literature says. And two, it's not addictive. But if you do that, only 0.4% of 15 and 16-year-olds after their wisdom teeth are pulled will enter into their use disorder within the month. That is staggering. So I have a maxillofacial group in Asheville, and they clearly do over 100 surgeries a month. And I'm saying to them, 6 out of your 100 that you do every month are going to enter into a use disorder. That's incomprehensible by them. They're like, that's not possible. I'm not doing that. Yeah. Yeah, you are. All right, you can get back on your phones and shop for shoes if you want. But here we go, into this conversation now, right? And what I want you to hear, and you kind of heard this from some of the speakers, but there's 3 studies out there. One says the number 75, one says 80, and one says 82.6. But if you are a daily heroin user, there is up to an 82.6% chance that you started with pills. And then the next set of data is not great data, but this is the best we've got. 40% of that 82.6 started with a legitimate prescription from their doctor. Think about that. So we're doing a lot of judging of, wow, look at you, you are on heroin, fentanyl. As one of my patients said, if I have the money, I crush and snort 18 Percocet a day. And we're judging them like, hey, if you would just stop, then your life would get better. You wouldn't be in front of me, potentially going back to jail. You wouldn't be acquiring hepatitis C and all those things. And we're judging them, and I'm saying for a lot of these people, they got a legitimate prescription from their provider, and that put them into the chute. This, today, opiate use disorder, all the stigma and bias that's around it, it's exactly like when I was in medical school in 1993, and I remember hearing doctors say, hey, I don't want to treat those people. Do you know who they were talking about? HIV and AIDS. And then somebody would say, but you know that guy Ryan White, he got it from his dentist. Oh, I'll treat him, but I don't want to treat the rest of those people. Really? That's crazy, that thought, right? And we are way beyond that in the medical community now. We're like, yeah, HIV, it's a chronic disease. I don't care how you got it. You know what you need? You need treatment. And we've got to get to that same spot with this disease, which I believe is a chronic relapsing disease. And I hope by the end of this that probably a lot of you believe it, but if not, you're at least thinking about it by the end of this. So, and here you go. Wow, lots of substances can really start to hammer the brain and sometimes rewire it. But if you look at that, right, if you want to look at that last one, if you start with opioid painkillers, there's a 40 times increased risk that you're more likely to then enter into a use disorder with heroin. And then as you all know, it's really polysubstance use out there, right? It's a great day for me when someone, full disclosure, I do write a medicine called buprenorphine to try to help stabilize folks' lives that have an opiate use disorder. But if they come in and when I initially meet them, if I do a urine drug screen and it only has heroin in it, like I go and get a whole bunch of medical students to come and look at that urine drug screen because I say, you're not going to see that again. Like I get the Christmas tree when I first meet them, right? It's got a little bit of THC in it, a little bit of methamphetamines, a little bit of cocaine, a little bit of heroin, a little bit of fentanyl. That's how they come. Once you're in your use disorder, you're trying to use everything and anything you can, not to get high, to stave off withdrawal and cravings. All right. So why, once people are using, so I'm not saying they're abusing or misusing opioids, but why, once you're using opioids, do people continue? Well, we just spent 40 years telling everyone, hey, if you start an antibiotic, I need you to finish it. And we now have a public health problem because this is what we're trying to say. Hey, yeah, you were in a car wreck, you busted up a lot of your bones. I really want you to take Tylenol and ibuprofen. Here's a prescription for Percocet, but if you don't need to use it, don't. And if you only need to use it one time or for 2 days, then great. Lock it up, and then as soon as you're not using it, get it out of your house. And that's terribly confusing to people because they go and they pick up their prescription, and it says take 1 to 2 every 4 hours as needed for pain. And they're going to just say, well, I remember the doctor or the nurse said, stay on top of the pain, don't wait for the pain, so I'm just going to keep taking this. You see where we're in trouble? We just spent 40 years telling them to finish their meds, and now we're saying, well, don't really take it, and if you do take it, take the shortest amount, and then, by the way, get it out of your house. And so that's one of our biggest problems. And then opiates cause brain changes. And think about those kids, 6 out of 100, right? They take those opiates for the first time, something goes click, and they say, that's the best I ever felt. And they're off to the races. So once abusing opioids, why do people continue? And it's 2 main reasons, cravings and withdrawal. So at the beginning, I'll grant you that some folks are getting high on it, no doubt about it. But after a while, they just fear withdrawal. And anybody that's been in their use disorder for any length of time has run out of money to get their drug, and they've gone into withdrawal. And withdrawal feels like the flu times 10. And I've been in the room with somebody in full-blown withdrawal, and their eyes are watering, and their nose is watering, and they keep getting out of their chair, and they're rubbing their joints and their muscles. They're really agitated. They can't sleep. They fear that. And so they continue to use, not to get high, to just feel normal and to stave off withdrawal. And then the second thing is cravings, and the cravings are absolutely overwhelming. I'm going to say this a couple times in this slide deck, but you have to believe this because this is the data. If you are early in your recovery, whatever that means for you, there's a 90% chance you will return to use within 6 months to a year after you get out of an inpatient setting or after you stop using or after you've been in jail for 3, 7, 30 days and haven't been using opioids. There's a 90% chance you will return to use because the cravings are overwhelming. So here's the history. At the beginning, you see that this black line is getting up into the blue. They're taking it potentially to get high or to feel great, but after a while, they're only taking it because they're down in the red. They actually feel worse than they felt before. They'll talk to you about not feeling quite right or feeling my head is in a bucket or I feel fatigued all the time, and then they use just to try to get up into the normal range. And then we have these different names out there for what we can do to try to help folks. Medication-assisted treatment, medication for addiction treatment, opioid addiction treatment, and then the new one that's coming along is medications for opiate use disorder. I just want you to be able to hear all those different names. And medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, it has some goals here. The big goal is to take care of 2 things. Make sure they don't withdraw because they fear it, right? And then try to drive the cravings to as close to 0 as possible. And if you can do that, then people can start to do life. And they can do what you ask them to do. Hey, I want you to be in behavioral health therapy. You have a lot of behaviors when you get stressed or get triggered that our society decides aren't good. One of them is you inject drugs. We don't want you to do that anymore. We need to get you into a situation where you have a health coach or you're in Narcotics Anonymous or something to that effect. You are in a church group and they're saying, hey, when you get stressed, why don't you go for a walk? Why don't you call your sponsor? Why don't you knit? Why don't you go for a bike ride? But we're trying to teach them other behaviors. But as long as their brain is hijacked and they believe from the time they just used, let's say their heroin or their heroin with fentanyl in it, they know within about 12 to 14 hours they're going to start going into withdrawal, and within 16 they'll be in full-blown withdrawal. So they're constantly thinking about how to not do that. And if you give them a medicine that makes that go away, it takes care of 2 things, cravings and withdrawal, then they can do life. And this is the data. And I do want to say the first thing we need to do, how do you treat opiate use disorder, is not get the next person into their use disorder. I get that. That's on me. I'm running around the state. I'm trying to talk to anybody that'll listen in terms of providers to tell them to write opioids appropriately, which might be a lot less or none at all. And then once you're in the chute, though, once you have your opiate use disorder, there's only 4 ways to treat it. There's 3 medications, and there's detox and abstinence. All right, you got a 25% chance. What's the number 1 way that we treat opiate use disorder in the United States and in North Carolina? Detox and abstinence. And you got to know this. It doesn't matter if you go into a 14-day or a 28-day or a 90-day. Some of them are $10,000. Some of them are more. So parents or grandparents are paying for that 90-day. When they leave, 90% chance they're going to return to use within 6 months to a year. And when they do, they've lost their tolerance to their drug of use. And so if they use the same amount, so out where I am, they call them points. So I had one of my patients say, hey, I'm shooting 5 points a day. So I had to stop them and say, what does that mean? And they say, oh, there's about 10 points in a gram. Some around Charlotte, they'll call them bags, 10 bags in a bundle, that kind of thing. But if they go back to shooting 5 points, they die. They actually have to crank back and start back at a point, and then as their tolerance builds up, work their way forward. You got to know that if they go into an inpatient setting, or the number 1 place that people go through withdrawal is actually the jail system in the United States, when they pop out of that, this is the jail statistics, if you go into jail with an opiate use disorder and it's not treated, and you stay long enough to withdraw, so let's just give them 10, 14 days in jail, 40 times increased risk of overdose death in the first month when you leave jail. 40 times. That's insane. And this is the number 1 way that we treat it. I'm an all-of-the-above person. So for that 10% that is in recovery or in long-term recovery without any assistance from medications, that is wonderful for them. That is awesome. But if you look at this, if you use the drugs, methadone or buprenorphine, there's less data on the naltrexone, but I'm going to focus in on the methadone and buprenorphine. 50% chance that at a year, if I check a urine drug screen, it'll have the buprenorphine in it and no other opioids. 50% is better than 10%. It's messy though, right? That means there's 50% of the folks that I'm seeing that are still hot messes, they're not locking into my program, and I have to move them on to a higher level of care. But what does MAT do? It's one of the more effective things out there. You can go and talk to the cardiologist or go to some of their national conferences, and they talk about giving this really specific medication. It only costs $40,000, but you know, 1 out of 350 people, it's going to make them live another 3 weeks. And you're like, wow, that's awesome. This stuff really works. For every $1 that you put into medication-assisted treatment, like methadone, buprenorphine, or naltrexone, we save the system $4 to $7. And that's not just on the medical side. I'm going to talk about that in a second. But apparently it's expensive to arrest people, put them in jail, and get them in front of a judge. It reduces recidivism. So let's just talk about the medical side. So you inject drugs. Anna was talking about it. If you don't wipe your skin clean, you have bacteria on your skin. Or some of our patients, they can't get needles, and after injecting so many times with the same needle, it gets dull. Do you know how they sharpen it? They go outside to the curb, and they rub it on the curb to sharpen it, and then they use it again. And then you wonder why they roll in to see me, and they have a temperature of 104, and they have this big pus of bacteria that's hanging off one of their heart valves, right? How much does it cost to replace a heart valve in, let's just say, Chapel Hill? $250,000. Or you can give them 100 needles for $6. And while they're going to the needle exchanges, eventually they ask, and this is the data, much more likely to ask to go into treatment, and then they can get on a medication like buprenorphine. Yeah. So when the hepatitis C medications came out, it's great now. So it's gone from being a very specialty specific thing to now that primary care docs like myself, family docs, can write a medication to cure hepatitis C. But the first one that came out, does anybody know how much it costs for 12 weeks? $84,000. Yay, big pharma, right? I love those guys. But now we have a medication that's down below $40,000, but it's still terribly expensive, right? But still much less expensive than blowing out your liver, ending up with liver cancer, going into chemoradiation surgery, all that stuff. Super expensive, right? So this stuff works. This is prevention once you're into treatment, if you want to think of it that way. Also, 13 organizations say that medication-assisted treatment is what you're supposed to use for opiate use disorder, including the NIH, the World Health Organization, the CDC. So now I'm going to try to talk to you a little bit about what the heck is going on up there in the brain, and I just want to let you know it's all about dopamine. It's all about dopamine. Dopamine is why you live. It's why you get up in the morning, go to work, make money, eat, have sex, the whole shooting match, all right? And there's really only two main things that dump into dopamine and turn it on. And one is endorphins. Think of that as kind of your own innate opioids that you can make. And that's, going for a bike ride, a hike, going for a run. You hear about the runner's high, right? That's endorphins kicking in. And the other one is we have opiate receptors, and when you take opiates, it can hammer dopamine, turn it on. So what happens, though, if you keep getting exogenous or getting outside opiates that keep coming in, say from your Percocet or your heroin or fentanyl? Eventually, that second side of the slide, it makes your receptors that are there go down. So now you have less receptors. So if you do stop that drug of use, then you start back into that, I don't feel like right. I feel like I'm in a fog. I feel fatigued. I feel terrible. I feel depressed. And then it makes them want to do what? Use more, right, to get back to feeling just normal. So dopamine deficiency happens when you start using, and it reduces your sensitivity to the brain's rewards, and then you, again, lack pleasure, get depressed, start feeling really bad. And so this is what I try to equate it to is like, why do they keep using? And there's a fight. I'm not saying that you can talk to them. They're looking at you if you're a judge, and they're saying, I promise I'm not going to do it again. And I really think you should believe them. It's just that what's talking to you is the frontal lobe. And what I say is that the middle part of it, just to try to make it make sense, is your lizard brain. And your lizard brain is going to win every time. Your lizard brain is my 15-year-old. Hey, why did you do that? And I don't know. It's because of his lizard brain. And his frontal lobe has not developed yet, right? My wife says mine hasn't fully developed, right? And so you're drowning, and your frontal lobe says, wait, I'm under the water. Don't take a breath. But if you wait long enough, you know what happens? Your lizard brain says, you're breathing right now. And it hijacks the frontal lobe, and you take a big gulp of water. And that's what they're doing. Their frontal lobe says, I don't want to go to jail again. I don't want to go to the hospital and get put on 42 days of IV antibiotics. I want to be home for my 11-year-old and be there for him, right? That's one of my patients that I just had this year. And he's like, how do I get out of here? Well, you got to get the antibiotics to help to clear the infection in your heart, or you may die. And so they don't want to do that again until their lizard brain, which has been hijacked by opioids, takes over and overwhelms whatever the frontal lobe is thinking. All right. So three big parts, there's 1,000 things in the brain, but there's three big parts in there. There's the basal ganglia, the amygdala, a lot of that is in the lizard brain there, and then there's that prefrontal cortex or your frontal lobe. And this is what is happening there, is that there's this cycle where you start to hammer the basal ganglia, you get overdose or you get high, and then it cycles around, and then the lizard brain kicks in and says, I want that again, or I need that because now I'm feeling bad, and then the frontal lobe is trying to put the brakes on all this and say, no, let's not do this again. It can't overcome what's going on. So our kids out there, have you heard of this, the Skittles parties? I was so excited when my children, they're now 20 and 22, were telling me this is what's happening at the parties in high school. So you walk in, and there's a bucket, and you put your hand in the bucket, and you take 2 or 3 of those pills. They don't even know what they are. And you hope that they wake up in the morning, right? But when they do, they go, that's the best I ever felt. That was the best party I ever went to. And so then, boom, right? So the next party they go to, do you think they put their hand in the bucket and take 2 or 3 or 4? Yeah. And so that's what happens. They start in use. They say, hey, I'm not going to do this again until, like, that was kind of fun and tempting. So then you use again. Then they get heavy use. They stop. And then eventually, click, whatever's going on upstairs has clicked on, and now they're into their use disorder. It has hijacked their brain. And their executive function, that's what we want them to do. That's what they're telling us. I pledge that I won't use again, and I'm going to do these things when I get triggered. But it just, the compulsivity just overtakes them. So you can imagine if you could take care of 2 things, cravings, drive it to 0, or as close to 0 as possible, and make sure they don't withdraw, which they fear, then they can actually look up from thinking about, hey, how do I get my money? And how do I get my money to get my drugs? That was one of my patients. She said, that's all I thought about from the time I woke up till I went to bed. How do I get my money to get my drugs? How do I get my drugs? That's all she thought about all day. And if you can take care of those things, they can start doing life. So the cravings, the rational decision-making, it kind of goes out the window. Again, they can say the things in front of you what they want, but the cravings will just take over. And this is the best I have. I wish I had some PET scans, they call it, but there's these scans of the brains we could do for, let's say, heroin or opioids. But this is cocaine, and this is very similar to what happened. So the normal brain is over here on the left, and it shows all that yellow, and you want that. And look, just after 10 days of using cocaine, you can see how the brain has changed. And then you take 100 days of abstinence, and look, it's not back to normal. And that's what's happening with opioids as well. So for opioids cause brain changes in some people, not everyone, but in some people, and then in some people, they're permanent. And so some people are going to get on these medicines like naltrexone, methadone, and buprenorphine, and one of the questions that comes up is, hey, will you ever get off this? And maybe, some people will. Some people's brains will repair themselves, but some people are going to need to be on this for the rest of their life. And if the patient doesn't like that, their loved ones don't like it. And if they don't like it, society doesn't like it. And I go, really? Because only 5% of people that have high blood pressure that I start them on medicines ever get off the medicine? Only 5%, 95% stay on it, but only for the rest of their lives, right? And they don't come in like, old guy come bleeding out of the hills in Western North Carolina with his wife, and she says, now this blood pressure medicine you got my husband on, you said it reduces heart attacks and strokes and death. And I go, yes. And she says, I want him off this medicine right now. That's not a thing. They're like, can he take more? Like, what do we need to do here, right? But with this medicine, there's so much stigma and bias around it that people are trying. They're just like, when am I going to get off this? When am I getting off this? And this is what I do. I give them hope, but I know if you're early in your recovery, 90% chance you'll return to use within 6 months to a year. And when you do, high chance you're going to overdose and die. So this is where we are. This is what we're dealing with. Hey, is my loved one ever going to get off this medicine? Hey, doc, you're just substituting one addiction for another, right? This is one of the politicians. I went down here to Raleigh a couple years ago. I thought I was talking about buprenorphine. I walked in, shook his hand, and he said, addicts just go to hide and methadone clinics. I hate them. I don't know that I did much good that day. I was really rocked back. I thought we were going to have a little bit more of a scientific discussion, but that's where I started, a little bit behind the 8 ball. I do need to tell you a story, too, about one of our patients. She was in her use disorder. It's heroin, I believe, and then got pregnant. One of the big reasons, or one of the main ways that people will disclose to their provider is now there's 2 on this journey, a lot of shame and guilt, and so she disclosed, hey, I'm in my use disorder, and so she got stabilized then on a medication called buprenorphine, which you can use. It's perfectly safe in pregnancy. And after she delivered, she came over from the OB side to our side. I was writing buprenorphine for her. She was doing great. And then she said, and you guys know this, but I didn't. She said, yeah, I've got a prior. I have to go in front of the judge. And I had to say, what's that? And she told me. And I said, okay. And so we met with her more just before the visit up there because she was really nervous and we wanted to support her. And then she got up in front of the judge, had been 6 months. She had a 6-month-old. So the whole time she was pregnant, she was on the medicine and stable. 6 months afterwards, she's doing great, really being a great mom. And the judge said, if you don't get off of the buprenorphine, I'm taking your baby away. All right? And guess what she did that night? Because that's actually the most horrible thing you could do to a mom, is she used. And this didn't happen to her, but think about this. If they would have drug tested her the next day, they would have seen the heroin in her urine, and you know what they would have said? See, I told you you were a bad mom. Right? So we so much stigma and bias in this use disorder, in this chronic disease, but also with the drugs. We have to get past that. And so the stigma and bias, man, it really restricts care. Even for people that we stabilize, they drop out of they drop out of treatment a lot higher than, say, high blood pressure, diabetes, those kind of things, because they're constantly saying, I can do this, I'm going to get off this medication, and if they're not pushing to get off of it, again, their loved ones are telling them, you don't need it, look how well you're doing. Well, they're doing well because their brain's not hijacked, it's stable, right? And then as soon as they get off the medicine, they return to use. At least 90% of them will if they're early in the recovery. And we've balkanized care, not that we haven't done that with a lot of other parts of the medical society or grouping out there, but with this one, hey, you can go to the methadone or OTP clinic, and they're going to give you one thing, methadone, and if you say, hey, what about my rash or my diabetes, and they say, hey, I don't do that, go see your regular doctor, and they say, well, that's easy because I have no insurance. It's a joke. It's not easy. So we're trying to actually get the care into primary care so that you can come in and you can see me, and one time it's for your high blood pressure, and one time it's, hey, I think I have the flu, and then the next time it's to refill your buprenorphine, and you sit in our waiting room. Nobody knows why you're there when you get called back. It feels very safe. It's a lot less stigmatizing. So we are trying to go around the state and train up more and more providers to write this medication. And full disclosure, your state's doing great. They have given us grants to do this, to try to get more providers out there. And because of that, we have 20% more from the last data we have is from 2018. So 20% more people from 2017 to 2018 that either are uninsured or had Medicaid were able to find treatment. So a 20% increase, that's great. And then I want to kind of leave this with you. You've been hearing about naloxone. Now I've told you a little bit about buprenorphine. But this is the Baltimore data that's out there. And it's very clear that people are dying from opiate use disorder. And one of the things you have to do is you have to get a ton of naloxone out there. They're dying. You got to get that out there to save their lives. And when you do that, the number of opiate deaths goes down. And then the next thing you have to do is you have to get more providers that write either methadone in OTPs or buprenorphine, which you can do in a primary care office or in an emergency department or as an OBGYN. And when you do that, then the deaths plummet. And that's what you heard about today from several of the speakers, is that we're getting naloxone out there through harm reduction. You heard about the number of health departments out there that are now having needle exchange, but they also have naloxone there. We just started needle exchange in our health department in Buncombe County, and 2 Thursdays ago, 9 people came in to get needles, and 3 of them said, I want help with treatment. I don't know where to go. Can you help me? And of course, they said yes. That's one of the whole tenets of that. Isn't that amazing? 1/3 of the people that came in asked for and were able to get connected to services. So we need the needle exchange. We need the naloxone out there. We need more providers that write this. And I'll leave it at that. Tell me, how did I do on my time? Did I do great? All right. Thank you very much.
With every speaker, I learn more and more that I did not know before. Thank you. So our next speaker is Jay Corpening. He is the Chief District Court Judge for the 5th Judicial District, which is New Hanover County, and has been on the bench for about 28 years. But more importantly, he is an undergraduate in law degree, got his law degree from Wake Forest, who is now in the top 25. Just those of you, the Wake Forest fans in the room. Not many of us, I'm sure, but anyway. And Judge Corpening, if I read everything that you're involved in, it would be time for lunch. I don't know how you have time to sleep. You're involved in so many things, but some of which are the Southeast Area Health Education Center, Health Leadership Council on the Opioid Crisis, the New Hanover County Criminal Justice Advisory Group, the Juvenile Jurisdiction Advisory Committee, and the Chief Justice's Regional Judicial Opioid Initiative. And as part of that work with the Chief Justice, you're responsible for planning training for the entire judicial branch on the opioid crisis. So you have some big shoes. We're looking forward to hear what you have to tell us. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. I won't share how long Marcy and I have known each other. So I'm thrilled to be here with you today. I'm also profoundly sad to be here with you today. Isn't it sad that we have to gather to talk about this? That we must gather to talk about this? This crisis has changed my life. It has changed my career. When I went to law school and when I went on the bench 28 years ago, I had no idea that I would have to deal with death on a daily basis. And I do. That wasn't true 10 years ago. But I deal with death every day. So we must come together and learn from people like Josh and Anna Stein and Blake Fagan. We must evolve. I've had to evolve in my career. I was struck as I listened to Blake. I think this is the third or fourth time I've listened to Blake speak, that, you know, I used to be one of those guys that said clean means clean, right? We all did. I joke with colleagues that then I learned to read. Well, we all need to learn to read because the world has changed around us and we can't be stuck in the past. We have to evolve. We have to be up to date on response to this crisis. And so I have an incredible number of families who can be successful in medication-assisted treatment, for example, who were never successful on abstinence-based recovery. So we have to evolve. A couple of points before I jump. Every time I talk about opioids, I say use them as directed, lock them up, and dispose of them properly. I can't talk about opioids without saying those 3 points because this crisis does live in our medicine cabinets. It does. Stigma is real, and it's our duty to fight stigma. New Hanover County is building 200 beds for treatment, 100 for men, 100 for women. The stigma in the room that came out from our community against this treatment was awful. Friends I've known for years using the words, those people. I challenged some of my friends on city council to look around the room and tell me who the addicts were in the room. Tell me who's suffering from opioid use disorder. Look around. Tell me who they are. They're here. Tell me who they are. Can you pick them out? No, because they're like you and me. They are you and me. So let's be on guard about stigma. The other reason that this crisis has changed my life is that about 8 years ago I lost a young man who would have been my son-in-law. He was clean for a while. He was forced into an abstinence-based recovery program, and when he relapsed once, he went back to that use he remembered, and he died from a heroin overdose on his dad's bathroom floor. I got to tell my stepdaughter about it. It's in, or has the potential to be in, all of our families. The chairman of our county commission just relayed this past week his experience recently of his daughter nearing overdose in the doctor's office while he was with her. It's everywhere. So when we first did the planning call about this, thanks. The hope was that I would be able to talk about implementation of statewide treatment courts because the bill was pending in the General Assembly and we thought we had traction to actually have statewide treatment courts because if not now, then when, right? When we're facing the most monstrous crisis in public health that we may have ever faced in North Carolina, but it's not coming out of the General Assembly. Still going to talk about treatment courts. But I'm going to focus on 4 things today. I'm going to talk about education. Well, that went the wrong way. So I'm going to talk about education because education is so important. I'm going to talk about, very briefly about the Regional Judicial Opioid Initiative. I'm going to talk about the status of our treatment courts, and then I'm going to talk about how up close and personal this is in New Hanover County. So first, education across the branch. Chief Justice Mark Martin signed us up for the Regional Judicial Opioid Initiative. I'm going to talk about that in just one second. But one of the really good things that came out of that and those discussions was that he said, we've got to educate the branch. We've got to do that. And so we have brought training about this crisis to every conference in the judicial system. So every judges conference has had it, the clerks have had it, district attorneys have had it, magistrates have had it. We have brought several different speakers to speak about it. We've brought Blake Fagan to multiple conferences. Nobody was shopping shoes while he was talking, right? Captivating and knowledgeable. And there's no need to tell Blake to talk in words that we understand because that's how he communicates with people. So we have brought that training across the branch because we've got to be able to recognize it among our colleagues and peers. So it's an important message for you to hear today too, because someone that you know probably suffers from opioid misuse, and you don't know it. So we've got to be educated about that and be prepared to respond. So briefly about the Regional Judicial Opioid Initiative, 8 states have come together with multidisciplinary groups to find ways to collaborate across state lines in response to this opioid crisis. It lives everywhere. And so some of the conversations have been enlightening about how other states are responding. It has been an opportunity to share ideas. There have been some parts about it that haven't been necessarily helpful. Some states are going down what we thought were rabbit holes that they didn't need to go, but overall it has been a very positive experience, and it has kept the conversation at the forefront for us. It took me to a heroin summit in Atlanta last spring, probably the best training I have ever been to as a lawyer, 40 years. But it wasn't for lawyers. It was about heroin, and it was about opioid misuse, and it was about bringing together folks who intersect this crisis. And we do share data and trends that are happening in our state. And so it has been useful, and Justice Beasley has maintained a commitment to keeping us involved in this effort, to keep the conversations going. We have a subgroup of judges that meet monthly by telephone to talk about issues that are confronting us and share ideas. Judge Dwayne Sloan from Tennessee heads up that effort, and we've actually brought some of his ideas. We brought him to North Carolina to talk to judges, and we brought at least one of his ideas to New Hanover County. So, update on treatment courts. So when we did our planning call, there was a bill pending, Senate 251, that proposed statewide implementation of judicially managed accountability and recovery courts. It's a model that would help any community who wanted to have a recovery court to deal with drugs, with alcohol, with veterans issues, with mental health issues. It was a model that was repeatable and sustainable, that we had high hopes could be implemented. Looks like that bill's not coming out of the General Assembly, despite our best efforts. So what is going to come out, it looks like, in a spending bill is 5 innovative court pilot programs. There are no restrictions on what those look like. You notice treatment court isn't included in that language. That's the purpose. The only requirement is that AOC report back to the General Assembly about how the money's been spent. It's a 2-year allocation of funds. It will empower the 5 communities to implement treatment courts. One of them already has had a robust treatment court. Grant funding had run out, so this is designed to replace that. But it's a little frustrating that after 20 years of successful treatment courts in North Carolina that we're talking about treatment courts being innovative. We're 20 years into the experience. We've proven they work. We've proven that when folks who suffer from substance abuse disorder and substance misuse come to us in the criminal justice system, that the best response we have is a treatment court, a recovery court, not incarceration. Incarceration oftentimes makes it worse, not better. So why we have to be talking about this being innovative now in 2019, I'm not clear. So the good news is there are some other things that are happening. The North Carolina Medical Society Foundation is funding some rural treatment courts using telemedicine. One of the challenges with treatment courts in rural counties is treatment availability. Well, telemedicine makes it available. And so they're piloting those. I'm told that my Pender County and my district is the recipient of one of those, and so we're excited about that opportunity to use new technology to reach our rural partners and to provide the treatment, because this isn't just an urban problem. You've seen that. You've heard that already. This affects urban, rural, rich, poor. You've heard it. It's real. The other good news is that Justice Beasley is determined to bring treatment courts statewide. She's determined. She is convening all of the Chief District Court judges in North Carolina in November for discussion around two primary topics: implementation of school justice partnerships and taking treatment courts statewide. She is a determined woman, and the invitation was more of a mandate that we'll attend. It was called an invitation. Since the chiefs serve at the pleasure of the Chief Justice, I think we'll have good attendance at that meeting. But it's a priority for her. It was also a priority for Mark Martin. I'm thrilled that it's carrying on with Justice Beasley, and it's my fervent hope that we can make treatment courts a reality in North Carolina. So the New Hanover County experience, and it's no accident that there are 3 lawyers from New Hanover County that are here today on this program. We're one of the epicenters of this crisis. Castlight Health Study came out in 2016. 4 communities in North Carolina in the top 25 in America for prescription opioid misuse. Wilmington, North Carolina, #1 in America. To say that rocked our community leaders is an understatement. But that has led a lot of our response. And take a look at some of this data. In the last fiscal year, 45% of children removed by DSS, the primary reason for removal was connected to opioid misuse of one form or another. 45%. Higher than the year before, higher than the year before that. That's awful. Think about your child not living with you. Think about feeling helpless and not being able to do anything about that. That's what that 45% number means. Babies born drug positive, look at that jump. Those are pretty recent numbers. And then the fact that we had neonatal abstinence syndrome births triple in New Hanover County. We're a regional hospital. I don't know how much you know about neonatal abstinence syndrome. It's awful. Babies are dependent. They have to be weaned off of the opioids in their system. They're very fragile. They're basically inconsolable. They don't cry, they wail. They have tremors. They actually have to have occupational therapy while they're newborns so that their limbs don't lock up because they clench. They're hard to comfort. But comforting them helps them heal. We've actually got a volunteer cuddler program at our hospital. It's so popular that you can't just sign up to be a cuddler. You have to volunteer somewhere else in the hospital for like a year to earn the right to be a cuddler. But the babies get well faster. We had 5 new NAS babies come into care last week. 5. And not every one comes into care. Our NICU, our neonatal intensive care unit, has 5 dedicated beds just for neonatal abstinence syndrome babies. It's an awful problem to have. But we're responding to that. We've had a changing dynamic in our abuse, neglect, dependency court, and it starts at hello. It starts with the first moment that that parent comes into the courtroom. It starts with, are you okay? After I do the legal stuff, because I have to do the legal stuff. I make sure that they've got Leanna Hunter or one of our colleagues representing them. I hear from the Department of Social Services about the reason for, the child coming into custody, but I always circle back to that parent when heroin or when opioid misuse is in the petition. I circle back to them and ask them if they're okay. I ask them if they're engaged in treatment. I ask them to promise me to stay alive. And so I'm going to start calling them promise keepers. Because yesterday, Ms. Hunter was representing a mother. We were able to reunify her with her child 11 months after removal. The conversation went like this yesterday. I'm so glad to see you here today. I'm so proud of you. Remember a year ago when you died? And you were brought back to life with Narcan, with naloxone. And now you've been resurrected in a way, and you are walking a new life. I said, do you remember the conversation we had when you first came to court? And she said, you made me promise to stay alive. I said, yeah, I did. It was really me begging you to promise to stay alive. Death is real in that court. We had multiple families impacted by death yesterday. There was a case that we couldn't hear because grandmother had lost her daughter to an overdose in her house recently, and the memorial service was today, and the grandmother wasn't emotionally prepared to be in court yesterday. The trauma that we're experiencing in these families, with these children, and in ourselves is real, and we're having to find new ways to respond to that. There are days that it gets all over me. It does. It's consuming at times when you have one case after another where folks have died and children will never have their families again. So we have professionals that have to be aware of self-care in ways that we never have before. So we have innovated. We have an intensive reunification program that's designed to provide extra support for especially new moms. We don't have a lot of dads who are willing to do this work, but we have a multidisciplinary group that works with mom. It's a lot like a treatment court, but we put the services that she needs in place. She gets to have lots of contact with her baby. She actually gets to bond with her baby. One of the challenges we've had across this country in DSS world is that the typical visitation plan for children and their parents is an hour a week supervised at the Department of Social Services. Can I use the word inhumane? I'm not as good at soapboxing as Anna Stein, but think about that. And for a newborn baby, so we have moms who are struggling with recovery, who want to do well, but they don't ever have the chance to bond with their baby. And so what we saw was a pattern of relapse, 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 termination of parental rights. That's the pattern that we saw. This program has helped us achieve different results, where we're making trial home placements in more than half the cases in 4 months. And mom's motivated, and then we follow her and make sure she stays connected to her treatment, but she's motivated. She's bonded with her baby. And that's so different and so exciting. So this is part of the model, and it's that regular contact. It's bi-weekly child and family team meetings with all the members of the team, looking at progress, celebrating progress, looking at bumps in the road, seeing what can be done to smooth out the bumps. And the change has been a complete change in the attitude of these parents. Their children have just been removed. And at that first hearing, they come in and they find out they've been accepted in our intensive reunification program. And we see hope. We see gratitude. Thank you for the opportunity to work this program. Not the angry lashing out, I hate you, judge. We still get some of that. But the whole tone is one of hope instead of one of despair, which is a fabulous shift in the conversation, because the more we can motivate success and the less we criticize the challenges they face, then the more likely it is that we can be successful. So one of the other programs that we've done is called Reproductive Life Planning. Public Health has had this kind of education available since time began, I guess, Anna. But not that many people walk in the door of the Public Health Department and say, hey, can you educate me about long-acting reversible contraception? And I will be honest with you, I thought I was done talking about contraception. But here we are, because one of the experiences we have is that folks who suffer from substance misuse rarely plan the pregnancies that they experience, and they rarely plan the next pregnancy or the next, because when they're in the throes of active use, they're not making decisions about that. And so we've developed a program piloted after a very successful program in Tennessee that's now going statewide in Tennessee to educate. And so we make a referral to public health as part of a case plan for parents, both parents, to get educated about options. Our public health educators have developed a curriculum. We do it in New Hanover and in Pender County. That doesn't just talk about the reversible options that they can consider, but talks about neonatal abstinence syndrome birth. They've got a powerful news video out of Tennessee that actually gets inside a NICU, where a mom who's just had a baby that was a neonatal abstinence syndrome baby was asked by the reporter, if you could say anything to your baby, what would you say? And she says, I would tell him I'm sorry. I would tell him none of this is planned. Planning is important, and we're creating that opportunity. In Tennessee, they saw a dramatic reduction in the 2 pilot counties in neonatal abstinence syndrome birth, and they were just offering the education to women in jail. We're offering it to women in our DSS caseload. We just had a meeting between public health and health, and our hospital OB clinic is going to start offering the classes for the 1,000 women a year that they serve in their OB clinic. The contraception is free. Public health owns that whole piece of it. It is completely voluntary. I felt like I had to defend a dissertation with state-level public health people when I was floating the idea to make sure that it's voluntary, and the Tennessee program was audited for voluntariness. Our public health people are satisfied with it and feel good about it. And I'm excited about the opportunity for less neonatal abstinence syndrome births. Excited for the opportunity of families to really be able to focus on the child that was removed and not the child that was removed and then the next child that gets removed at birth, which many times interferes with their ability to work their plan for a first child. We don't have data back on it yet, but we're hopeful that we can move the needle on that a little bit. So part of my last view from the bench is going to be about it's more than what we do as lawyers or judges. It's about partnering with non-traditional partners. It's about coming together across systems in our community, because there's no silver bullet here. There's no magic pill that's going to make this better. We have to come together across systems, which means judges have to get off the bench and be active in their communities and work to respond to this crisis. It means that lawyers have got to take a leadership role in their communities. Many lawyers across the state serve in leadership positions in their communities, and we've got to be active. My communities come together, and so to wrap up my remarks, I'm going to play a video that's been put together by New Hanover County about the opioid crisis.
There's a ripple effect when bindles or pills hit the water. It eats up our homes and our cars when addicts steal to support their habit. It shows up on our roadways with fatalities and impaired driving. It shows up in body bags at crime scenes, and we had more deaths related to opioid and heroin overdoses than deaths by either guns or fatal wrecks last year.
This epidemic, it affects our children, our teenagers, our middle-aged, our older generation. This poison, this heroin addiction affects everyone in the community. Don't think that you're immune.
I'd say wake up, open your eyes, because it's all around us. It's your neighbors, it's family members. You'd be amazed at how many people are addicted to opioids, both prescription, legally prescribed, as well as illicit narcotics.
Our community is suffering.
Is suffering because of this.
Our community is suffering because of this.
And when I mean an epidemic where it's affecting the health and well-being of many of our citizens, it is affecting our hospitals, it is affecting our law enforcement agencies, it is affecting our jails, it is having tremendous impacts on families.
We see that nearly 70% of all of those that are using heroin started by using prescription drugs, and so we have to start at the front end identifying the prescription methods and the access, and then on the back end educating and providing treatment services to people that have decided to change their life.
Our community is suffering because of this.
This matters. I'm going to be part of the community's solution.
I'm going to be part of the community's solution.
And so I think most of us probably can find somewhere in our friends and family network where we've been touched by this.
And everything that you would associate with opioid epidemic, whether that be violence, infectious disease, or other illnesses that are atypical, are brought to our doors, and our staff has put at additional risk based on it being part of what they have to do every day.
This matters. I am going to be a part of the community solution.
I'm going to be part of the community solution.
Well, it means that it's an issue that's finding its way into our schools. What we're seeing is that students are bringing in drugs from their parents' medicine cabinets, and we're talking about kids bringing heroin to school. And this is something that 10 years ago was unheard of. And so it is important for us as a community to address this and address it quickly.
We just need to care as a community. We need to recognize that the persons that are addicted to opioids are not necessarily bad persons, that addiction happens to all sectors of community.
This matters. I'm going to be part of the community solution.
I'm going to be part of the community solution.
The ripple effect of this opioid crisis has rushed into my DSS caseload like a tidal wave. For the first time in my memory, I've got parents dying. Kids separated from their parents because of opioid abuse. Kids losing their parents because of overdosing. You know, their lives are never going to be the same, ever.
This matters. I'm going to be
part.
I'm going to be
part of
The community solution.
This matters. I'm going to be a part of the community's solution.
Ben, you probably got to move this back up. Jay, that was powerful. It certainly has affected me, and I'm sure it has a lot of you in attendance today. It kind of makes it all so real. Our next speaker, Ben David, is the district attorney for the 6th Prosecutorial District in New Hanover County. He got his BA degree from the University of Florida and his JD degree from Wake Forest University. He's as a district attorney, he has served on the Chief Justice's Commission on Professionalism, the Governor's Gang Task Force, and is a founding member of Law Enforcement Leaders to Reduce Crime and Incarceration. Ben is a past president of the North Carolina Conference of District Attorneys, has twice served as a delegate for the American Council of Young Political Leaders. He's an adjunct professor at the University of North Carolina in Wilmington, where he teaches crime and community on the Cape Fear, a survey for college students and community leaders of the law and crime in the region. And as we have seen from Jay's presentation, he's a partner with Jay and other members of their community in dealing with this opioid epidemic. And Ben, we look forward to your words. Thanks.
Thank you. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Doctors, nurses, your mother, been saying that for years. Well, now it's time that judges, prosecutors, police officers, and all the members of the bar here in our state say the very same thing. Because it turns out that the social determinants of health are the same thing as the root causes of crime. Stated another way, when we lift up and help everyone in our community, we make all of us safer. You know, for the last 20 years, I have been speaking for the dead in murder trials. I've been a voice for victims at the courthouse. I'm the conscience for the community anytime a crime occurs. This is my team. This is the almost 50 people that work in the office. In fact, I brought 4 of them from my drug team here today with me. And I want to stress a couple of things about our philosophy. We see 5,000 felonies, 20,000 misdemeanors, and 50,000 traffic tickets each year. In fact, some of you look familiar. I think you've come to the beach. But in my time in the DA's office, I've never seen anything like this epidemic. And we hear that time and again from people who have been there and done that. We talk about community-based prosecution in my office because it's exactly what Judge Corpening just mentioned. This problem is bigger than we can solve at the courthouse, and we need to go into non-traditional areas in order to effectively make the change that we all want to see. Here's what our community has been doing about crime overall in those last 20 years that I've been watching it. The chief, the sheriff that you just saw in the video, they will tell you that crime is historically low in our city. Safest it's ever been, down by 65% since 1998. So why are none of us cheering? You just saw why. It's because this little pill hit the water, and we call it the ripple effect where we live. We all know that the unintended consequences sometimes on distant shores are bigger than any of us could have ever foreseen. So what did we do when this started happening? Well, we first turned to the hospital because, as Jay already mentioned, they were telling us, hey, Ben, 5 years ago we had 37 NAS bursts, kids that were being born shaking. Now, last year we had 135. Jay was telling me in his caseload in DSS court, 2 years ago we had 140 kids taken from their families to be placed in DSS custody. Last year it was 285. So this was way bigger than just crime and punishment. This had ripple effects to the home and to the hospital. And so we said to the hospital, if it's true that between 7 and 8 out of 10 people start their heroin addictions with these pills, let's stop prescribing so many pills. Because when you give out 50 opioid pills to someone with a bad back and they only need 10 of them, guess where the other 40 go? To those Skittles parties that we just heard about. And so New Hanover Regional Medical Center was one of the very first places that said, that's a great idea, we're going to stop doing that. And we turned to our legislative delegation in our community and said, let's create something called the STOP Act. And now you've heard of it. The STOP Act basically says, we're not going to prescribe you more than 7 pills for that prescription. If you have chronic pain and need long-term help, we're going to get you that help, but we're going to do it with prescriptions. We're not going to just have all these pills floating around. Next, we realized that a lot of kids were not calling 911 because when something bad was happening at the party, they were afraid they were going to get arrested. And so it was a lot of the prosecutors in this room who fought for legislation to say, we want that protection for the people calling 911 and rendering aid. And that's a very good development in the law. And we fought to keep that provision in place, by the way, when we went right after the dealers who were peddling this poison for profit. When we passed this most recent law that's going to be coming into effect in December called death by distribution, that's going to make it a B2 felony, when people overdose 5 a day in this state, including 1 a week in my district, and putting the blame on where it needs to be, we're going to make sure that the people who've called 911 are not going to be subject to that. I implore fellow prosecutors to remember that the legislation specifically says it has to be for sale by death by distribution. We're not talking about friends getting high together. We're not even talking about people who are getting high on their own supply and then giving it to others to help feed that habit, subsistence users. We're talking about traffickers and dealers. What we also did to go after them, I teamed with my identical twin brother John, who is the district attorney in the neighboring 3 counties of Brunswick, Bladen, and Columbus. We got our 5 sheriffs together and we declared open war from the battleship North Carolina. And we said, we're not declaring a war on drugs. We're going after drug dealers. Here forward, if you're dealing heroin or fentanyl in our community and trafficking it, we're asking for $1 million bonds. And we're not only doing that, but we're going to put you in prison for as long as possible. And if you're going to play this, I was in Atlanta at the time, we're going after you federally and dropping the federal hammer on you. That is a partnership that is absolutely working. We're talking about supply and demand right now. There's things we can do to limit supply of pills through working with hospitals and clinics and pharmacies. But when we're talking about supply and demand, we can't forget that there's dealers out there
who are trafficking in heroin, fentanyl, and humans. And we have to continue to put them in prison. If you're not interested in that conversation, I'm not the prosecutor for you. So if you've heard that I am absolutely adamant about reducing mass incarceration, I am. I'm going to get to that in a minute. But first, let's not let users completely off the hook. Let me introduce you to this young man, Jonathan Hayes. You've heard that we have Narcan now with our law enforcement agencies. I advise over 1,000 officers in 20 different police agencies. And when I heard about needle exchanges, I loved it. When I heard about Narcan, I said we need to get it. And so of the first 600 Narcan administrations in the state of North Carolina by law enforcement, 300 of those 600 came out of officers in my district, including for this young man 4 times. We brought him back from the dead 4 times. And he kept getting the gift basket of saying, it's an immunity, we can't even arrest you for that. His parents enabled him with buying him a new truck and letting him live at home. And he kept driving it while impaired until he killed this child 2 days from his 3rd birthday. And when we revived him at the scene, he asked if he had immunity. Now, we just had his trial this summer and convicted him of 2nd-degree murder and put him in for 15 years, but no one's cheering. You know what we need to do instead? We need to prevent Mason Richardson from being killed in the future. And the road to hell can be paved with our best intentions, and it was with that case. His chief evangelist, who you just saw in that video, said to me, Ben, were we complicit in this child's death? We saved him to kill a child. And so here's what we've done in the Port City in response to that case. We formed what's called a quick response team, a QRT. Now when someone overdoses, we show up within the first 72 hours at their home with a group of licensed therapists, peer support specialists, law enforcement officers, and we say, you're obviously not in a position to take care of yourself, you just overdosed. You need treatment. We're not here to arrest you, we're here to navigate you into care. We've visited with 148 people so far as part of that QRT, 82% success rate of getting them into treatment and remaining in treatment after that first year. We are the pilot site for that in the state. I implore those of you who are thought leaders in this state to get it into your community. That's working and that needs to continue. So when I said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, let's talk about what the pound of cure has been historically when we're talking about the war on drugs. It's been this prison cell. How's that been working out for us? So here we are in America where we have 5% of the Earth's population and 25% of the world's prisoners. Let me repeat that. We have 5% of the world's 5% of the world's population in America, but 25% of the world's prisoners. And 98% that we put in prison are getting out one day, and they're not getting out better. In fact, 2 out of 3 of them are back in that jail cell within 3 years under the current rates of recidivism. That's the revolving door at the courthouse that we talk about. So what can we do to actually treat addiction rather than warehouse it? What can we do to figure out the underlying, very frequently, mental health issues that are going on? What can we do to make sure that our children aren't in this cage? That's what we are absolutely focused on in our district, from the bench to the prosecutor's office. Let's take a look. You heard about this already. It's our drug treatment court. This is not new or novel. This has been going on for 20 years in my district, and it works. When 10 years ago the state said we don't have any money left in this state because we had a recession, we picked it up the bill at the local level and been carrying it through government funds at the county level ever since. This is absolutely something that should be statewide. It's not even a close call. When we can get people a quick dip in jail rather than revoking their whole probation to get their attention, when we know that they're going to fail 4 or 5 times on those dirty urine screens before they're going to get straight, why on earth are we setting them up to fail right now and revoking their probations and putting them in that cage? There's absolutely no sense in that. And this is absolutely also in keeping with what we're trying to do under justice reinvestment, which says we shouldn't be revoking people for that. And so this is something that we've been doing for years. Judge James Faison, a former prosecutor who I had the privilege of working with, has owned that load for a long time. We're getting into medically assisted therapies right now. We need to continue it. I know the panel will have much more to say about it. But I actually went up to Washington, D.C. with this group of leaders. I want you to take a look at who we're talking about. And by the way, I'm 6 feet tall. Look around me. Apparently, you got to be 6'4" or taller to be a chief in a major metro area. This was the group who met with President Obama later that day And what we were saying is, it's time to end mass incarceration in America. And you know what? That's a bipartisan issue. It really is. There's a left-right coalition out there talking about that. What put me on this stage? The fact that when I was president of the Conference of District Attorneys 7 years ago, we came up with something called justice reinvestment. Maybe you've heard of it. Did you know you live in a state where we've closed 11 prisons in the last 7 years? Did you know we live in a state where we've reduced the prison population by 10%? That's 4,000 beds, because we're no longer putting drug-addicted folks and mentally ill folks and children in there? I mean, is there a discussion in the bar about that? Because that has saved the state, are you ready for this number? $500 million in the cost of incarceration in that time. And the idea behind justice reinvestment is the money was actually supposed to be reinvested into treatment at the local level. And I'm talking now as the district attorney of Burgaw, not Wilmington. Where is it? So this is something that was absolutely the right thing to do. But if jail is not the right structure to fight this problem, what is? The structure I've come up with is the starfish. It is the structure of our community, which is a structure for belonging. I'm going to quickly go through what I mean by that when we talk about working with non-traditional partners in the opioid epidemic. We all have a role to play. You've already heard that the first arm of the starfish is government. Those of us who are in these jobs in the public trust to uphold that Constitution. You know, I give every one of my employees 2 hours off each week to go volunteer in the community. Because like I said, it's upstream from us, and we've got to form those relationships so that it doesn't come to the courthouse. Do you have a policy in your firm? I encourage you to think about that. The next partner we turn to is the faith-based community. And yes, I'm familiar with the First Amendment. There's absolutely nothing wrong with turning to the faith-based community on these issues. Think about who's been running the NA and AA meetings for years. And if you talk to addicts, they'll tell you it's good to believe in something bigger than yourself when you're dealing with addiction. When the jail closed across the street from the courthouse in Wilmington, a group of churches got together and started their pastors' funds together, took over that old jail, and a place of incarceration became a place of transformation. It's called the Harrelson Center. It's where we had the drug treatment court run out of for a while. We have anti-human trafficking efforts in there, domestic violence prevention, a jobs program I'm getting ready to tell you about. Where there were silos, there's now synergy. Where there was conflict, there's now collaboration. They're treating the whole family unit, not just the whole individual, and that is something that's working when we're looking at this population. Next, we turn to the nonprofits. We went into what we called the youth enrichment zone, patterned after the Harlem model, where these open-air drug transactions of heroin and fentanyl were really going on. And what we learned is it was a high-poverty area, and crime mapping picked the place. We didn't pick it. And in 3 years, we were able to reduce violent crime by 28% in there by doing one simple thing, increasing graduation rates by the same number. So if you're wondering why it is that Judge Corpening and I went to the legislature and urged them to raise the juvenile age, if you're wondering why it is that we're engaged in school justice partnerships, it's because 2 out of 3 people in our prisons in this state are high school dropouts, and keeping them in school is everything, particularly when you're talking about this issue. And so that was the next group we turned to, obviously, was our schools, because they have a real role to play. I talk to about 10,000 school kids each year in my district, and have for the last 15 years I've been the elected DA. I'm here to have an adult conversation with them about choices and consequences, because if we're not talking to our kids, someone else is, and they're not giving them very good information about how you get hooked. They'll give it to you for free the first time, because they know you'll do anything to afford it after that. And finally, we work with the business community. We started a program called Hometown Hires in my hometown. I met with the 100 CEOs that were most locally planted, and I said, hire just one person who's justice involved. We'll do your background check. We're going to do 40 hours worth of vetting. We're going to get them drug tested to see if they're really on the wagon now. And I need you to hire just one person. 5 years later, 500 people have been employed. And over the next 5 years, now that it's called Step Up Ministries, a branch that some of you have in your hometown, we're going to put 1,000 to work in the next 5 years. We're fighting for expungement laws being expanded. The Second Chances Act is something I came to Raleigh for, to say we've got to get the scarlet letter F for felony or M for misdemeanor off these folks, or you're never going to get a job in this state, particularly when 40% of our jobs require occupational licenses. When we held an expungement clinic at the library and we invited Chapel Hill law students to come help us out, we had 500 people show up. These are things that are going to work, but only if we as a bar and as a state will welcome people all the way back once they've done their time. If you've done the crime and done your time, it's time to welcome you all the way back into society. And finally, at the center of the starfish is health, and this is the most important aspect of this whole thing, because this is a public safety issue in need of a public health solution. We almost never see healthy people at the courthouse. I'm not only referring to mind, body, and spirit of individuals, but people who have healthy relationships among and between each other. And so what we did in working with the hospital was we said, let's take a patient history of a different kind, and it's what I really want to leave you with here today. 20 years ago in San Diego, they started to ask different questions on patient histories. Not just what's cancer like in your family or heart disease, but they started asking about childhood trauma for their patients. It was called an ACE score. That stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. The ounce of prevention that we're talking about can take place if your doctors in your community are doing that and then sharing that information with you. Here's how it works. You can ask a child 10 yes-no questions, and the answers to those questions will have profound implications for their future. Here they are. Are your parents divorced? Is one of them incarcerated? Is there domestic violence going on under the roof of your home? How about drug use? Have you been abused physically or sexually or mentally? If a child answers 4 or more of those 10 questions yes, here's what we know. They have much higher rates of depression and suicide, more justice involvement, teen pregnancy, 70% more likely in the course of their adult life to come into court as a defendant or victim in a violent case. 62% of our IV drug users in Wilmington answer 4 or more of those questions yes. And through time, when you talk about the diabetes and ischemic heart disease that comes from living with this toxic and chronic stress, the average life expectancy of someone who answers 4 or more of those questions yes is 20 years less than everybody else listening. So that's the bad news. Now, what's the really good news? The really good news is we can change the future. You know, we've used science for years in my job to solve cases and then prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. We can now predict cases with that science. And that's exactly what ACE scores are all about. And when you catch a kid early enough, you can still buffer them and change the future. There's a great movie that I highly commend to you called Resilience. Watch that movie. It takes about an hour. Convene somebody, a group like this in your hometown and watch that movie together like we did. And I think a lot of great discussions will come for how you can start to work with these non-traditional partners. You know, it's better to be ambiguously right than to be precisely wrong. And we're precisely wrong about the war on drugs by saying it needs to be in a prison cell. There's going to be stuff that we can try that sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but going down this community path is the right way. I'm absolutely convinced of it. This resiliency task force has that starfish model adopted from the structure I just told you about because of a parable that likely you've heard. There's a little child running up and down Wrightsville Beach right after a storm when all these starfish have washed onto the beach, and now that the sun is out and the tide's receded, they're dying on dry land. And an adult comes up and says, "What are you doing?" And the child says, "I'm saving starfish." And the adult says, "But look, the sun is too high, the water's too far out, there's too many, you can't possibly make a difference. What you do doesn't matter." And the child, without looking up, threw the next starfish into the water and said, "It mattered to that one. Mattered to that one." I am convinced that some of these things with what we have done have saved lives. I know that. And that's the real good victories that we have in this job. I want to leave you with 3 challenges. Number 1, to the executive branch, we need to start universal ACE assessment of all of our children in this state. Let's work with our superintendents. Let's work with our county health providers. Let's get over some of our concerns about record sharing to do that. We're not here to stigmatize children. It's quite the reverse. We're here to find out who needs the most resources and give it to them now. You can pay public schools now or pay us later. And that's a much better investment. Number 2, We need legislative action on drug treatment courts, on this quick response team, and yes, on local treatment, particularly in our 85 rural counties. We've paid it forward. We've saved you $500 million. Where's the money? Everyone in this room should be asking that question. And finally, to our judicial officials, what I've said is not new or novel. If you want to protect life and secure the blessings of liberty, we have to remember the pursuit of happiness is an inalienable right also. That means keeping kids in school. It means getting them jobs. And with drug addiction and with people who have been in the system, we need to do everything we can to welcome them all the way back. You know, the longer I've done this job, I've realized that what they said in Micah was right. If you need to do justice and love mercy and walk humbly at the same time. What's going to allow the people in our court system to succeed is the same thing that's allowed all of us in this room to get to where we are. It's tough love. It's tough love. The kids who I prosecute and will into the future, they've seen the tough. It's time to show them the love. Thank you all very much.
Okay, I think we're going to get started with our lunchtime panel discussion. And I think that you'll find that this continues to be really interesting, the way I think all morning has been really interesting. So I think we'll have more of the same. And I'd also like to have time for you guys to ask questions of our panel. So when we were talking about what kind of panel to have during the lunch hour, I really wanted to present a panel of folks that work very directly with people who use drugs, and some of whom are people in recovery as well. And so we could get a more intimate picture of working with folks who use drugs, because I know many of you in your jobs are working with people who use drugs. So we just wanted to give that fuller picture of maybe some best practices and some ideas. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the people on our panel. So first here in line is John Simmons. So John has retired in the mountains of Sparta, North Carolina, but he's far from retired. He's been involved in jail and prison outreach in one form or another for 30 years. He's currently employed as a peer support specialist with App Healthcare, serving Allegheny, Ashe, and Watauga counties, where he works with justice-involved individuals, assisting with their reentry needs, including naloxone education. John identifies as a person with a substance use disorder who has found long-term abstinence-based recovery and has sustained his recovery for more than 36 years. John and his wife have experienced firsthand the horrors of the opioid crisis with the loss of loved ones. Their youngest son, Philip, died of an overdose in 2013. Philip struggled with substance use disorder, finding himself in legal trouble as a result. He was released from jail just days prior to his death. In 2004, they buried their middle son, Brian, who was murdered in a random act of violence. The 18-year-old responsible later reported being under the influence of multiple substances, including an opioid. Recently, John has become involved in restorative justice through his wife, who is an advocate for this work and is involved with the Campbell Law Restorative Justice Clinic, the Capital Restorative Justice Project, the North Carolina Victim Assistance Network, and the North Carolina Coalition for Restorative Justice. So thank you, John, for being here. And then the next person on our panel is Caitlin Phillips. Caitlin has been involved in harm reduction since 2015, when she volunteered with the North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition, providing naloxone outreach and trainings. In 2015, she co-founded the Study Collective in Asheville, originating as an NE Positive Change support group and naloxone program, and now operating a syringe exchange program. Caitlin is passionate about the Nothing Without Us model, which is the idea that people who use drugs should be involved in shaping policies that impact them. She currently serves as a consultant to the North Carolina Division of Public Health and assists in training post-overdose recovery teams. Next, we have Ashley Barr. So Ashley Worth Barr identifies as a person in addiction recovery and a champion of people who use drugs, both personally and professionally. Ashley currently works as a recovery peer support specialist at App Healthcare in Boone, spearheading the Hope Connection program, which focuses on helping drug users personally define success, set goals, and seek solutions to their problems. She offers individual and community naloxone trainings, as well as other harm reduction services and post-overdose support. Ashley also provides mobile syringe exchange services through a partnership with Olive Branch Ministry. Ashley received her bachelor's degree in psychology from Appalachian State University and is currently working on a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. Next, we have Hun Namkoon. Hun is a policy advocate with the North Carolina Justice Center's Health Advocacy Project. Prior to joining the Justice Center in 2018, Hun worked with the North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition on reducing harms from mass incarceration, injection drug use, and opioid overdoses through direct service provision, media, and policy advocacy. Some of the policy initiatives Hun has worked on include promoting second chances at employment for formerly incarcerated people, expanding Good Samaritan protections, and legalizing syringe exchange services. Hun has also worked as a health journalist for North Carolina Health News. And last but not least is Chase Holloman, and Josh talked about Chase this morning. Chase is a social worker specializing in the needs of persons affected by substance use. Chase's areas of focus are recovery-oriented systems of care and harm reduction. He brings both personal experience as a person in long-term recovery from drug use and professional experience as an advocate and a provider of drug services. Chase is now the program navigator for the Guilford County Solution to the Opioid Problem, GC STOP, a program designed to serve people who have overdosed and others who are at high risk for opioid-related mortality. So we have a wealth of experience on this panel, people with all types of lived experience and experience of their loved ones with drug use. So I think I know the answer to this question, this first question, a little bit from what I just read, but I wanted to hear, tell us a little bit about how you developed your passion for serving and advocating for people who use drugs, and I think I'll just start here with John.
Yeah, well, I got started, like I said, I'm in recovery. So I spent several years using drugs, you know, and being involved with run-ins with the law and everything. And when I finally came into recovery, it was 1983. The only thing that was offered was abstinence-based recovery at the time where I was at, you know. And that's where I've got my involvement at, you know, through various recovery models that I've been involved with. You know, we go into jails, we offer outreach to jail, we offer, recovery as I knew it at the time, you know. And this day, the job I have now as a recovery peer support specialist has totally reframed my idea, you know, much like the judge was saying, you know, I was abstinence-based, there's only one way to do this, you know. There's multiple ways to do this today, you know, and I'm an advocate for any positive change, you know, is the way that I move in my recovery today, you know, and I try to move people, you know, that's what I ask them, how do you want to do this, you know, so that's how I got involved with it.
Thank you. Caitlin?
I got involved through the work in my mid to late 20s. Yeah. Is that on? Can you hear me now? Yeah. I got involved in the work in my early to mid 20s. I'm a person who is in recovery and who was a drug user for the majority of my 20s. I got into the work because what I was noticing in my community in Western North Carolina at the time was limited options for people who weren't necessarily ready for abstinence. And so a friend of mine and I facilitated a group where anyone could come regardless of their drug use status. And it was an Any Positive Change support group. And then that group made the transition into providing naloxone and clean, sterile injection equipment. And from then on, I have been working as a harm reductionist, trying to carry that message to others.
So, as an active drug user, I interface with a lot of different systems, the criminal justice system, social services, hospitals, and in all of those interactions, everybody told me that I had a problem, but nobody told me what I could do about it. And so when I did finally find recovery, I started telling people that. I started telling people that by the time I was arrested for the first time, and I was 28 years old, and the officers that arrested me, told me I needed to stop doing what I was doing, and I said, how? And nobody could tell me. And jail didn't make me stop. And then, losing custody of my children didn't make me stop. All of these things that people told me were going to make me stop and that were going to wake me up and that were going to be rock bottom never were. And I would come out of those situations just as desperate, if not more so, because I had something else to deal with and a serious lack of coping skills. And so when I started sharing my story on the local level, people were like, oh, you're so brave. And I was like, no, I'm not that brave. What I am is trying to look out for the next person who's sitting where I was. And from that, I started hearing the stories of all these people locally, right? And people were like, oh, you're so courageous for not remaining anonymous. But the reality is that staying silent is killing people like me. And that there aren't people in these systems that are willing to hold an addict's hand and walk them through it. And so App Healthcare approached me, asked me if I would be willing to share my story in this 30-second video, and then that led to a job, and then that's led me to the opportunity of being able to interface with people who have just experienced an overdose and be the person that can go between them and the MAT clinic, or being the person that already has a relationship with their court-appointed attorney who can say, listen, I know that, she said last time she was in DSS court she was going to go to treatment and she didn't go. She relapsed, but please don't just dismiss her. Please, don't let them go through with this motion to terminate her rights. Is there something else we can do? So me having those relationships with those people allows me to hold someone's hand as they go through the same systems that failed me, and we're finding success in that.
You get to. Great. Hi. I started getting involved in harm reduction in about 2015, and before I started working in harm reduction, I really did not know or was aware of all of the barriers that people faced when it came to the criminal justice system, when it came to the war on drugs. And once I really started to become aware of the injustices, the discrimination that people face as drug users and as drug sellers, I think that we tend to create false dichotomies or a false binary between the two when there's really actually a lot of overlap between those two categories. That's when I really felt compelled and motivated to work deeply in these issues.
Hello, so I got involved in this is because of my personal experience. I'm someone that used drugs and sold drugs. I've since retired from that. It didn't serve me too well. And since then, I had the privilege and opportunity, one, to hire a private attorney and navigate the criminal justice system that prevented me from serving time. I had access to quality treatment. I had access to a job when I got out of treatment, to a recovery house, to recovery capital, to all of these supports. And that's what allowed me to return to school, to finish my bachelor's, to return to school and get my master's and become a social worker. And the reason I do this work is I want everyone else to have that opportunity, because the vast majority of folks out here that use drugs will not have that opportunity because of systems that are built against them and structural violence. And what makes me continue the work is consistently seeing participants in our program who are my peers, my friends that end up in the program, because there's no other game in town and we serve them. A lot of dual relationships, but they continue to die. I'm watching people die every single week, and I'm tired of it, and I'm tired of having 70% of our peers wanting to go to treatment and it not being accessible to them. And if it is accessible, they can't get to it because of restrictions, because they have to do things that they can't do, like IOP. They just don't have access. And I've had multiple people in the last month die waiting for treatment, and that's unacceptable.
Thanks, Chase. So we've talked a lot today about stigma. And, for the next questions I'm asking, I'm not going to, I'll go down the line. If you feel like you have something to add, do. If you want to pass, that's fine too. But I wanted to ask, what role do you believe stigma plays in perpetuating the opioid epidemic? John, do you have any thoughts on that? I'll pick on you first.
I work with justice-involved individuals, on a daily basis, and it's just they're hopeless. The stigma that they carry around, that I carry around, they have been burdened with this idea that they're not entitled. I don't want to like to use the word entitled, but what they're doing is wrong. That they're going to be prosecuted for whatever. If you're like me and believe this is a brain disease, a disorder, the treatment should be like any other medical treatment. We should treat the patient for treat me for what I have, not for what I do, and I don't know, do I have any ideas on the stigma? I don't, it's horrible to be labeled something that you can't shake and that you believe. When I was in active addiction, I knew, I would not admit it, that I had a problem because it's, this or that, and carrying this around, shouldn't be something that you should, automatically feel shame and guilt over, just because you've got a problem that needs to be taken care of, so.
Any other thoughts? So, how many people are familiar with the DSM? Right, so this is, you have a brief idea of what it is, like that's the diagnostic manual that like psychiatrists use, right, to diagnose people. So if I am diagnosed with depression and I go into a community mental health clinic, they don't ask me to be free of symptoms before they'll treat me. However, if I am diagnosed with, which I was, opioid use disorder or stimulant use disorder, and then the tertiary alcohol use disorder, I'm expected to be free of symptoms before they will treat me and any underlying issues I might have, right? So we were talking about ACEs earlier. My score's like 8. Before we can address those, I'm expected to drop the one coping skill that I have, and that's to do drugs. And then I'm told that one coping skill that I have makes me bad. It makes me a bad person. It makes me a terrible mother. I am unsafe for my kids to be with without supervision. I am, me stealing is immoral. I did what I had to survive. Also a retired drug dealer and user, right? I did what I had to survive. And all of those things are because of this disorder that I have that I can't even get treated. So when I've got this just feeling of like everything I'm doing is wrong, why would I admit to being who I am and having what I have? So that stigma forces us to stay in the dark and forces us to not seek help, to not seek treatment, because the last thing I want to do is to go someplace else. By the time I'm in your courtroom, by the time I'm in a lawyer's office, by the time I'm at social services, I already know that what I'm doing is not working. I already know that I'm not living my best life. I already know. I don't need one more person to tell me that, but that's what I get every single time. Anybody else?
Well, when I think of stigma, what comes to mind is all of the barriers that can happen as a result of stigma, as far as accessing treatment, the ways that drug users can internalize stigma and not feel worthy of treatment, the way that stigma essentially kills drug users. It prevents them from seeking the treatment that they need. It prevents them from accessing the treatment that they need. In my personal experience, I've experienced stigma at the hands of the judicial system, doctors, police officers, fellow drug users, basically anyone in any kind of position of authority that I would be seeking out to help me in my endeavor to get well and reach recovery. And so that's just what I wanted to share. When I think of stigma, I think of drug users dying.
When I think of stigma, I think of silence, and I often wonder in rooms like these, where is the outrage? Because we have a jumbo jet full of people dying every single day in this country from a chronic health condition. And sure, we have a few people, a few leaders talking about it, but there's no outrage, there's no wave of resources heading to this. If there were any other chronic health condition in this country killing people the way that this is, there'd be immediate response, right? There'd be immediate response, but there's still none. I think of people being denied treatment. I think of people having to go to intensive outpatient treatment to receive medication. Could you imagine someone with diabetes going to the clinic for insulin and them saying, well, you haven't been managing what you eat very well, so now you have to go to this group for 3 hours a day, 4 days a week to help you manage what you eat. And if you don't do that, we're going to withhold your medicine from you. Because that's essentially what we're doing with most of our medication-assisted treatment providers, with all of our methadone providers, because they're mandated to do that. So we need sweeping reform on our supply, safe supply availability. That's stigma. And then I would say it's just discrimination more than stigma. I mean, we put people in cages for having a chronic health condition. We do so regularly. It's the norm. It's what we've done for 100 years. And we still continue to do that. And we have some innovative programs that are kind of going against that. But law enforcement and the judicial system is still involved. We don't have diabetes courts. We just don't. And I just hope that we continue to have these challenging conversations and become open to some more radical ideas around stigma, because as long as the systems and policies that are in place stay in place, then stigma will be perpetuated. You can't have compassion for someone if you also think they should be put in a cage.
Thank you. And so since we're at a continuing legal education for lawyers and a room full of lawyers, I wanted to talk about what you're seeing in terms of lawyer-client relationships among people who use drugs. So people who use drugs, relationships with their lawyers. A lot of you are out in the field working with people who use drugs. What are you seeing in terms of those lawyer-client relationships? Maybe the good, the bad, good stories, bad stories.
I work at the local county jail. I go in and provide limited services that I have. None of my guys have insurance, you know. I go in and try to find out when their court dates are. I can be there with them. I can offer them the limited services that we have, you know. I get all kind of neat requests when I go. I walk in, I'm in open pods with these guys. They come up and just talk to me, you know. And I get out, can you get in touch with my lawyer? You know, and small county, there's 12,000 people in my county. You know, can you get in touch with my lawyer? You know, I've been in here 3 months, I haven't seen my lawyer, period. You know, I can't call him. You know, I don't have anything real positive for y'all to offer you. You know? And I'm sorry, you know, because this is what I hear, you know. And then I show up at court with them. They sit in the back. The lawyer has it continue. They've been bussed to court. They're going back to the jail. I see them in the jail. You know, that's their day. Their whole thing, they've been incarcerated for X amount of time. The only thing that's on their mind is their lawyer and their court date. And they get no information. They get no contact, you know, or very little contact. I don't want to say no contact, you know. But that's my experience.
And I no longer work in direct services currently, but in the past, a lot of the things I saw were similar. People having a really difficult time getting in touch with their lawyer, not really understanding what's going to happen on their court day, maybe getting 2 to 5 minutes with their lawyer kind of right before, and waiting for their trial date without having any appointment with their lawyer at all. And then a lack of communication between lawyers if someone has a criminal case and then they also have a CPS case or something like that. There's often difficulty getting everybody on the same page, and letting the client feel like everybody is kind of working for them and understands what's going on. That was one of the issues I noticed in my time in direct services.
So I'm kind of like John. I don't have anything really positive to share. In Watauga County, where I reside, we've been really fortunate to have a social worker embedded in our jail, and we did that through one of Governor Cooper's OAP grants. And then she had a baby and has been on maternity leave. And at first I was like, oh, Molly's job's so easy. And it's not at all. So I've been kind of managing some of her caseload. She did some really interesting research around like ACEs and the like kind of frequent flyers that were in our jail population. And Watauga County does have a lot of students because of App State. But the people that were coming to our jail 10 to 15 times were, you know, in the past year were not ASU students. And she found that they were like facing these barriers of like homelessness. A lot of them had like ACEs scores of 4 or higher. And these people, you know, when I started going in while Molly went on maternity leave, I started going in and meeting with people that she had like been working with their lawyers to get them into a treatment center like TROSA. And, you know, it's like 2 years long, and that's probably going to be way more effective than sending them to a prison for 2 years. Like, you know, it might reduce recidivism. And getting callbacks from lawyers myself at first was difficult. And then I'd go in and meet people in the jail, and the inmates would say, well, I've been in here for like 3 months, you know, I go, they put me in the van, I go to court, and I sit there, and my lawyer never even says hi to me. Or could you just email and see, like, if at my next court date, like, this might happen, you know? Or I've been waiting. I think I'm going to prison. I don't really know. But I think I also have court in another county, and that's what everybody says. Like, well, I think I might have another court date. I don't know. I'm stuck in this just like ambiguous cloud of like, I might be going to DOC. I might not. I might be a good candidate for drug court. I'm not sure. And so it's this like whole thing of not knowing. And while they're sitting in that cell, their life is going on the outside without them. Like these people who you're representing or who you're opposing or whatever are people. So they're like mothers and fathers and children. And I mean, they have lives. They're humans. And so that's the biggest thing that I see is that humanity, once that charge is issued, that humanity piece is taken out and they're treated like unimportant. Like it doesn't matter if you know if you're going to be going to court next week. It doesn't matter if you know if you're going to be out in 6 months. And it does, and it matters to the people that love them and that are part of their lives. One of the biggest things, and I don't know how you fix this, so I've had people, and self-included, you'll be sitting in a county jail in, we'll say Ashe County, and you have a court date in Surrey County, and you're sitting in jail, but because these counties don't communicate, you get a failure to appear. And then when you do get out, maybe you've got a court date in, I think John had a guy that had a court date in Guilford and Surrey on the same day. So, you know, I don't know if you expect those people. They made it. But that's not like you're just driving 20 minutes away, right? And if you were in jail, which that individual had also just been released from jail in another county, and then you're expected, you know, you come out, you're homeless, you have no car, you have no job, you have no money. I've had people be released from jail, they don't even have shoes. And then you're expected to make it 3 hours away to a court date, two hours away, and your attorney there won't answer your phone calls either.
Unfortunately, I also have to agree, but I won't repeat the things that my colleagues have already said. I think that one of the things that would most come up, because I would teach class in New Hanover County Jail, is implicit biases that would exist. We all have them. It's impossible not to have them in a hyper-racialized country and society. And a lot of the students in the classes would talk about assumptions that their attorneys were making. Their attorneys had already made judgments about whether or not this person was guilty, how much their attorney wanted to help them. And I would just encourage attorneys to think about their implicit biases and how those color your interactions with clients. So if you are working with a client who is a young person of color, what kind of biases are you already making about that person? Are you already assuming that that person is a drug seller or a drug user? What happens when you have a client who is a young white man? Or a young white woman? Are you already feeling some kind of empathy or compassion for them? So I would just really encourage folks to think about those biases and how they influence your delivery of services.
While I've observed all of the things that have been shared already, I would like to share some positive stuff and then also acknowledge the compassion fatigue that a lot of you in this room must feel the same way that we do, because what we see from the media is obviously all of the bad. We don't hear about recovery. We don't hear about people who use drugs that don't get in any trouble, which is the majority of people who use drugs. And you see people in the worst days of their life over and over and over again. I at least have the benefit of seeing people get well in my job. So I did want to acknowledge the compassion fatigue that probably is filling this room. And also say that we have a Justice Involved program in Guilford County where we go in and interview folks that are in there and do groups, and we've communicated a lot with their attorneys and really advocated for them and reached out to them. And the majority of attorneys have been really receptive to that, and we've been able to educate them on things, resources in the community they may not have known about. We've also kind of shifted the culture by doing that, and because attorneys have power, right? And they have relationships with judges in the community. And what we've seen is we've gotten a lot of custody releases for folks. So we've had folks get out of jail where they shouldn't be and actually go to a place where they can be treated straight there. And not only that, one step further, we've had people have their custody released to GC Stop, a harm reduction program, which is truly amazing. And while still a little coercive in nature, it's a giant step in the right direction for these folks that don't belong in jail and belong in services if they need them. So we have had some success working with attorneys, and I do appreciate that, but still acknowledge the other things that have been observed.
Thank you. Chase, you talked earlier, you used the term recovery capital, and I think that's a really interesting concept to explore a little further. Can you guys talk about the concept of recovery capital and how that plays a role in, whether someone achieves recovery?
I'll start with that. So recovery capital is capital, right? It's currency. It's the amount of things I have available to me that increases the chance of my continued recovery, my well-being. So recovery capital could include access to treatment as a big start, access to housing, access to a job, access to recovery support groups, access to safe housing, affordable quality housing. All of these things matter. All of these social determinants of health that I'm sure everyone is familiar with in the room, they all matter. Recovery capital could be the color of my skin. I was better able to navigate the criminal justice system because of the color of my skin. There is a lot of things that can be taken into account for this. There's just not a lot of, simply put, there's just not a lot of hope for people who don't see opportunity for themselves. And the way you get opportunity is through recovery capital by having access to these different resources.
I guess I'll touch really quickly on one thing that Chase mentioned, which was access to treatment and services. Our state has one of the highest uninsured populations in the nation. We have yet to close the coverage gap. We have over 300,000 people who have no access whatsoever to any sort of insurance, Medicaid or the ACA. And this is a huge problem. I think that so much of the language and the dialogue around opioid use disorder and around people who use drugs is very focused on what the individual is deciding to do. But I would just encourage folks to kind of take a step back and look at the structural forces that are influencing and perpetuating these harms and crises.
And I'll just kind of touch on the idea of like access to recovery supports. So when we make abstinence a requirement for receiving any kind of supports, whether that's 12-step groups or like CBT, whatever it is. So when you make abstinence a requirement of being a member of those communities, you're actually reducing recovery capital amongst those populations, right? So if someone's not ready, and a lot of times, I think Dr. Fagan really talked about this earlier, if somebody wants to be part of that 50% and not that 7%, we shouldn't limit that, right? So we should give them the opportunity to gain recovery capital and be able to, in 5 years, say, look, I'm still where I was, as opposed to, not talk because they're dead. So I think that removing that requirement, and I tell people all the time, like, I'm super impressed when the judges in my district order people to, so we do have a drug treatment court, and people are given, they kind of phase out. And in that last phase, those aren't for me. But in that last phase, they're given opportunities to engage in a variety of, whether it's 12-step or community events, other ways to get plugged in that are moving them away from that community mental health center and out into the actual community where they can gain those recovery supports. And I tell attorneys that I interface with regularly, like, tell your clients about these options. Well, I didn't know about these options. Find out. You guys, you're good? Okay.
And on that find out note, on the More Powerful NC website, there's a whole tab that says Find Help, Get Help. If you click on Get Help, the first thing says Find Treatment. And there's a number of resources in there, but one of the resources that I think is especially good, it's currently the last one on the list. It is about how to get help for drug users is kind of the title of it. It's done by the Communicable Disease Branch of the Division of Public Health, but it has a list of substance use disorder treatment resources, health department resources for other health conditions the person might have, like Hep C, and it's broken down by counties. And so that's a good place to start. So I really think anyone that is working directly with people who use drugs should have familiarity with that document that's linked in More Powerful NC. So that's a good place to start. And John turned me onto that document that had been prepared by some colleagues of mine in the Division of Public Health, and I didn't even know about it. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's easy to not be aware of what's out there. So Chase mentioned compassion fatigue. And I kind of want to throw y'all a softball because I think it's an important issue to bring up, because there is a concept out in the world that maybe people should not be able to get unlimited chances of getting revived with naloxone, that at some point maybe it's best to let the person fade out. Like that we've given enough to them, society, haven't we done enough for this person? And so I wanted to give you guys a chance to address that and this idea of compassion fatigue and maybe, what would you say to someone who's feeling like maybe we've done enough for this person, it's time to stop?
For me, with my experience, for me to say that would be for me to say I'm done being human. I'm done. I buried my son. That could have been very easily. If the Florida jail would have been doing injections, for 30 days, he might have lasted more than 3 days once he got out. I'm never done. I've been doing this for a long time. And I get emotional. I guess you'd call it compassionate. And I hope I don't ever have to take a break from that. I don't ever want to take a break from caring about people. So you can have as many chances as you want with me.
Often when I hear arguments like that, I just, I typically bring it back to my own personal experience because I wouldn't be here today if someone felt that way. If one of the first responders that had revived me or the people who allowed me back into treatment after relapses, if those people held that philosophy about people who use drugs, I wouldn't be here today. And I wouldn't be able to speak to all of you in this room today and share my experience. I wouldn't be able to do the work that I do, ushering other people who are afflicted as I am, kind of through the channels of recovery. And so, I have a hard time thinking about any other medical condition where we would just flat out refuse to revive somebody. And I think it speaks volumes that I'm here and I'm able to express that, and I wouldn't be if the people that had treated me when I needed it most were not compassionate and acknowledged my right to live and my desire to live and to get better and to heal. I just think that's incredibly important.
So I have a 15-year-old son, and for the 2 years that he didn't live with me, he went to live in a highly abusive situation with his biological father. So when I think about the times during that 2-year period when I could have given up or other people could have given up on me, and then I think about the trauma that he has undergone his entire life. Mom's a substance user, dad's a substance user. I go from being with mom, who was relatively stable on buprenorphine. She relapses. Now I'm with my dad, who beats me every day. And I think about if people had given up on me during that 2-year period of time, like my 15-year-old wouldn't be where he is right now. And he struggles, but I'm here and I'm solid for him today. I am providing him with those things that do provide resiliency. He's going to see his therapist at like 4 this afternoon. He has a great relationship there. He's involved in his community. He's got a lot of people in his life that care about him. So if those multiple times that I overdosed, somebody hadn't brought me back, or the multiple times that I failed at treatment, if they just said you can't come back here, or the times that I would show up at the ED if they'd said you're not allowed in here, it's not just my life that would be dramatically different. It's his, So I think about that, and the person that is really, really happy that like people didn't give up on me is somebody that loves me the most.
This question makes me think about this woman from Atlanta. She's a legendary harm reductionist in the movement, Mona Bennett. And when I asked her this question, she responded, I don't know how many chances someone deserves, 3, 6, 17. What I do know is that someone's rock bottom could be 6 feet deep in a grave. And so I often think about that quote when I'm asked questions like this. And, you know, the other thing that I think about is this idea of deserving. Who are we to decide who deserves what? It's unfortunate that that there are a lot of people who believe that we should only give people who use drugs, people who sell drugs, a certain amount of chances, also claim to be Christians, because if they were true Christians, then they would know that in the Bible it says not to judge, not to cast the first stone. And so I'm very troubled when the right and Christians are able to co-opt this kind of language and take those beliefs into very destructive and harmful policies. So yes, there's no correct answer to that, and we should never give up.
I will say that as a Christian, I believe in the power of love and resurrection, right? So, like, I don't understand that philosophy either, at all.
When I was using drugs, I was a high service utilizer. Some folks might also understand that as a frequent flyer, which means I overdosed quite a number of times, went to the hospital a lot, saw EMS a lot, saw the criminal justice system pretty regularly, and there wasn't a lot of hope for me, from anyone, including myself or my family. And what I know is that I got enough chances to live, I got revived enough, you know, I had enough access to opportunity even after all the things that, you know, had happened, that I got a chance to be better. And for me, what that's done is it allowed me to be a caregiver to my parents, both of them, as they passed away over the past couple of years. And that's just the impact on my family. That doesn't count the impact of the people, other people around me. So the magnitude of saving just one person's life one more time, you can't measure that. You can't measure how impactful that rest of that person's life may be on other people, even if it's just their family or anyone else that comes into contact with them. I mean, simply put, people in this situation are the most giving people that I know. When I talk to participants and peers about what they want most when we're talking about treatment goals or outcomes, they say, I want to help people. It's the number one thing. It's the first thing everyone always says that I talk to that uses drugs. No matter where they're at in their recovery or their use, I want to help people. And we have to give them that opportunity.
So I want to give our audience a chance to ask questions because you've sat very quietly and patiently all morning and you've learned a lot of information and, you know, questions that you've heard about things you've heard today. And I know we still have some of our speakers that might be able to get up and answer questions. But I wanted to use some of this lunchtime for you guys to be able to ask these questions of our panel or any other speakers that are still here. Marcy, yeah. I'll repeat your question.
I've heard experiences with lawyers in the criminal context. I'm wondering their experience with lawyers in DSS hearings.
Okay. So the question is, we've heard a lot about experience in the criminal, with lawyers in the criminal context, but what is their experience with lawyers in the context of DSS hearings?
I'm trying to word this in a way. So I have seen some attorneys on the parent side be incredibly helpful and incredibly compassionate, and who, like, I go to DSS court more regularly than I do criminal court with people that I serve, and so I've seen that a lot of the attorneys will really advocate for their clients to go to treatment centers and detox centers. But the tricky part there is that their children were removed from their custody, so they don't have Medicaid anymore. That goes away when you no longer have custody of your kids. So, you know, they'll advocate for this thing, and then that thing is not accessible to the client. And so I've really been trying to explain that to a couple of attorneys that, like, it's great, but you see, she's already reached her maximum, and this is a thing. You are only allotted a certain number of days in an acute care facility or a detox center per year by the state if you don't have insurance. So you're only allowed to go ask for help X amount of days per year. And I'm not sure who's in charge of that. You guys could maybe do something about that. So, you know, I've had to say we need to look for other options here. You know, what about going to our local buprenorphine clinic? And there's resistance there from DSS. And I've seen DSS attorneys just absolutely tear these parents apart, and I understand that the safety and welfare of the child is the main cause for concern. But I don't know how many of you have ever followed children through the foster care system. As one who had foster care involvement as a child in my life, I can tell you that it didn't matter. I still wanted something to do with mom and dad. I still wanted to know where, to this day, I still wish like my mom was solid and could be the person that I needed as a kid, right? So I see DSS attorneys just tear these parents apart and make them out to be monsters, and then this expectation is put on them that, like, if you loved your kids, you'd quit doing what you're doing. If you loved your kids, you'd get help. And then you've got this, you know, attorney that's supposed to be on their side that's either speaking in a language they don't understand, or is giving them options that they can't actually take. So I'd say before offering something to somebody, make sure it's something that they could actually take and that they're actually interested in taking. And at the same time, on the other end, like, these are humans and these are these kids' parents. I have a friend who's a social worker in Orange County, and she recently called me because she had a mother who had overdosed the night before, and because of that, she was told she couldn't go home to her husband and child. And she's calling me in Boone to see where I can get a naloxone, where she can get a naloxone kit for this mother, you know, because she knows that mom's now using somewhere in a place alone. And it's right back to that ACEs thing and that cycle, right? So first and foremost, parents who are in DSS court are still people, and they're still parents. And I see that done good, and I see that done very poorly quite often. I don't know. Anybody else?
More questions? Yes. Okay, great.
What's your take on prosecutors? I'm retired. I don't do it anymore. But I'm just saying, back in the day, you know, what kind of heart are you guys?
Go for it.
Should I go for it?
Go.
Great question. They play a really, really important role in the criminal justice system, as we all know, and have a tremendous amount of power and influence to make a lot of changes. And some of those can be positive. Unfortunately, a lot of times they're negative. Actually, to be perfectly honest, I had a very visceral reaction when I saw the person before us present. That person prosecuted someone who I care very much about for 16 years, and that individual is 31 years old and will not be getting out for quite some time. So it was difficult to sit through that presentation. I think that prosecutors have a duty to think about when they are talking about reducing harms from mass incarceration or just trying to decarcerate our prison population, I would like to know if they are aware that they often use coded language to convey racial biases of who they believe should be incarcerated and who they believe deserve mercy in the eyes of our criminal justice system. I think that prosecutors, as politicians, are very adept at using that kind of language to perpetuate the war on drugs for communities of color. And I'll stop there.
So I'm just going to touch on this. As a former drug user, and I am divorced from a drug dealer who's in federal prison, I will say that I'd never bought drugs from someone who didn't use drugs themselves, ever. Not once, ever. And that's in like 20-ish years of using. I think a lot of times that it is, I'm just trying to be really careful here. So I think a lot of times that we are painted as these monsters, right? And that the frustrations of like not being able to see a person do better, or not, you know, maybe that compassion fatigue, and you're seeing the same person over and over and over again. Maybe that leads to like, well, let's just, you know, out of sight, out of mind, which is what a lot of the people that I work with now kind of see. Like their impending doom of prison is like, they're just done with me. Like they just want me gone for another 7 or 8 years over something as well. Recently, a guy who was on parole had an ankle monitor bracelet, relapsed on methamphetamines, and was tampering with the ankle bracelet because he was high and paranoid and was trying to get the speaker or microphone that he thought was in there out of there. And now he's looking at like a 7-year sentence, right? I think that things like death by distribution go right back to that mandatory minimum thing that we did in the 80s. That is just, my fear is that it will wind up causing people like me who did low-level dealings to go to prison for a very long time over what they essentially were doing to survive.
I'll just speak to, you know, I'm not speaking to the prosecuting side or anything, you know, but it's been my experience that I came to this thing today, you know, and the guy before us, you know, said, it doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, you know, I mean, there are things we can do, but we need to be doing those things, you know, not just, you know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. My son was murdered in 2004 in Wilmington. The 18-year-old kid got, you know, you get the notebook out for sentencing, and you come down here and you go over here. Kid got 15 to 18 years. In my opinion, the kid pled guilty, took full responsibility for it. The kid did not need to stay in jail for 15 years for something that he was already remorseful over, something that he'd already, I mean, I'm not going to say no responsibility, but, I mean, you can get an app to do that, you know? You really can. I mean, to just have a little notebook that you flip open and say, sorry, man, that's the best we can do for you. You know, I don't understand it.
I would venture to say that there are very few, if any, people in this room whose lives or families or close friends have not suffered from a substance use disorder, that our own personal lives have been affected. Other than a lot of the distribution and getting rid of what's in the medicine cabinet, I sort of wanted to ask, we're talking a lot about the downstream, but in terms of really the upstream prevention, what are the most recommended, or what do you think are the most effective societal responses or things that all of us can do, whether the lawyers or whether anybody else, to keep people from developing a substance use disorder in the first place?
I'll repeat the question. So the question was, what are some of the upstream strategies that we can utilize to keep substance use disorders from happening in the first place? Is that a fair assessment? Okay.
To like death by overprescription? Is that? Upstream. Sorry. Not sorry.
I have some thoughts on prevention. One of them is I'd like to point out that she had said a substance use disorder. And I appreciate that because what we have is a problem with people's relationship with drugs, not a problem with drugs. All of us in this room use drugs. I mean, I assume most people in here drink caffeine. If you're in the legal system, you probably have to. At least do that. Drugs aren't inherently bad. There are plenty of people who take opioids for chronic pain that do so with no issue. There are plenty of people who do cocaine with no issue. What's the problem is people's relationship with drugs. So our prevention needs to be focused on that and the social determinants that cause poor relationships with drugs. These things would include, obviously, ACE scores, which have been talked about a lot today. Another thing I'd point to is I saw the former Surgeon General speak at a conference, and he talked about a new strong correlate of loneliness. So loneliness can predict negative health outcomes, not only for behavioral health like ACE scores, but also for general health outcomes in general. We're becoming increasingly more lonely in this society for a variety of reasons. So addressing that is important. And then all of the social determinants of health. If you want to get rid of problematic drug use, you have to get rid of poverty. You have to get rid of inadequate housing. You have to get rid of inadequate health care or no health care at all. You have to get rid of all of these things if you want to see that. And the bottom line that is worth pointing out is that there's been no society in the history of time that did not use drugs at all. So we really just need to work on the relationships with drugs and the reasons that people might use problematically.
We really do appreciate all of you coming today. I know this is, you've been through a lot and you've shared a lot of really personal things with us and given us a lot of food for thought, and we appreciate it so very much. And I'm sorry I have to cut you off, but all these people will be mad at me if we don't get out of here by 4 today. So thank you so very much for coming.
My name's Mac McCarley. I'm a bar counselor from Mecklenburg. Hope Root and I worked together for about 17 years in the Charlotte City Attorney's Office. And like in a lot of offices, we'd have family events every now and then, and I would get to meet her sons, Clay and Mason. And then, of course, as we all do on occasion on teacher work days, the kids would show up with us in the office. So all of us in the office got to watch her sons, Clay and Mason, grow up. And of course, when we're standing around the water cooler, we'd get to hear about their academic achievements, or in Mason's case, his stellar athletic achievements. About a year and a month or so ago, Mason died of an accidental overdose from opioids. Hope is willing to share with us her story and her family's story. Hope Root.
Hi, I'm always a little bit nervous when Mac introduces me because he often introduces me as, at least when I worked for him for 17 years, as the office junkyard dog. I'm not sure what that really means, but be that as it may, it was a very nice introduction. Thank you, Mac. Why have I been asked to speak here today? I am going to tell you a story. I led a pretty normal life. I led a charmed life. I graduated from law school in 1987. In 1989, I married my partner of 5 years, and he and I had our first son in 1991. That's Clay, the person to the left up there, the far left. Next to him is my husband, John. In 1993, we had our second son, Mason, and we thought we had it made. And this is a picture of my family. From left to right, again, Clay, my husband John, our son Mason, and me. And this picture was taken in Italy in the fall of 2017, where we traveled there for a family wedding. On September 16th of last year, as Max said, 1 year after this picture was taken, and the weekend Hurricane Florence came through North Carolina, I found our youngest son dead from an accidental overdose after almost 6 years of complete sobriety. In his system was cocaine and fentanyl. We don't know, we never will know, if he knew there was fentanyl. We don't know if it was on purpose, but it really doesn't matter whether the fentanyl was on purpose. Mason and our older son, Clay, they shared an apartment, but Clay wasn't home that weekend. He was out of town, so Mason was alone. So it is an honor and a challenge to speak here today. An honor, first, because I believe this is a very important and very timely conference. And it's also an honor because I'm Mason's mother. It's a challenge because I'm a lawyer and I'm standing here speaking to a bunch of lawyers, and usually when I speak to a bunch of lawyers, I'm talking about a legal issue. But here I am speaking to a group of attorneys on a personal matter, and you know that none of us like to show any weakness. I don't usually read from a script when I'm in front of an audience, but I did today. I brought a script because I thought if I don't bring a script, I'm going to stand up here and babble, and I might stand up here and cry, and I will get off task. So I will be sort of reading from the script today. So today is October 4th. Today would have been Mason's 26th birthday. And so my goal today is to give you all a face behind this crisis, to let you know that this is real and that none of us are comfortably immune from this. None of us are immune from substance abuse disorder, how it might affect us, how it might affect our families, how it might affect our friends and the families of our friends. I've been asked to speak today about the impact of this terrible disease that it has on families and to tell the impact that it's had on our family. We had a solid, I have to go back though, I have to tell you the beginning. We have a solid middle class, upper middle class family. We raised our boys very intentionally. We raised them with high values, honesty, integrity, work ethic. And more importantly, we raised them with a lot of love. And we raised them by example. We did everything they told us to do. I was the room mother when they were in elementary school. I worked part-time, 20 hours a week, so that I could drive them to school and pick them up from school and get them involved, because that's what we were supposed to do. We read to them every night. We had dinner together every night. We had pancakes every Saturday morning, and we went to church together. They were involved in sports. As Max said, Mason in particular was extremely athletic, very gifted athlete. Both boys were on travel soccer teams. They were on the neighborhood swim team. They were on the school soccer and wrestling teams. And they were in clubs. They were with the right crowd. They hung out with the right crowd. We took camping and hiking, vacations. We went to the beach. We did all the things that we were supposed to do, or so we thought. And we never kept any pills other than over-the-counter medicine in our house. We never did that. We knew better. And yet, over and over, the go-to statement that I always hear when there's drug use is, there must be something wrong with that family. My husband and I had a good, solid, and healthy marriage. And I can honestly say that our older son, Clay, has never used illegal drugs. He's never smoked a cigarette. He's never tried marijuana. But our son, Mason, now, that's Mason. He was very outgoing, and he was popular. He was very witty, and like I said, he was athletic. And it was only years later, after Mason got sober, that I found out this. I found out that during his 9th grade year, he was introduced to drugs while he was away on a school soccer team camp by one of the upperclassmen. I found out that all during his 9th grade year, he used drugs. He used illegal drugs. He used drugs from friends' parents' medicine cabinets. He used drugs from friends' grandparents' medicine cabinets. He used any kind of drug he could get his hands on, and where did he, some that were bought on the streets, and where did he find them? He found them at the parties. And these are in nice homes, and these parties in nice homes, these are the same ones that I used to call to make sure someone was going to be home when they had a party, because they told me to do that, and I did. I made sure that there were going to be parents home. I made sure there were with sleepovers. And he always met his curfew. But he still had this first exposure. He first started using drugs when he was 15 years old. And when he was 19, he was in recovery, complete recovery. No alcohol, no marijuana, no prescription drugs other than an antidepressant. So he became enmeshed in the recovery community. And according to those who have approached me since his death, he helped save many lives, and I'm proud of him for that. But those 4 years, from the time he was 15 to the time he was 19, it really took a toll on all of us. So how does addiction or substance abuse disorder impact a family? First, there is heart-wrenching sadness. As parents, we have hopes and dreams for our children. And when you see those hopes and dreams start eroding, when you see them slipping away, it is devastating. And it is also devastating to watch your child's hopes and dreams slip away. Because there is no 9, 10, or 12-year-old who ever says, well, when I grow up, I would like to be addicted to drugs. That's what I want to do. It's not out there. So those aren't the hopes and dreams you have for your children, and those aren't the hopes and dreams that the children have for themselves. The family dynamic really changes once substance abuse comes into your life. The family becomes organized around trying to manage an unmanageable disease. Insanely, we all walked on eggshells. We thought, oh, well, we're going to avoid talking about things that might be painful. We're going to avoid talking about things that might trigger him, or so we thought, might cause him pain, or might trigger something that would make him want to go out, or think he needed to go out, or give him an excuse to go out and use drugs. So we walked on eggshells. And when you walk on eggshells and you avoid talking about things, and everything becomes centered around the person who's using drugs, you know, you lose a lot for the rest of your family. While Mason was being arrested for possession, or arrested for running from the police, or arrested for stealing, because stealing is a part of substance abuse disorder. He stole from us, he stole from his brother, his friends stole from us, his friends stole from his brother, and these friends stole from one another because they needed a way to get their drugs. Now, you know, this is an emotional tug of war because our family understood that Mason wasn't intentionally trying to hurt us. We knew that it was this disease that was controlling him. And we tried to help in every way that we knew how. He just couldn't stop. We wanted to provide our son with love, encouragement, and support him through all of this, and we did that to the best of our abilities. But on the other hand, he's lying to us. He's manipulating us. He's doing whatever it takes. And this is happening on almost a daily basis. So it caused great pain, and that pain gets directed elsewhere. It gets directed at each other. It gets directed at his friends. And it gets directed at him. It got directed at ourselves. We were trying to think, where have we gone wrong? What did we do to cause this? And the things that happen to families, are things like stress, no sleep, blood pressure issues, weight loss. I mean, there were many sleepless nights that I laid there and would get out of bed and run into the room to see if he was still breathing, just like when he was a baby. And he was a 17-year-old, almost adult, not emotionally, but, and when you can't sleep, maybe you just need to go out and run 10 miles to clear your head. Well, that's not safe, going out and running 10 miles at 3 o'clock in the morning by yourself. But that's the kind of insane things you do. And everybody's doing something different because we can't stand to see the pain in each other. And we couldn't go on vacations. We couldn't go on vacations and family reunions, and because we didn't know what would happen. So when we did go see grandparents, we'd say, okay, we're coming. Hide your money, hide your medicine. We're coming. We'd have to call the dentist office. You know, remember, Mason's coming in today. Please hide your needles, hide your medicine. You know, and, you know, one time we had to call the police because he was so out of his mind and so aggressive towards us that my husband said, I can't hold him down any longer. I either have to call the police or beat him up, and I can't do that, so we called the police. That's a hard thing to do. It's a really hard thing to do as a parent. So while our lives had turned to chaos, we stay constantly on alert what might happen, you know, calls from neighbors, calls from jail, the dreaded visit that your son's dead from the police. You know, while we're doing all of this, our other son, Clay, who was doing all the right things, just didn't get the attention he deserved. But we no longer sat down to dinner every night. You know, it took an emotional toll on all of us. The first one was isolation. We isolated. We thought we were the only people in the world that this has happened to. We thought, look at his friends, look at our families who have always been friends. Of course, they didn't call us anymore because there was something wrong in our household. So we were very isolated and scared and didn't know where to turn. And there wasn't a lot of help out there. And there is a whole lot of shame and stigma attached to drug use, not only for the person using drugs, but also for the family. So what's happening to Mason during all this time? Well, his goal in life is now to get his next fix, and he thinks he needs it to stay alive. It feels like a lifestyle. And it's easy for him to justify because he does need it. He physically and emotionally and mentally needs it. I remember one time he had been living on the street for about a month when we finally found him. He was 18 years old, and we found him. We took him to a hotel because we couldn't bring him home, but because we didn't know what he would find there that would help him kill himself. So we took him to a hotel, and my husband and I took turns going and staying with him in the hotel. We brought food in for him. He had a chance to shower, and he had a chance to sleep safely in a place. And he had not used any drugs for 2 or 3 days, and he came to the house. We said, okay, you can come to the house, and he came to the house, and we were talking to him about getting into yet another rehab, and I could tell he needed to get out of the house. He needed something. He was asking for money. He wanted to use the car. See, he couldn't use the car. We locked our car keys up in a safe every night before we went to bed so he couldn't use the car. And slept with our I slept with my pocketbook, you know, underneath the covers, under the bed, so he couldn't find my pocketbook. And I looked at him and I told him I wasn't willing to do that. I wasn't willing to give him money or the keys to the car. I wasn't going to help him kill himself. And he turned to me as an 18-year-old and started crying. And he said, "Do you think I want to live like this? Do you think I want to use drugs, that this is fun? This isn't fun. I need this. I need this to stop from being in incredible pain. I need this to stay alive." That's the emotional toll it takes. It's difficult to sit there and see your son going through that. And I think that kind of sums it up. That's not a criminal talking, right? That's my son. That's someone who has substance abuse disorder. That's someone who is dependent on opioids. It doesn't feel willful to him. It might look willful to use drugs. It might look like fun, but it's sure not. Anyone who's seen anyone addicted to opioids knows they're not having any fun. It's not a good life. But society treats people, this is Hope's view, society treats people who use drugs as subhuman, and that their health doesn't matter. Their health doesn't matter until they decide they'll be sober. And I will say that we felt like the healthcare system had really let us down. First, there's no way 30 days of rehab is enough for anyone who is addicted to opioids. It's just not enough. Whether it is abstinence rehab or substance-assisted rehab, 30 days is not enough. We had our son in and out of rehab. We paid in rehab more than we would have paid for a full 4-year college education. That was his education fund. But you know what? We needed to use it because otherwise he wasn't going to be alive. College wasn't the next thing on our minds. We were lucky we could do this. A lot of people can't. And there were doctors who let us down. So one day he checked himself out of rehab when he was 18 because he could do that because he was 18. So he checked himself out of rehab. He walked literally across the street to a hospital, to an emergency room. He still had the rehab band on his arm, and he went into the emergency room and said, "I have a headache." And they gave him 30 days worth of hydrocodone. And then after he was sober, he had to get his wisdom teeth out. Well, I don't know about you all, but when I got my wisdom teeth out, I remember the doctor gave me a shot and sent me home and said, "Take Tylenol and use ice packs." That's what they told me. And what they did with Mason is Mason talked to his sponsor, and they had a plan, and he was going to go in and tell the oral surgeon, "I have a plan. I'm a former opioid user, and I'm in recovery, and I don't want any opioids." And that doctor said to him, "You won't be able to stand it if I don't give you something for the pain. You will be in a lot of pain, and you won't be able to handle it. I need to give you these drugs." Now, if you ask me, that's the criminal talking. I'll tell you one more story. He went to a doctor. Drug abuse causes a lot of other physical problems. We took him to the hospital, to the emergency room. He had been sober for 3 years, and he was having seizure-like symptoms, and we couldn't figure out what it was, so we took him to the emergency room. And when the emergency room doctor came in, I said, "Please don't give him any narcotics. He's a former opioid user and abuser, and if there's anything you can give him that's not, please do." And she said, "Oh, he's probably using drugs. You're just in denial." I said, "No, I live with him. I know him. He is not." And she said, "Well, I can't take the chance that he might hurt my staff." And she shot him up. So later the drug screen came back, the tox screen came back, and she did happen to say to me, "And by the way, he's an adult, and you have no say in this." And I said, "But I'm begging you." Drugs tox screen came back clean. He had not been using drugs. that was her stereotype. She had stereotyped him. As soon as she heard that he was a former opioid user and abuser, she stopped treating him, and she just assumed it was some kind of drug he was using. You know, she could have caused him to have a relapse right then, but fortunately he didn't. I have a lot of more stories like that. I could stand up here and talk for hours about them. But here's what I think the bottom line is. People using opioids aren't doing this for fun, and the addiction to these substances is bigger than they are. I was at another harm reduction breakfast this morning, and the speaker said, you've got to treat the soil to save the tree. And I'm hoping that a lot of this conversation that is happening today at this wonderful conference and is happening all over our state in different ways and all over our country in different ways, I'm hoping that it really makes a difference, and I trust it will. So the impact of opioid use on a family is traumatic, and many families don't survive intact. I know very few friends of Masons who have used drugs who their families are still intact. It has a financial, emotional, and a physical toll on every single person in that family, because it's difficult to see someone you love more than life just disintegrating before you. And in some instances, causing pain to other people you love. I'll end by telling you the rest of the story. Mason got sober. He was in California for a year. He was in rehab for 6 months, and then he was in a very good, solid halfway house for 6 months. And he came home and he took accountability for his criminal misdeeds that were associated with his drug use. He was on probation, and he withstood a lot of very humiliating treatment by law enforcement, but he withstood it and he held his head high, and I was proud of him. And through all our ordeal, I got help. I got help through a support group, Al-Anon, but there are a lot of other support groups out there, and that's probably why I'm still on my feet today. So there are ways that you can help parents too. There are ways that parents can be helped too. And Mason was sober, as I said, for almost 6 years. And every single day of that 6 years was a gift for us. Our family was our family again. We ate dinner together and we laughed, and it was wonderful. We went to family reunions, we went on vacations, and we laughed. And he fell in love with a young woman, and he wanted to marry her, and he wanted to adopt her daughter. And she broke his heart. And one day, he stopped on the way home for a beer, and he said, I just need a little something, Mom. We begged him not to do it. 5 weeks later, I found him dead, back on those opioids in 5 weeks. I think we knew we were never completely safe. And I was careful to be thankful and not be holier than thou about recovery. I was very careful not to do that. Because life is tenuous, you know, especially for someone who has substance abuse disorder. It is tenuous for the rest of their life. And families need support during this time, and lawyers can help. Compassion is a start, getting away from the shame and stigma and discrimination associated with drug use. That's a start. And this could happen to anyone in this room. It's probably happened to someone in this room, or to someone you know. And I know you've received a lot of information today. Unfortunately, I couldn't be here, but I know that you've heard statistics, and I'm sure you've heard or will hear ways to help. And as lawyers, one of the things that we do best is to fix problems, to solve problems. We thrive on teachable moments, and we take them to the next level. But I'm here to tell you that death is not a teachable moment. Our profession is a good one. It's a noble one. I'm so proud of all of us in this room, everyone in this room, for listening and hearing. It's the start, I believe, to a solution. And I have confidence that the summit today is really going to be instrumental in making a change. If nothing else, we'll get this dialogue started. I know since Mason died, we created a foundation in his name, and we have enmeshed ourselves in educating ourselves about harm reduction, and we are supporting a syringe access program in Charlotte. And I urge people not to just look the other way when people say, oh, needle exchange, because there's a lot of good that can come from those. I think that's another way people can help. So I thank you all for listening to the story of my family. I will. And I thank you all for all that you do. And I thank the Steins for putting this on and the State Bar for putting on this conference. And I'm available. If anybody needs to talk to me, I'll be more than happy to. So, thank you.
So the last part of our program today is we have a very distinguished panel of lawyers, some of our peers with us today. And I would like to introduce those to you now. We have Colin Cook. Colin, can you raise your hand? There's Colin. He is a partner at Cheshire Parker here in Raleigh, and he is a criminal defense attorney. I think you practice primarily in Wake County. And how long have you been doing that? 12 years. Okay, thank you for being here, Colin. We have Liana Hunter. Liana, you raise your hand. So Liana has been an assistant public defender for 9 years. Her primary areas of practice are parent representation, juvenile delinquency, and community recovery court. And Liana, you're from New Hanover County, is that right? Okay. Laurie Vitale is from the end there. Laurie is a board-certified specialist in family law and a fellow in the American Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers. And she has served as the chair of the family law section before. And Laurie, how long have you practiced family law? Since 1995. Okay, so she's our family law representative, along with me, on the panel today. And we have Ben Whitley. Ben has practiced workers' compensation and personal injury in Raleigh for 15 years. He's a former Board of Governors member for the North Carolina Advocates for Justice and has served on the steering committee of the North Carolina State Bar Lawyers Assistance Program. So, Ben, we're glad to have you with us. And we all know Brian, but Brian Oaten is with us as well. He's the Director for Ethics and Special Programs here at the State Bar. And he obtained his BA and JD from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He joined the State Bar in 2007 as a deputy counsel and moved into his current role in 2018 and is doing a fabulous job with that. So we are going to let each of our panelists take a few minutes to sort of describe how this epidemic has risen its ugly head, so to speak, in their practices and how they've had to deal with issues regarding the opioid use problem in our state. And I'm going to just call on Colin, if you don't mind, if you would share. And we're going to try to limit this to about 10 minutes because we would like at the end to have a time for any questions that any of you may have. So if you have anything that you would like to ask any of our panel members, just jot it down and we'll try to give you a few moments after the panel speaks. Thank you.
I am a criminal defense lawyer, and my experience dealing with folks suffering or going through opioid dependence is typically representing folks who are addicted. I've always felt and thought, and in my practice, it's held true that opioid dependency it's a equal opportunity addiction. So, thank you. Everybody hear me? Thank you. What I was saying is, I feel like opioid dependence it's an equal opportunity addiction. What I mean by that is, I have represented folks from every imaginable demographic background, culturally, racially, economic backgrounds, from your most blue-collar folks you could think of to licensed professionals. And there is just a certain subsection of the population that if they are exposed to these powerful drugs will develop a dependency. It starts, in my experience at least, in a couple of different ways. Of course, a lot of folks are exposed to these drugs recreationally, and I apologize if I repeat any information y'all probably heard about throughout the day. But it can start recreationally, usually at a very young age. Folks are exposed to some of these pills, and you know, it's medicine, it's from a doctor. How dangerous could it be? You run into a lot of folks as well who have been exposed to these drugs due to some medical issue, surgery, chronic pain, and after being exposed to these drugs through a prescription, develop dependency issues. And all sorts of types of cases, anything from the obvious, drug possession, prescription fraud, even drug diversion by medical practitioners, a lot of theft and property crimes you'll see. I have had clients sit down with me and tell me they would do anything to get their hands on the drugs. And you see a lot of breaking and entering, stealing credit cards, checks, selling stolen property. Another way that we run into these cases is also probation violations. Folks who've been convicted of something else can't stay clean, either get charged with additional offenses or they have can't pass a drug screen. Just like in all their other relationships, folks who are addicted to opiates, they'll put their lawyers through the ringer sometimes. And I know Brian's going to talk about this some more, but there are a lot of issues that pop up throughout your representation. One thing that can be a struggle, I would think more than others, is what is the approach to, what are the goals of the representation? A lot of folks will show up in your office as a criminal defense lawyer and say, get me out of this. You may hear from their family, you may figure out just based on the facts of their case that there's a really serious substance abuse issue. And, you know, as a human being, as their counselor, you want to get them help. But what do you do when they don't necessarily want that help? They want a quick fix. They want an easy way out of things. Lots of issues with parents and family. They can put you through the ringer as far as court is concerned. And I think, Brian, you'll probably get into this a little more. Okay. But I can say it is, in my experience, you can really, really help some people. And I have, I think I have never been more satisfied with anything I've ever accomplished in a courtroom as I have in playing some small role in helping save somebody's life. And so getting folks into treatment, getting them through the court system, these things are all obviously very important, and you can really make a difference.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Liana Hunter, and I'm an assistant public defender from New Hanover County, part of the New Hanover County trifecta that's been here today. And as Judge Corpening said, it's no coincidence that we have so many people from New Hanover, given the statistics you heard earlier about the way that the opioid crisis has hit our area in particular. I've been practicing for almost 18 years. I had my own practice before I was a public defender, and I worked for legal aid. And so my passion has always been representing the indigent population. I sort of tried the private thing, and that wasn't really where my heart was. And so the bulk of my practice involves representing parents in DSS cases, for lack of a better way to describe it. I feel like that's the sort of representation that a lot of lawyers really don't like doing, and a lot of people don't really like doing. It's an area of law that I think, for lack of a better term, is sort of repulsive to a lot of people, because you're talking about parents who abused or neglected or left their kids abandoned. And so I think for a lot of people, while they can get behind protecting the procedural rights of a person accused of a crime, it's harder for them to feel any sort of sympathy or empathy or compassion for a parent who may not be treating their children the way that they're supposed to be treating them. I think very differently. I think that what I do as a parent attorney is extraordinarily important, not only for the parent and my client, but for their children. Most of my cases, and you heard the statistics, I won't repeat them, but most of my cases as a parent attorney involve some sort of substance abuse. And the vast majority of those now involve opioid addiction as being the primary drug of choice. I would say and I'll come back to that, but in my delinquency practice, I don't see as many cases like that, and frankly, we don't have as many delinquency cases now that we did 5, 10 years ago, and that's primarily, I think, due to the school justice partnership that we started in New Hanover County, and that really sent a lot of cases away from the court system, the schools handling them, or they're connecting kids with services as opposed to charging kids. And so even the cases that come in, frankly, while some kids might have some substance abuse issues, we're not really seeing kids coming in with substance abuse or opioid-specific disorders like that much, as far as I'm concerned. We do have some kids that get charged with selling drugs, but that's not even a huge number. And then my role as a defense attorney for Community Recovery Court, formerly known as Drug Court, of course, that's what we're dealing with a lot. And starting there, I would say one of the big shifts that I've seen in the time that I've been a defense attorney with the Public Defender's Office is that in the last maybe 2 years, our community recovery courts have accepted MAT as being MAT clients. For many years, the entire time that I've been a defense attorney in recovery court, that's been like, hell no, we're not doing that. Abstinence is the only way that you're in recovery. The community support groups, in my experience and my client's experience, primarily don't support folks that are in MAT treatment. So they go to AA meetings, they go to NA meetings, and I think that's changing, and I hope that it continues to change. But so within the community of people with substance abuse disorders, there's a stigma if you're on MAT treatment. So that's like another level. Like, you think you're already bad with this label as an addict and a junkie and all these other things, and then people who are your peers are stigmatizing you because you're involved with medically assisted treatment. And so you're being discriminated against within your discriminated group, which is really tough. So a positive thing for our court is that we have changed that, and we do have some folks that are in our program that are on medically assisted treatment. Frankly, I think that there's still a side eye given to some of those participants because it's a hard transition to make. But I think we have to evolve, as you've heard today, and we have to be receptive to things that actually work and let go of some of the things that clearly don't work. And our people who have been on medically assisted treatment in community recovery court have, for the most part, done really well. And I think the more we see those successes, the more people's minds will change about the value of allowing those folks to participate in the program. With community recovery court, when they come in, they have a lot of requirements to accomplish. And they're doing, I think it was Chase that mentioned, substance abuse, intensive outpatient treatment, 3 hours a day, 3 days a week, or 4 days in some communities. They're expected to get a job. They're expected to have housing. They're expected to do mental health treatment. They're expected to go to community support meetings. And a lot of these people don't have a driver's license. So they're getting around on public transportation. And one of the first things I say when we have a graduation is, I really don't know how you were able to accomplish this, because I think about the things that I have to do in my privileged life, and I complain about all the things that I have to do. And I have a driver's license, I have a good job, I have flexibility, I have a job that when my kid's sick, I can take off and, take her to the doctor, I can go to her performances at school. I mean, I have a lot of flexibility as a parent and as a person, and you're doing all of these things without a driver's license and without the same level of support that I do. But I say that to say that as attorneys, I feel like we need to make ourselves aware of what our clients are facing. And I think that has been an impact of the opioid crisis. I pride myself on trying to be knowledgeable about things that are happening in my community, but I think that attorneys, we get detached from that, and you do sort of fall into this mindset that they can do 2 years on their head. It's fine, it's gonna be 5 days, or they're dealing with 6 months, or it's a misdemeanor, what are you worried about? And I think talking to clients and learning more about how they feel about those issues, which obviously they're not feeling real great about that, has been a good lesson for me to be more empathetic, to be more considerate. As far as parent representation is concerned, I'm sure most of you know what that means. DSS has taken people's children, there's a state intervention there, and in order for the parents to get their kids back, they have to work a case plan. Similar to drug court, there's a list of things that they have to do typically, and it's like, you have to do all of those things, and you get a year, basically, to resolve the issues that led your children to come into custody. We've heard that addiction doesn't quite work like that. There's not a pill you can take, well, there's pills you can take to help, but it's not a magic pill, it doesn't solve all the problems. And so parents are expected, and we're lucky we have Judge Corpening. So one of the changes that I will say, and he acknowledged in me appearing in front of Judge Corpening for the past 12 years, I feel like he, like our other judges, have really come around on the issue of MAT. I mean, when I first started, if you were on MAT, methadone, Suboxone, Subutex was just sort of coming out, and you had to get off of that if you wanted your kid back. There was no question. And so that obviously has been a huge shift in the last 5 or so years for the better, and we've seen a lot more success with parents being able to get their children back. To add a personal note to this, I had a child 3 years ago, and when I was in the hospital, and this coincided with my involvement with drug court and DSS court and all of those things. And in the meetings that I was attending, it's like the hospital is so much better about not prescribing medication when it's not needed, and they're not giving out pain pills and all this other stuff. And I remember after I had my daughter, my delivery was normal as it could be, and my pain was being managed just with ibuprofen. And so the doctor comes in, he's a great person, and he's like, I'm gonna write you a prescription for some pain medicine. And I'm like, I don't need it, I'm fine. Like I'm not experiencing any pain, it's been a couple of days. And he just kept insisting that he wanted to write me the prescription. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't need it. Well, when I left that day, I looked at my folder, and there was this prescription in there for like 30 hydrocodone or oxycodone, one of those. And I thought a lot about that afterwards, and I thought he probably is thinking, she's not someone coming in here drug seeking. You know, if I was really excited about him giving me the pills, maybe he would have thought twice about it. But it's that kind of assumption that could lead someone down the path of addiction so easily. Is what if I would have started taking those pills? And I say that to say that as attorneys, we can't separate ourselves from our clients, and that any one of us could be in the boat that our clients are in. As much as we don't want to admit that, and Judge Corpening kind of spoke to that, you know, can you look around this room and identify people who are substance abuse survivors, substance abuse users? I mean, you can't really do that by looking at someone. And so I think the impact on me has been, you know, there, but for the grace of God go I. Any of us can be in that chair, and I think when we're practicing, we have to think about that.
Sure. My name is Ben Whitley. I practice here in Raleigh, and I do catastrophic injury cases either with workers' compensation or in civil litigation. And obviously, since I'm dealing with injured clients, I see this issue come up a lot. As it pertains to workers' compensation, it does create some unique challenges because oftentimes we're involved in the case as medical treatment is ongoing. And especially once the STOPP Act that we've heard about earlier came out, we immediately saw reaction within clients because there was a lot of uproar about their medications. A lot of the guys that were in pain management were freaking out. They're calling us. And because they want us to file medical motions at the Industrial Commission, as some of you know, that's kind of the referee for workers' comp. And when insurance companies don't provide what the doctor has asked for, we have to go there. And so this issue in the opioids really showed up pretty right in our face with that. A couple other issues in workers' comp that we've had to deal with, and of course that back to that, it makes an ethical dilemma. We can't as lawyers get involved in healthcare, but yet we have to be zealous advocates for our clients. I was able in one situation where we had a workers' compensation client who had become addicted very easily to the opioids, and we were able to convince the workers' comp insurance carrier to pay for and send him to detox and rehab down in Florida with the idea that if they made that investment, it could potentially help cut their exposure on potential future indemnity and other medical exposure. So that was one success. That is a very, very rare situation. The other sphere that I see this in is in civil litigation. There was a doctor down in New Bern who was all cash business. He was the go-to guy. He was prescribing oxys to all sorts of people. And one of his, quote, patients caused a car accident which killed a child and severely injured 2 individuals. We actually sued the doctor. I mean, it's almost, we sued it under, and it came under his medical malpractice, and it was a kind of a novel theory on this. It's almost like our dram shop laws of alcohol. Because of him prescribing medications when he had really no business doing that, the car accident itself led to kind of an different various agencies, including the IRS, the DEA, the state SBI, because of that, got involved. And this past August, he was convicted of 6 counts of tax fraud, misfilling prescriptions for not a medical purpose. And so there was justice there, and it took a little bit longer in the civil world. The criminal world. Mine was in the civil case. And his defense lawyer argued in court that you should not hold this doctor responsible. It would be like if somebody came to a neighbor and borrowed a screwdriver, and that person then goes and kills somebody with the screwdriver. How could you blame the neighbor for that? Well, the counter argument is, what if they knew that that person had used a screwdriver multiple times to murder people? I mean, obviously there is some kind of intent there. So that is a success in a different light about holding those accountable, holding the doctors accountable in civil settings, sending messages that way. I was pleased that the insurance company did the right thing and they settled that case. I was happy to see that the insurance company and the workers' comp world has recognized some of these issues, but we're still dealing, as practitioners on ongoing medical cases, we are still dealing with the fallout of all the new changes and the providers really not knowing how to navigate this new space, what it's causing within the people that do need it. So it's challenging and it's ever evolving. I was talking to Brian, he said, you guys got 10 minutes. I said, nobody has ever gotten in trouble coming under their time in any presentation at CLE at the end of the day. So that's it. And I will just maybe move along to the question.
I always say family law to last, because
Yeah.
it takes some of your time. Yeah, Lori.
I'm Lori Vitale. I practice family law in Wake County. I've been practicing family law for a little over 20 years. And Marcy and I decided to divide up the issue of family law with custody being my portion and support and property division being hers. So I get cases before they go to juvenile court, before it becomes issues of abuse, neglect, and dependency by parents. My cases are in primarily family court. I've represented people who are in pain management clinics or in pain management programs. I've represented addicts, and I think the two differ, at least in my practice, because not everyone who's involved in a pain management clinic is an addict. I've represented the parent or the spouse of either the child involved, the parent of the child involved. And I've represented grandparents who have a child living in their home because one or both of the parents is an addict. And there is, I think, a rise in those cases because of, and you see it on all economic levels. I would break the parents down into two categories. The first parent, or the set of parents who come in and don't have a drug problem, but say that the other parent does. And I say parent instead of spouse because oftentimes the parties are unmarried. Not oftentimes, sometimes. I recently, in the past year, had a custody case that involved 3 deaths due to fentanyl. Neither of the parties died, but the spouse of one of the parties died. A teenager who was the child of a person related to the case died from fentanyl. And then the drug dealer who we were trying to subpoena died from fentanyl. It was reported in the paper that it was an aneurysm. 2 of those deaths were reported that way, but we know from some investigative work that we did in the case that it was actually fentanyl overdose. When a parent comes to you and says, the other parent is an addict, you have to go through the motions of proving that to the court. And oftentimes that's a tedious task. It's typically not apparent, particularly when you have something like pills involved. So we request drug testing. We might subpoena medical records. Sometimes they're allowed, sometimes they're not. We might subpoena pharmaceutical records. We might ask for a psychological or a substance abuse evaluation, although oftentimes those substance abuse evaluations are based on self-reporting and addicts lie. We might turn to social media to see who their friends are, who they're connected to. And there are some ethical issues involved with that. But it's not always apparent, and you have to prove it to a judge to get some kind of action that's taking place. You can't just walk in and say, oh, the other parent's an addict. On the flip side, if you represent the addict, you may have to get that person to come to believe and understand that they have an addiction issue. They don't, and oftentimes don't, acknowledge that they have a problem. So when clients come in to see me, sometimes you don't know these problems will surface or these issues will surface, and sometimes it's obvious because they come in with an emergency custody motion that's been filed against them or that they want to seek.
But one of the first things I tell them is that, you know, interview around, interview lawyers, make sure I'm the right fit for you, because I'm not here to do your taxes. I'm here to really walk this walk with you, and in order for me to do that, I need to know everything about you. And we dig in these cases. So if my client has a problem, I want them to acknowledge it and get treatment. And that sometimes takes a few steps. Sometimes I never get there with them. Sometimes the judge in the case may recognize the issue and confront them about it if I've been unsuccessful in doing so. But the other parent knows, because they've typically lived with the person or had an intimate enough relationship with the person that they know what's going on. But again, they can't always prove it. If your client is the addict, it's in their best interest to get that treatment, not only for their own health, but for their child and for their case. But getting them to acknowledge it and seek appropriate treatment is oftentimes a challenge. It's also very expensive, and there aren't always the resources available to address the treatment issues. So when these cases come in, sometimes we know it from the beginning, sometimes it develops along the way, sometimes it involves domestic violence actions, criminal charges, because, you know, people on drugs, they do things that they wouldn't do if they were sober, like show up at the opposing party's house with a gun in their pocket. Guess what? You're getting arrested. Get a DWI in the course of the case, or some other type of, you know, possession charge. And so these are things that we sometimes confront in our cases, and, you know, you have to just have the patience and I think the people skills to be able to address it. And also have the ability to communicate with opposing counsel, and you just hope and pray that there's a good one on the other side, so you can try to work together to address the issues in a manner that will end up with the best situation for the child involved as well. So,
Thank you, Laurie. Very briefly, I've had some larger asset equitable distribution, property distribution cases, which just goes to prove that this this problem is widespread over various economic levels. But in particular, one where the business was a commercial real estate business. Wife had no knowledge this was going on, and the husband in that case was taking all of the revenues from the rental, the lease payments coming on the commercial real estate, instead of paying the bank, was writing checks for cash and buying drugs or buying pills. And so by the time she got into my office, the properties were pretty much in foreclosure. It was a large business. In the same case, we found out after the wife came into my office that he had taken all of the money off of a home equity line of credit. There was a $200,000 home equity line of credit. We got the records from the bank and found all the checks made payable, to put them into an account just in his name, so she wasn't aware of it, and all the checks payable to cash. And the problem is that the home equity line of credit was a joint account, so the bank was going to look to her for those payments. I've seen funds taken out of 401k to support the misuse of the drug. It's hard. In this particular case, we felt, by the time I got it, like I said, there's a lot of damage, and we tried to do a motion for a drug testing, which we got. The problem is, even with an extended panel, it did show the opioids, but the guy had back surgery. So I'm just taking medications for my pain. And so it was just really, really hard to show that he really was what he was doing. Of course, we didn't find out about all these other things until a little bit later in the case, whenever we started getting foreclosure notices, and we did find out more as we dug into the case. So there's a lot of times they'll just sell assets. So the problem is that, you know, the other spouse is a lot of times doesn't even know about it until it's too late. Interesting thing about, and then I really listened to today on the support or the alimony part of this, is in our state, fault is still a factor for a dependent spouse to get alimony. So, you know, how a judge is going to treat, to say the dependent spouse has an issue, a misuse of opioids or drug misuse, is that going to be looked at as fault, and therefore she shouldn't get alimony? We've had some judges that look at it that way in the past, with alcohol use or any other type of drug use, because they could help it. They shouldn't have done that, and if they're going to do that, they're going to get penalized for it. I'm wondering now, with more education, I believe, with Jay Corpening and others educating our judges, if they would look at that more as a disability, and therefore something that the dependent spouse cannot help and not penalize him or her, whoever the dependent spouse is, from getting the support that they need. Likewise, on the other side of a supporting spouse in an alimony case that has a drug dependency issue going on, is it something that they would be penalized for, and the judge imputes income because the judge feels that they can overcome that and make the money they've always made, or will the judge treat it as a disability? So these are real issues in the family court world that we live in, and it seems to be becoming more and more prevalent, but was happy. I've learned a lot, a whole lot that I did not know before today, and one of the things that I did learn is that Judge Corpening is apparently teaching or talking to our judges across the state about this issue, and so hopefully that education will help us out in family court. Now, when we talked to all our various panel members and brought in our ethics guru here, he helped us to identify some ethical issues that we are dealing with, and so I'm going to turn this over to Brian and let him kind of sort of point some of those out to you so he can give us some advice on how to address those.
Sure. Well, thank you. You guys were really close to attending a CLE at the state bar and not talking about the rules of professional conduct. But we're not going to really talk about the rules as far as, you know, some sort of lecture. We're not talking about these things as in terms of technical application. But clearly, from all these different practice areas, there's a lot of different experiences, a lot of different considerations, and this is our opportunity, I think, to let the experiences interact with the rules and talk about our responsibilities as lawyers and what we owe to our clients. We have this kind of tension between our responsibility as lawyers and then what I think Colin said is just our desires as human beings to do the right thing, to help the individual that's in front of us. And so we saw, as we kind of prepared for this, we started talking about the different things that everyone experiences, but really kind of pinpointing on some of the common issues that really produce different answers depending on the practice. Things like, you know, should I disclose my client's misuse to the court? Is that going to be a beneficial thing, perhaps in the family context and dealing with child custody, showing that you recognize you've got an issue, you've got a disorder, and you are seeking treatment, versus the criminal context, perhaps you're in a probation violation. And there's that question, if the lawyer kind of comes across this information, well, can you disclose? Must you disclose? So there's those different tensions that we see there. And I think that's where the rules of professional conduct offer some guidance here, because these rules are supposed to reflect the standards of our profession. The rules are supposed to provide these different terms for resolving the conflicts that the lawyers have between their responsibility to the client and to the court, their responsibility to the profession and the administration of justice. At the same time, these rules are supposed to be rules of reason. That's in the very first sentence of the stated scope of our rules of professional conduct. They're to be interpreted with reference to the purpose of the representation and the purpose of the law itself. So I want to continue to talk about this experience that everybody's had, but let the rules kind of interact here and see exactly where those tensions lie and how we've responded in different situations. One of the things that I feel like is really pertinent to point out, though, is that the preamble of our rules of professional conduct states that while many of a lawyer's professional responsibilities are prescribed in the rules and in the law, a lawyer is also guided by other things like personal conscience. Even Rule 2.1, that's the rule that's titled advisor. It states that we, as lawyers, are advisors to our clients, and that in rendering candid legal advice, lawyers can refer not only to law, but also to other considerations, such as moral, economic, and social factors that may be relevant to the client's situation. So there's a lot of these different things that we have to balance in determining how do we most effectively and appropriately represent the individual that's come to us in need of help. So that's our goal in this segment, to talk about these different balances. And I think this is the time that we're going to have some questions that we want to throw out and get the answers from our different panelists. But if there's a particular question, although we're saving some time at the end of this for a question and answer, if there's a particular question that's just burning, and you really want to ask that, please do raise your hand, because we want this to be a conversation, a helpful conversation between the panel as well as you all in discussing the different practical realities that we face. So I want to start off with one question that really kind of goes back to something that I believe Liana had said. You were talking about how attorneys need to make themselves aware of what's happening. And it struck me as, one of these things, we have this duty of competency, right? This idea that we are to be competent in engaging the person, the representation that's been put before us. One of those things that comes into this, though, of course, as this issue, this epidemic kind of permeates practice, then I'm curious about our panelists' experience and when you might have hit a point where you realized, I need to know more about what's going on. And what was that point, and what did you do to educate yourself?
I'll say for me personally, when I started representing parents in DSS court, there were all these initials thrown around, IOP, just a million different ones, and I had no idea what any of those things meant. And they were being ordered for my client to complete, and I would hear complaints from my client about having to manage all the things that I sort of mentioned earlier on. And so I sat down with a client once and I said, well, tell me what your schedule is for the week, like break it down for me. And when they did that, I was like, I just had no idea. I mean, SAIOP is something that gets talked about all the time, and it's ordered in criminal court, it's ordered in family court sometimes, a DSS court. I mean, 9 hours out of a week is a lot, and a lot of times it's either in the morning for 3 hours, or it's in the afternoon or evening, and these are folks that, again, don't have flexibility with jobs a lot of the time, and so it was really important for me to understand what that is and to maybe suggest to the court, is there another thing that we can do? Are there other options available? There's been times when I've learned about things in the community that I've been able to bring to the court and say, can my client try this program instead? Or this is more appropriate. So I think if you know the services that are available, you can either argue for them, argue against them, and your client feels like you're properly representing them. And I think just saying, I didn't know that program existed, that's a good excuse, the first time, but you need to get out there and educate yourself. That's not a good excuse in the long term, because you're not representing your client appropriately if you are not looking into all the options that are available to them.
It struck me, one of our panelists at lunch was talking about how the lawyer suggested that she go into treatment, but didn't know that her Medicaid had run, the days had run, she couldn't get it, wouldn't pay for it. So calling in the criminal defense world, I guess you have to really know, when trying to reach plea deals or suggestions. Can you talk to that a little bit about how you have to make yourself aware or more knowledgeable about this?
Yeah, and I mean, I wish I could say otherwise, but a lot of it's sort of been trial and error and experience. A lot of treatment programs and other options I have learned from my clients over the years. Those who have ended up being successful. One thing that I am a really big advocate of is long-term facilities. A lot of these places, and we have several in North Carolina that are very good, but where you will go and you'll do your typical 28-day to 30-day rehab, if you will, followed by a longer term, usually a year, sometimes longer, treatment stay. And for something like opioid addiction, it's really important. Leanna was talking about, methadone or Suboxone, things of that nature, and I also couldn't agree more with sort of the stigma associated with that sometimes. But with some folks, that is the only way that works to prevent relapses. You know, one thing, I do think that we all, when we discover a client has these dependency issues, as I said before, it is more satisfying professionally, at least for me, to know that I've made a difference in somebody's life than anything you can do for them in the court system. And I'll also say this on the other side of things, when there are times where you may, as a criminal lawyer, you can get somebody out of whatever they're charged with. There may be issues with proof. It may not be that serious of an offense. You may be able to get a lesser plea, and you may be able to resolve the case pretty quickly and easily. Sometimes, and sometimes that's what your client wants you to do. And sometimes you honestly feel like you're just wrapping duct tape around it and hope the wheels don't come off before court. But I've also had phone calls months later from parents telling me my son has died. And, you know, you can't help but think, you know, should I have pushed more? Is there something I could have done? What could we have done to get this person treatment? And, you know, those are things that stay with you. And I do sincerely believe that as lawyers, we have a responsibility to help these people, and not just in a way that gets them through whatever legal issue they're dealing with at the time. We have a responsibility to do everything we can so that they're not in this endless cycle. In the criminal system, we see where they'll get in trouble and then and then that'll be over with, and then you'll see them a couple months later in court. But I think we do have a responsibility to try to get these people help, and educating yourself, talking to treatment providers, talking to mental health psychiatrists, psychologists, trying to figure out a plan for your client. And it takes, you know, you're not going to be able to do it yourself. It takes professionals, it takes family, loved ones. Oftentimes it takes resources, and, you know, your client may or may not have those. But I think we have a responsibility to at least do our best to try to get folks help, treatment and help that they need, as opposed to simply focusing on let's deal with this legal issue specifically.
I think I guess as far as, you know, we're talking about education and so forth, but I know, Laura, you touched on something that I thought was interesting about kind of when you are representing somebody who you detect, you suspect there's some sort of misuse going on. And we can talk about, you know, there's the opposing party aspect, but I guess between all of the different panelists and their experience, I want to focus on when your client is the person that you're trying to figure out, you know, just what's going on. I feel like something's off, and maybe there's another layer here. I think you talked about looking at social media and things like that, but I'm going to throw this out to all the panelists. What has been your reaction? I know, Liana, you probably have a different sort of experience because of, you know, who gets appointed to you. But what's been your experience in dealing with a client, seeing a problem, and then how do you approach that particular client? How do you approach the potential, you know, kind of the need to acknowledge this misuse, this disorder that you're observing?
So, I think the information comes to you oftentimes from multiple sources. Sometimes it's the opposing counsel who calls me and tells me some things that my client's been doing. And I've been doing this long enough to really know what the underlying problem is. Sometimes, and these aren't necessarily isolated, sometimes it's a combination of things, my staff tells me. I've got really good paralegals, and they pick up on things when they meet with the client that sometimes I don't. It might be shaking of the hands, or just coming a little close. We have an office full of women, and they're just really smart. So you put the pieces together, and you want to do what's best for your client, and you care about your client, and you know your client loves their child, and so you want to help them do what's best for that child. And so then you might get them to at least go see a therapist. And that therapist might start to point out some issues. And some of us know the therapists that treat substance abuse issues. So if they're not willing to acknowledge that they have a substance abuse problem, you might send them to a therapist that has some experience or expertise in that area. And so there are ways that if people aren't willing to just come out and say, yes, I know I have a substance abuse problem, that you can go about it. It's a little bit slower. One of the problems is, though, if they aren't willing to address it, these facts might come out in a courtroom, and then you've got a judge who's addressing it. And that's not always the most effective way to have your client actually resolve their issues or address their issues, because it's something they're told to do, not something they're willing to do on their own. And so really trying to work with them to get some acceptance and some acknowledgement and treatment, because that's always what's best for them in the custody case.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, I feel like in my experience, I mean, we get cases appointed to us, and typically for DSS cases especially, the underlying petition is saying there's allegation that the parent is abusing heroin or whatever it is. And there's definitely times when clients will come to court and they are clearly under the influence. And how I do, and I hate to use the word confront, because I don't think that confronting anyone when it's talking about substance use is effective most of the time, unless you're a professional maybe. But how I couch it to my clients is, you know, my job is to represent you fully. I want to make sure that we're presenting you in the best light. I've gotten some information, or the other side, they have suspicions that you might be under the influence. And you don't have to answer me, you don't have to, but I'm just telling you that if we go into court and there's that perception, the judge could become aware of that, then it would definitely have a negative impact on your case. And so I do try to let my clients know, and I tell them, you know, I want you to hear, I'd rather you hear something from me than from the judge. And so I really try to prepare my clients, and so it's not necessarily coming from me making an accusation to them that they're under the influence, but it's just sort of letting them know that this is an issue. And most of my clients, honestly, will acknowledge, like, you know, can I go, or what's the situation? And for DSS court, they're not obligated to be there. For treatment court, they have to be there, and so they can't leave. And so they're facing probation violation or other things like that. But I do think that if you feel comfortable talking to your client about it, especially if you're there for court, I think you going in there and not saying anything to your client is not doing them any favors. You have to figure out the best way that you feel comfortable, you know, talking to them about it. And then obviously if you're not in the court setting, if you're meeting with them, just having a discussion, again, not making any accusations, but just saying, this is kind of what it appears to me. You know, what can we do to connect you with some help if that's you feel comfortable doing that. But I do think that it's something that we need to address as their attorney.
Well, not quite as nice as, you know, I'm pretty direct. The very first consult that I have, especially in the family law world, you have to ask, you know, do you do drugs? Have you ever used drugs or alcohol or, you know, infidelity? You have to ask the questions. And I tell them, if you can't be honest with me and tell me these things, then I don't need to be your lawyer. And I don't need to find that out the first time when we're in a courtroom. So I address it head on with a consult before I'm even the lawyer. But there are ways, as Lori says, that you can, and I have great staff too, they know that when we're even considering representing somebody, I want them to go on the social media and see what's out there in public, both for the person that's trying to hire us as well as the opposing party, to see what we can find out. And how many times have you gotten emails at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning from clients? You got to start, you know, raises a little red flag, especially if what they're saying doesn't make a lot of sense, it's not coherent. You know, I think that's a major red flag. There's something going on. But I do think as lawyers we have a We do have an obligation to at least make every effort we can to find out what's going on, both in a negative as well as a positive way with our clients.
In family law cases, the parent with the addiction is afraid to admit it because they think it will hurt their case. But the other parent knows, and it's going to come out, and everybody has their weaknesses. It's the point is they have to address them. And so getting clients to understand that, I don't really have that difficult a time once they acknowledge it. It's just that sometimes they don't realize they have a problem. And it's getting over that hump that I think is the hardest.
And I think too, being able to have that open communication with your client, it does involve a lot of how your demeanor is. And I think as attorneys, I feel like probably most of us have pretty good poker faces. As a defense attorney, as a public defender, I've heard lots of things that maybe some of you haven't heard. And that's one of the things I pride myself in, is I don't react when people tell me something. And I think that's a really important thing, because if you have a hard, fight look in your face, they're going to be hesitant to share with you what's really going on. And I feel like our job as their advisor, as their counselor, is I give my clients like real life advice and I tell them what I think, but when we're out in court or if I'm representing them to another party, I'm showing their best foot forward, but I'm going to be honest with them. But I'm very non-judgmental, I think, in general, but I'm really like that with my clients, and I think that allows them, they're judged in every other aspect of their life, including going to court. And so I feel like to be able to communicate with your lawyer, we're not their best friend, we're not their counselor, like a therapeutic counselor, but I feel like they need to be able to tell us what's really happening without a reaction from us. I mean, I feel like that's obvious, but.
Well, and, I'll say there is a great deal of stigma and a great deal of shame associated with opioid addiction, and it can be hard sometimes to get your client to admit this, and sometimes as lawyers, that's confidential information that, your client doesn't necessarily want you to share. The good news is, and I think this has been a universal experience in all of our different practice areas, is it is invariably better for your client to admit the problem, which is often, the issues that you're having in court, whether it's with child custody or with criminal charges, that is oftentimes a reason for why you're in court in the first place, why you're fighting about something or what got you in trouble. And so it is invariably better for your client to admit the problem, get the help, let some time go by, and demonstrate that they're on the right path. And so it is, and sometimes convincing people of that is hard. I can't tell you how many times somebody said, well, if I go to rehab or if I go and get this substance abuse assessment you're talking about, won't that be like saying I'm guilty? And no, not necessarily, but it is. I have never had a case that I can think of where a client has gotten the help they needed, gotten back on the right track, done the hard work, and it is very hard work, where I regretted in any way coming forward with that information and making that presentation to the court or opposing counsel as a prosecutor. Of course, sometimes getting permission to do that is hard, but usually, especially folks who are going through recovery, part of that process, they are willing to talk about that. But it can be a struggle at first sometimes.
Well, I'm curious about Ben's experience, because it sounds like, I remember you said something about a case where you were able to get an insurance company to essentially pay for treatment, but that was very rare.
Yes.
And I could see where in that situation it was helpful to your client to acknowledge the problem and make it a part of the case, but I imagine there's other situations where it's disadvantageous to the client. So what's your balance, or what's been your experience, and how do you work through those issues?
Well,
unlike some of the other practice areas that are very court-heavy and what's going on in your life, my duty, ultimately, ethically and otherwise, is to my client's best interest and to secure the best outcome for my client. I mean, if I see from my own knowledge, I mean, is it really our job as lawyers to be healthcare professionals? I mean, that's really, in my view, not our job. We can't turn off being humans, which is something that I think that we've learned here today. But at some point, I mean, I don't know. At some point, can we really bleed hearts too much on this? I mean, if the client has hired us to help them, and if I see a situation where I know that they're an addict, and I see an option that I can ethically not reveal that to opposing counsel, in those situations, that it's very difficult. I'm just kind of thinking out loud of the challenges that I have in my own head when dealing with these cases. And in the case with the guy that we were able to get rehab, it was because we had his permission to discuss it, kind of as what Colin was saying about, seeking that permission before disclosing confidential information. It's a different practice area in this arena, because I feel like the addiction levels with crimes, the addiction levels with how it affects the family, it's just so much more intertwined in their life. But in mine, sometimes the very injury that they had is what gives them the addiction. So.
Trial, and you have your trial date, and your client comes into your office and it's under the influence, and you are going to try to get a continuance. I mean, what can you divulge? What should you? I mean, that's something else we talked about is when can we divulge, and how, and what are our, is that, I know that's happened to me. It's happened to me before.
I'm sure it's happened. I mean, we, in the civil world, we don't go to trial nearly as much as you guys do.
Just pretend you.
Well, I don't think it's. I don't think I have any do. I don't think. And now that I'm at the table with ethics counsel, you tell me. I am not. We are lawyers. We are not doctors.
So are you going to take a client that's under the influence and put him on the witness stand? Or are you going to ask for a continuance, and if the judge asks you why?
Well, I don't think you're not going to say it. You're not going to say it. You're not going to say it, and you're not going to lie to the judge. And if anything, you just get a, in chambers discussion, but not with I don't know. This is great. I've never been presented that. Colin, I'm sure you have. I mean,
it's happened, and it's interesting. I mean,
toss
even
this right over here.
Yeah.
Take it over, Colin.
I have never had to disclose. My client is high and we can't go to trial today. I've never had to do it. I think I've had a couple times have come close. Sometimes, and a lot of it, sometimes depends on the trust factor you have, but with opposing counsel, with the judge. Some people will, you can look at them and say, I can't do this. I can't do it today. It's not going to happen. I just can't do it. Well, why not? I can't get into it, but you have to trust me. And usually that's enough. I've had other times, I mean, kind of, what Ben was saying, how high are they? Seriously, do they know what's going on? Are they competent at the time? Are they saying, no, I don't want another continuance. I want my trial right now. This has been put off for a year. The client gets to make certain decisions. Also, what Ben was saying is sometimes they don't want, sometimes they'll never admit to you they have a substance abuse problem. You may think they do. Their whole family might think they do. Everybody who knows them. If they don't want to go there, sometimes you just can't, and you just got to resolve the case another way.
Well, and that kind of brings up another question I had about and it was something that you touched on, Colin, where you said that you've dealt with clients that are just going to do anything that they can to move on to that next step. They just want to get this over with because they want to get back to what they were doing. It may not be the level of diminished capacity like we have in the rules, but you are still questioning whether the client's judgment is so affected by their disorder that they can't make competent decisions. What to everybody, have you been in that position? And what do you do with that client?
Here's one, too. I've been put in positions where the defense of a case is intoxication. That the injured worker or the claimant was intoxicated. In workers' comp, it's an absolute. In civil, it could be just part of contrib, right? So I've had to hire toxicologists who will give me the opinion that because they were immediately transported by ambulance, they had certain ringers of IVs put in, and that the tests at the hospital are not forensic. There's no chains of custody. You know, this shouldn't be admitted. Well, I know damn well they were drunk, right? It's like when your client tells you, you know, they did it, right? Like, what do you do? So I have to fight intoxication on. It's a challenging world we live in as lawyers, and we have to take positions. But at the ultimate end of it, other than our duty to the Constitution, to the state Constitution, U.S. Constitution, to our clients, right? I mean.
Right. So I was going to say, Liana.
I would say that in my experience, part of how we resolve our cases is through consent or stipulation to the facts that are alleged in the petition. And if I have a client that is nodding off or is clearly impaired, I'm not going to have them sign off on a document that says they're agreeing to anything. The judge is also going to enter an order that says you're obligated to do X, Y, and Z. And I've had clients that they weren't obviously impaired to me, but they were, and I think legitimately come back and they're like, I didn't agree to this. What? What are you talking about? And it's because they were impaired and they didn't realize. So I'm very cautious about that. And basically what Colin is saying, I have a good relationship with most of my opposing counsel. And honestly, sometimes it's just very obvious what the situation is. I don't need to say anything. I'll just ask for a continuance. I don't think anyone wants to proceed in a case where someone is obviously impaired and having them agree to things that could later be undone if the client decides to appeal or other things come up. So I will ask for a continuance. I have not disclosed that my client is under the influence. I won't say that unless they say that it's okay, which I don't think I would say it anyway, because that's just a weird thing. Certainly doesn't help their case that they came to court intoxicated. But I would not feel comfortable proceeding, and I don't proceed when I know that is the situation, or I have a high suspicion. I guess I don't know unless I drug test them. But
so I know we've talked about, or somebody had mentioned something about kind of outside party involvement, family involvement in particular. And I guess I'll start off with you, Lori. When there are folks outside of the attorney-client relationship that are looking for information, they're trying to help, maybe you even need their help because you see somebody in need, your client is in need of help, and really their best support system is going to be their family. But you have these responsibilities in terms of confidentiality, that you don't want to disclose anything that the client tells you not to disclose. But of course, we also have this this idea when you're dealing, especially with a person or a client that has diminished capacity, that there is kind of limited disclosure that's permitted to seek that help and protect the client's best interests. So talk about your interaction with not just the client, but really the folks that are surrounding the client. How do you navigate those waters when you clearly need to, you want to get that family to help, or that friend or whoever it is, but you know that you need to be respectful of your attorney-client relationship with that client?
So I have this situation occur primarily when it's a grandparent who has the addict living in their home, and who is the parent. So actually, let me restate that. I would represent the parent, but the grandparents might be the ones who are paying the bill, and the parent is living in that grandparent's home with the child. And so oftentimes, the parent and the grandparent will come in. Maybe the grandparents actually made the appointment, but the client is the parent. And they may not want the opposing party to know the level of addiction. And through the course of representation, sometimes that parent's addiction becomes worse. And so you have to make it clear from the outset, when both the parent and the grandparent come in, that it is the parent who's the client. And that's what I do. I make sure that, the grandparent may say, send me the bill, but the bill has on the top of it the client's name. And the client is the person that I need to deal with primarily. And if there becomes differing interests, then I need to direct that grandparent elsewhere or exclude that grandparent from conversations. And that becomes a touchy situation sometimes, but it's more between the parent and grandparent than it is for me, the lawyer, because I've made my role clear from the beginning. And I think that's really what the key is, to not pander to the person paying the bill who thinks they get to direct things. You just need to say from the get-go, my client is the parent. And at some point during the course of this representation, your interests may differ. And you need to be aware that the parent is my client. So.
How about you, Colin?
Well, I agree 100% with Lori, and this is, as in private practice, this is extremely common. Most folks who are going through opioid addiction are not able to retain you themselves. It is usually, it's most often parents, sometimes it's a wife or husband, brother, sister, but it is most often not the person dealing with the addiction who is paying the fees, but that is who is almost always my client. And I think it's very important from the very beginning to establish who the client is and what the parameters are and who you can talk to. One thing that I have learned the hard way, there are usually bumps along the road, even in the best case when you're dealing with opioid addiction. Somebody was saying earlier, it may have been another panelist, but there's no magic bullet. You can't just go to rehab for 30 days and then you're cured. There's often relapses. There are folks who will start treatment and then not finish it, and you've got to try to guide them back to the right path along the way. And it can be very frustrating. It is oftentimes a lot more frustrating for their family and loved ones than it is for their lawyer, because they deal with it on a daily basis. But one thing that is wise, I think, is to sort of lay out the ground rules from the very beginning, especially things in terms of getting permission. Your parents are helping you out here, and we all want what's best for you. Let's all talk about these things. Get permission to disclose information. I can't tell you how many cases I've had where my client disappears. I can't find them. I know they're not, following my advice, or in some cases doing what they've been ordered by a court to do. And without the help of the family, we would have never gotten through it. And there's a tension there. There really is. As lawyers, we want to, be the advocate for our client, and all of our training and experiences, you keep your client's secrets. You don't sell your client out under any circumstances. But with something like opioid addiction, oftentimes you need help. You can't do it yourself. They can't do it themselves. And it is very valuable to have that permission from the very beginning. And so if there are slip-ups, if there is, if your client does go missing for a little while, you can get the folks who love them and care about them to start, whether it's pressuring them, whether it's, cutting off funds or a place to live if you don't go get your help, whatever tools available, honestly, to get somebody into treatment, to get them back on the right track. And sometimes, and that communication is often vital too, because you'll think your client's doing great. You know, you'll talk to them and they sound fine, they're sober. Oh yeah, I just went and did that class and I've been doing all this community service, I'm working every day. And then you get a call a couple weeks later from their mother saying, you know, he's in bad shape. And sometimes that's how you know. And if you don't have that permission from the beginning, then, you know, you might never even really be able to talk to this person. So, and that's something I you know, through experience I've learned is try to set the ground rules from the very beginning, especially with what Lori said, who's the client, you know, what you're allowed to talk about. And when you've got addiction problems, you definitely want to err on the side of getting permission to talk to the family, if possible.
And that should be in writing.
Informed consent, yes.
The other issue too is, at least in the civil world, is agency agreements, so that you're not breaking the attorney-client relationship if you've got a third party in your room. So what I do is I have an agency agreement that I get the parties to sign, whoever's going to be the agent that's going to be helping. And I'm not sure how that works in the criminal world. I don't know.
I've actually never thought about that. I mean, so oftentimes there's a difference between, you know, necessarily talking about the facts of a criminal case and having your client, you know, sometimes they come into your office and they've already told everybody, you know, exactly what they did and what happened. Sometimes they haven't, and there's a difference in terms of, I think at least, you know, discussing all the nitty-gritty details and facts of, you know, what led to their charge, what they may or may not have done, as opposed to, you know, what's going on in their life. You know, are they using, are they going to work, that sort of thing.
So the third party subpoena to testify against your client.
And, yeah, exactly.
Well, and I don't typically meet, I might meet for a portion of the time with family members present, but when we're talking about the substantive issues, I will meet just with my client for that reason, because it could very well happen. And I also think that you have to let the family know that your job is different than their job. You know, they're looking out, hopefully, not all family members, but hopefully their family members are looking out for their person's best interest. That's not what my role is. Like, my role is to advocate for what my client wants, and that might be that my client wants to be released, and the family's like, he needs to stay in jail. Well, I can't advocate that position if that's not what my client wants. I can certainly talk to him about it, his family can talk to him about it, but ultimately, my job is to represent my client. And sometimes it's tough, because you may think that your client should stay in jail because they need to, you know, get cleaned up for a couple of days or just get separated out of a bad situation. But that's not my job to make that decision for my client. It's his or her job. And so I think that creates problems sometimes. I've had good relationships with family members, and then I go in court and we don't agree with what they think or what they want, and they get pretty upset with me about that, and then they're not as cooperative down the road, but that's just part of what happens, unfortunately.
Well, and it can be damaging to the attorney-client relationship too, if they think you're telling on them to mom all the time, or, you know, listening to the family, you know, against their wishes, against what they think is in their best interest. So you have to be very careful. That's a pitfall as well.
Open up for questions.
Yes. Okay, we have a few more minutes, and we have any questions? Anybody have any comments, questions? Okay, Peter's got the microphone.
Thanks. Y'all have talked a lot about honesty, and I think in some ways that can be a double-edged sword. In a criminal context, clearly your client has the right against self-incrimination. If you know your client's going to get up on the stand and lie, then you're not going to put your client on the stand. But if you've got a situation in civil court where you're in an A&D case, you're in a custody case, you may be in some other type of a civil proceeding, and there's pretty strong evidence, even perhaps from discovery, maybe somehow or other substance abuse or HIPAA-protected documents come in that show a history, and then your client is either going to get up on the stand and deny that they have or have had a problem or are impaired. What do you do about the situation where you're actually in the courtroom and you're faced with putting your client on the stand, and they're going to have to testify or choose not to testify in your case?
Do you want to summarize or want me to?
So
Well, if I can just repeat the question. So generally, she was asking the difference, or I guess the tension there in having your client actually in the courtroom and knowing that your client is going to be essentially testifying, and your fears or maybe your observation of the client not providing truthful information. So what is the response to that?
So we're not allowed to, the rules, I think, directly address false testimony, and if should that occur, we know that we have to disclose that or get our clients to correct their testimony. But I think when you're dealing with something like substance abuse and addiction, sometimes you have a client who doesn't think they actually have a problem, and those medical records that come in, they speak for themselves, and maybe they support the other side's case. But if your client gets up and testifies that he doesn't think he's got a substance abuse problem, maybe he's been in counseling, maybe he's had too many drinks because he's been under a lot of stress at work and at home, and he's going through this divorce, he may not believe he's got a substance abuse problem, and I don't necessarily think that would be false testimony by him. So it's kind of a judgment call that you would have to make. Now, if there's actually a medical diagnosis of addiction, it might be that you would point that out, and have your client correct their testimony even on redirect. But I don't think it's that clear cut when it comes to substance abuse and addiction.
Yeah, and I would just echo, Lori, I think you hit the nail on the head. Of course, 3.3, Rule 3.3 has that requirement to take remedial measures if your client presents false information, which could include disclosure to the court. And I think that provision in the rules always kind of struck me with how the language is first take remedial measures, which could include disclosure to the court. Almost as disclosure to the court is kind of that's clearly the most impactful thing, but perhaps the effort should be first, how can I remedy this without stepping up and saying, Judge, my client just lied. And that would be talking to the client, trying to see, just like what you said, see if you can get them to perhaps correct it on redirect or things of that nature.
I kind of interpret that as being more like my client, like we've had a conversation and my client's like, this is what happened, but I'm going to tell the judge this happened. So to me, that's more clear cut. Like, you told me that this is what happened, and you're telling me you're going to tell the judge something different. I agree with what Lori said. I think people have all kinds of different interpretations of what a document says, what someone is saying about them, and so I think if they get up there and say what their opinion is on it, they can have that opinion, and I don't think it's lying. Relative, but not fits into that category of us having to then correct it or do things like that.
It's a judgment call.
Right.
You made the mistake of saying questions and comments.
Okay.
I'm a retired prosecutor, okay? And what I've noticed even the bar there, there are no prosecutors on the panel. A lot of these people who come through here, the opioid addicts or whatever you want to call them, will never come through a criminal court more likely than they are any other type of court, as far as I can tell, based on my experiences. The thing is, if you come to the DA and say, my client is intoxicated, the DA's response is probably going to be, well, he won't be intoxicated tomorrow. You ask me, why are you going to send my client to jail for so many years? It's because I'm tired of looking at him. You've done everything. You told me all this time that he's gone to rehab and he failed. He's gone to, the point is, you probably need to get somebody in from the DA's office to listen to this. I'm retired. It ain't affect me anyway. Like, Brother Whitley said, I'm not a healthcare provider. My thing was, if I get tired of looking at you, I'm gonna put you somewhere where I ain't gotta look at you no more. And while you're in prison, you may not be getting help, but you ain't robbing nobody else, you're not stealing from your mama. You know, because if you came to me and somebody said, I stole from your mama, guess what's gonna happen to you? I'm sorry.
But I think that's the point of conferences like this, is to change the mindset, change that mindset, because clearly that hasn't solved the problem that we have. It hasn't solved the opioid crisis. People are not committing crimes. So the attitude of throw them in jail because I'm tired of looking at them has not led to any success. So maybe we need to try something different. And so I think, I wish prosecutors, I think some are here, and I think that people are getting educated about that and realizing that that's not the only solution, and oftentimes it's not the appropriate solution. But that's why we're all here talking about it, is that what we're doing is not working. So we have to explore other options. And while it may sound like excuses, or it may sound like snowflake, or whatever, disparagement you want to say, the reality of the situation is what we're doing isn't working. So pragmatically, you have to look at other solutions.
And I'll respond as well. I've actually had the case where my client was stealing from his mama, and his mama was the one who hired me to keep him out of prison. And, it is dealing with assistant district attorneys under those circumstances. That's stealing from your family, stealing from anyone, but especially your mother. Sometimes they'll be, sometimes they can be elderly. And it is, frankly, it's despicable. It is. But, once again, why is this happening? And I think it's in prosecutors, it's not their responsibility to look out for my clients. They have a duty to protect the public, and they have to think about the victims of these people. But, at the same time, is everybody better off with somebody getting some help and getting themselves to a place where this kind of thing isn't going to happen again? But, one thing you did say, there comes a time, and not all of us on here, we are not batting 1,000. There are cases where I have failed, where treatment has failed, and those are, that's the unfortunate reality of the situation. And there comes a time, and people talk about rock bottom, and I think in my experience, anecdotally, it's different for everybody. And some people it takes going to prison. As a defense lawyer, you want to do everything you can to prevent that, and you hope that you can turn somebody's life around and before it gets there. Some people just going to jail and having their picture on the internet as having been arrested is enough. That's enough to scare them straight. Unfortunately, there are some cases that end up there, but I hope that through panels like this we can. What doesn't work, I don't think, is warehousing people, throwing them in prison, keeping them there without any sort of treatment, and I hope we can all try to do our best to stop that from being the outcome, and I hope that's not the knee-jerk outcome in all of these cases.
And don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with it. I don't want to warehouse people either. I think everything you're doing is good. That's all I'm saying is that you need to educate prosecutors along the same lines that you're trying to do with other group people, because, I've learned a lot here.
Okay, I think we're at the magic hour, and I'm getting the nod from the leader, President Gray Wilson. Thank you, panelists. I appreciate you taking the time to do this today.
It was about a year ago when we were talking about such a program that I made the humble observation that anyone who's never been up close and personal with a substance misuse disorder is either blind or blessed. We've had some excellent presentations here today and practice pointers from our experts, some wonderful panels. We've also had some moving testimonials. I think it demonstrates that this is a subject matter that no one should fail to understand or engage, and that includes our legal profession. So I hope this has been an informative program about coping with opioid misuse. I want to thank our sponsors again, Lawyers Mutual Liability Insurance Company and the American Academy of Matrimonial Attorneys, Lawyers, and also the Administrative Office of the Courts for the live streaming that we had here today. Finally, I want to thank our committee. Marcy Armstrong has never really told you why she is running the show, but she chaired this committee very ably over the past year. This is a program that was a year in the making, and as we were working through the hopper, we really couldn't forecast what impact it would have, what format there might be. We really were parting the dark with this unique program, but with her able chairing, she was assisted by Mac McCarley as vice chair, other counselors, Charles Hardy, Jerry Collins, Steve Robertson, Warren Savage, who's here today. And then we heard from two other committee members today. Our speakers, Ben David and Anna Stein. We're also assisted by other ancillary practitioners, Dr. Gregory Murphy and Paul Nagy. So special thanks to all these speakers for the knowledge that was imparted to us. It's been inspiring, perhaps a little maddening and saddening, but occasionally show-stopping, I would suggest. So let's all go back to our respective communities now, and let's try to make a difference. Thank you for coming.